Hey everyone. How's everybody doing today? Happy Tuesday. Ah, Rapper, can you just come in under Rapper? You're very much welcomed here. If you could just please come under your own account, stop with these ridiculous accounts, please. So good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hey Sandra, Caroline, Batgirl, Porsche, Betty, Jax, Forever Army. Good morning, girl. OP, OPP, Jane, Ryan Apple Snapple. You're making brownies and coffee. Hey, Laura Lulu. Just when you think things can get any weirder, boom. Yes, so there's something just I can't. Hey, Shelly, I'm not one that normally goes down these rabbit holes, to be honest. I'm not one that usually does these whole conspiracies, but something is fucking off here. Excuse my language. Come on. Come on. Thank you for showing Sebastian's photo, but please, you're very welcome, rapper. Just come under your account. We can all be friends. Billy Sunday with the 25 months. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Hey, Kathy. Have a great day at work. Yeah. Tinfoil hats are free at the door. Make sure you all grab yours. Let me move this candy from my face. Hey, JJ. Spicy Sugar. Sarah Wood. How would I say this? Brona? Welcome. Red. Megan VR. Jess N. We are going. There's so much to be addressed, Jason. Hey, good vibes. Hey, Dan. There's so much to be addressed. It's been wild. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. Hey, Captain Lee, Eliza, Julie's Crafton, Laurie, Agatha. Good night. Oh, it's bedtime for you. It is early morning. Something is weird here, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you just feel like something's off. Something's weird. Hey, Crimson. Hey, Turtle. It's me, Tiffany. I just brought a whole new roll of tinfoil yesterday. So much going on in the YouTube community, it's hard to keep up. I agree. Hey, Wandering Sub. I'll take 2 tinfoil hats. Yes. Make a new pot. A lot of ones are popping up. Something's just really strange. I'm glad you guys are all feeling it too. I don't even know what it is. And listen, like I said, I'm not normally a conspiracy type of person. I'm not. I'm very factually driven, but there's just something I can't shake here. And I know I'm not alone in that feeling. It's just, and I'll make it very clear. I'm going to make it, let me make myself a little banner. Because I know there's going to be somebody out there who says, Sorry, I know that's loud for people. My son's like a little inspiring gamer to be, and I guess it's cool to have all these like clickety loud noise mouses and keyboards and all those things. So I do apologize for those who don't like that sound. I'm here to bring y'all back. Thank you. Get the rope, get it ready. I'm not sure how far down we're gonna go. Hey, butter. Hey, Granny Bassmaster, Batgirl. Dinna. Pepper Jameson's coming out of the bushes. Tinfoil hat, I got the whole suit. It's all the bad actors being tied right back to the bio dad of the missing boy. Well, Genevieve's like, we're not even gonna, spare us the small talk, right? They sell keyboards that make bubble wrap popping sounds for gaming. I actually think I would like that. It's called a mechanical. Speaking of mechanical, I need to go to my mechanic. I don't know if it's my battery, if it's my starter, but I'm having trouble with my car starting sometimes, and it's not an old car by any means. And so I'm gonna go get a battery today and pray and hope that it's just the battery. Hey, Music City Mom, Diana R. Granny, that is what I meant. Yes, JJ, and I know. Believe the thing is as ridiculously there can never be conspiracy as it is believed that everything's conspiracy. Sometimes the conniving is real. Poetic Justice. Good morning, Jay. Michelle P, thank you. Fuel pump, what's that? I don't think it has anything to do. Hey, 13th hour. One, and people have to step back and think about who is starting all the false narratives, spreading misinformation. Everyone needs to keep safe, please. Yeah. The radiator. Oh, Lord. I will not go down the rabbit hole. I will not go down the rabbit hole. We're dragging you down the rabbit hole. Everybody's locked in arms today, okay? Come on, rapper. Just come under rapper. Like, mechanical boyfriend. I wish. That would be great. Oh, shit. Kill shot. I was thinking mechanic, not mechanical. Stop that. Hey, sunshine, angel chips. It's sad, poor Sebastian. And you know what? I'm not going as far as to say, like, oh, I don't think Sebastian ever existed. I do believe full-heartedly there is a 15-year-old child out there that is missing. I'm not one of those people that are going that deep to say, like, oh, is he even real? No, I believe he is real. Yeah, Eliza, and I've been sitting in like the Jersey sun, you know what I mean? And it's like over 100 degrees down there. So first, I'm going to start off with this because it's been a while since I played it, and I think we all need to remember it. I hope you stick around for a few seconds. That's fact, 3M Farm. That is absolutely fact. On February 26, 2024, an Amber Alert went out for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian is white, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact the Sumner County Emergency Center or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Let's take this moment to pray for Sebastian's safe return. All right. There is still a child out here. There is still a child out here that is missing. And despite the many, many months that have gone by, you know, this child still no signs. There's no signs of anything. But there's a few things I can't get past. My last poll I did, Carmen, I stopped doing them. Most people believe that he left on his own, and I was impressed to see that. There's a few things that I can't get past, and one is Chris Proudfoot saying this is a case that they are going to study for years to come. The other thing I can't get past is the statement by Seth Rogers that said, you're not asking the right questions. Well, I'm here today to ask the right questions because this has gotten to be ridiculous. But first, there is an elephant in the room, and we're going to address it. I don't care who you like on this platform. I'm not going to tell you if you like somebody that I don't like you because I do not judge people off those bases. But I am going to address the fact that there were racist comments that were revealed, along with homophobic slurs, right? And for me, it was like, I'll be honest. It's not that I'll overlook homophobic slurs. I won't overlook them. I have a strong disdain for the word that was used. And you've all heard me say I'm not going to allow that disdain for the word to become disdain towards the person. Right? And I stand by that. But I won't stand by a racist. I don't care who likes who. You can like somebody. You can like somebody for who they are. You can like the content they bring. You can like the content a person brings without liking the person as a person. There's a lot of different things to be said when it comes to that, right? As for me, I'm personally insulted that people would even question where I would stand. I'm personally insulted that people I thought knew better of me would place me in a category of not speaking up. I wasn't given a chance to speak up. As all of you know, I do go down the shore where my internet is shit. And when I'm not live, I'm normally not watching other streams. They did a change months ago where you don't really have community posts come up much anymore. And I've been where I've jumped the gun and joined in on something without seeing facts, and I wanted to see facts for myself. That's all. And I did. And I'm sincerely disappointed with what I saw. I don't think there's any place for that over here. And yeah, that's that. Now, as far as like, I'm not going to jump on I'm not going to take it further than this because I don't believe in the dogpiling on people, which is why I primarily ignore somebody I've hated for years, despite she was finally having her place in the hot seat where she loved placing me. She was bowing down at every creator's foot that had me in that hot seat, and I still didn't speak up then because I'm not ever going to be that person that again jumps on going after one person because I've been that person and I've made that mistake. But what I am going to say is I will never, many of you know my political stance. My feelings are hurt that I would even be, but whatever. I guess you find out how people really feel about you when they think you haven't spoken, right? Don't give you time to speak, but quick to jump on you for not speaking. That's all right. So I know where I stand where that comes, but now you all know where I stand when it comes to that. So that's my little rant for the day. What did Blackhawk say? The reason Pascal left these people behind, I think he saw the racism there. Well, perhaps. I mean, I don't know about the area. I'm not from the area. I know where I live is very culturally divided. We don't really have racism like that. So I appreciate that, Michelle P. Detective John, he didn't use those words. I don't think it had anything to do with Doxxing. And to be fair, Dirty Dog, there were plenty of people that stood up. I'm kind of later to stand up because I needed to see it for myself. And again, it doesn't mean I hate this person. Listen, I have family members that are racist. I'm not even going to lie to you. I do. I'm not going to hate somebody for that. I ain't saying just won't fuck with you on the same level. You know what I mean? Some people and I'm not making excuses by any means, but some people is where they grew up. For some people it's ignorance of not knowing different cultures. There's just many reasons for it. So I'm not going to hate somebody for it. But, I'm just going to say for me personally, I don't like that shit. I don't. And I never will. For my own reasoning. Right, Brandon Byrne. And I think it's that simple. Listen, everybody's aware that the word has been spread. People stand where they stand. You're not going to knock somebody off their feet. It's not up to us to knock somebody off their feet. You can try to educate somebody. If they don't want to be educated, if they stand firm in their beliefs, then that's that. You know what I mean? I don't think we need to berate it into the ground. That's all. Berate a person into the ground. But for others, it's a lot more personal for them. They have, whatever. I don't need to go further and say you guys get the sentiments of it. I agree with that, Wade, but I think when you reach the point that the person you're looking to educate says they don't want to be educated, I don't know. Sam wasn't even concerned. Thank you, Casual Art. I appreciate that. I just really didn't appreciate people, thinking otherwise of me. Yeah, my moderators are of different backgrounds, their children, my children, and my family. I just couldn't even believe that I'd be called to the forefront like that. That shit hurt my feelings. Thought people knew better. Thank you. I'm still mad that Julia had the audacity to speak poorly on my beautiful little kitten. The constant calling it out makes me extremely uncomfortable as a minority, and I felt like it would. If we witnessed a lot of that during the Black Lives Matters movement, and it's not my place to speak how you would feel, but I can understand how you feel that way. I don't live with racism. I'm not saying there aren't racists because we have multiple cultures. All comes from all at times. I hate it and won't tolerate it. Right. I guess I didn't get to the racism part in my speed catch up. I certainly do reserve my hate for racists. They can get my hate all day long. I get it, Chloe. I get it. I don't hate racists. I don't. And I know that's like shocking to say. Like, what do you mean you don't hate racists? Well, listen, like I said, I hate racism. I hate racism. And I understand that a lot of races, like I said, is because of their upbringing. It's because of their lack of life experience in different cultures. And there's many reasons. And you can educate a racist if they are open to education. Right, mental block. It does. I mean, of course, it exists every day in all different ways. Right, fuzzy. That's all you can do. No one's going to get any professional help or should not seek any mental relief from YouTube. It's become extremely toxic. It's always been toxic. Always. That's all. Racism is ignorance, right? And listen, you never beat hate with hate, right? You will never beat hate with hate. So there's that one. I appreciate all of you that had faith in me and knew where I stood. And I'm sorry to all of you that even for a second doubted me. You know, kind of hurt. Right, facts, Batgirl. I don't hate racists. Just stay away from me. It's bothersome to hear people. Well, and I wrote that, Amy. It's an ignorant statement used by ignorance, right? Oh, I don't see color. Yeah, you do, and you should. I think I wrote a comment just like that. See people for who and what they are. Hate breeds hate, love conquers hate. It's not an instantaneous change, right? There's a line where ignorance cannot be claimed when it turns into judgment, dislike, or hatred. Yeah, I'm not, Remy, you know I'm never good with my words and what I'm trying to say, but I think you understand the underlying issue or message I'm trying to leave. Hey, Andy, good morning. Oh, just a sec. How the hell did you even come up? Did I drop the link did I drop the link? Right, hold on. Using Canva. Wait. Oh, you can come up. I was coming to get you. I'm sorry. Come back. If any of you are on Twitter or using Canva, please change your passwords as there has been a data breach. Oh, come on. 10 billion passwords? Well, that sucks. No, I understand what you're saying, Remy. I did drop it? Okay. Well, if you like to grab it. Sorry. That's not the real T-Rev. That's Rapper. This is one of his least offensive accounts, so I'll let him stay on it. See the pain in my husband's and his family's eyes anytime they're racially attacked, which surprisingly happens often, kills me inside. How dare someone so low and grimy to great people? No, I did. You can come up. You can come up. I was just surprised because I didn't realize I had dropped it. I'd love for you to come up. Please do. I'm sorry. Defense of one's own bigotry and an unwillingness to learn can make me dismiss a person for good. I can't respect people who cling to their bigotry. You can't educate these types of people. Unsub and ice out. I feel like you can. I don't know. Hey, 13th hour.
Hi.
How
are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Does your cat have a name?
Nelly.
Your little Nelly?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cute. I
Thank
didn't know. I'm a Bushes watcher, and I was really impressed with your grace through a lot of this.
Well, thank you.
I could not have been as classy as you have been, and I'm going to say that straight up. I've seen some things that you've bopped some heads, a little bunny foo-foos here and there, and trying to fix it. And I just want to say you're appreciated by some people. Okay.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so
People
much.
that you don't. Yeah, people you don't know that are out here. We appreciate you, and we appreciate some little things. I do like Clue, but that's my person. That's just my personal. I think she's funny,
right.
But that's but that doesn't mean I can't have other friends or other people can't have other friends.
And that's what
It's
I'm saying.
America and the internet.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna, I understand why for others it's a lot more personal, and they do feel like if you fuck with that, don't fuck with me.
Yes.
But for and
Yes.
try not to curse as much. But for me, I won't judge you guys based off of a chat because listen, you're not literally breaking bread at the dinner table. It's a chat, it's meant for entertainment. And if you find some value of entertainment in that, fine, each their own. I've never heard her speak that way on her channel. I understand there's a lot of people who have not seen what others have seen. I'm not going to be one of the people that assume you all better seen it because I showed it, because that's ignorant. Not everybody sits online.
Right.
Not everybody's seeing everything at the same time. And I understand there's, people want to do their own deep dive and look into things and see it for themselves because there are many times people come out and I've had people twist my words and twist things on me or put an intent behind something that wasn't there. But what I saw, there's just no denying what was written. And it was horrible.
I understand. I understand your point of view. I absolutely understand it. And uh, I have. I know you can. I don't. You don't have to share it, but you see the tagline below my name.
Yeah.
We've all said it. We've all said it once. We in our life, even as children, every single one of us has used a racial slur. And if anybody says they haven't, even in the back of their head, they thought it, then they are telling a big fat whopper. Because we all know in the heat of the moment, you think and say the dumbest stuff. You
Yeah,
really
but
do.
but not are you referring to like the N hard ER word?
No, okay, look, a lot of people look at it different. The hard, the soft. Um,
Uh
I have a problem with Dago, guys, because my husband is Italian. I have a problem with the name Dago. He
yeah.
is furious that I watch Dago.
And
Okay.
I've asked Dago about that, and he said that's always been his nickname, and that,
It,
yeah.
is he, and I don't even know if he's Italian. So, but I
Oh,
don't
he's
hold that
definitely
against him.
Italian. You can
Oh,
tell
okay.
he's Italian, yeah.
Well, then he can use that. I mean, that's his, if he chooses to, that's fine.
Right.
But, it's one of those things with that, um, it's hard to, I have grandchildren that are Chinese, Jewish, and Italian. So, and Norse, you can't get a bigger melting pot than that.
Mhm.
So,
You have a lot of diversity, yeah.
yeah. So I'm just so tired of the whole racism thing. When I was born in 1975, so I'm Gen X. And I remember a time that somebody said, there's going to come a time in our future where everybody is basically the same race. If the human race lasts that long,
Yeah.
because we're going to eventually intermingle and make them be beautiful.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, we eventually all do, the right, I get what you're saying.
Yes, yes. 'Cause eventually, we're all going to be, the same.
Lisa, with
If
utmost
we last that
respect,
long.
the word Dago is recognized and as a slur. But again, I've asked Dago about this. He's spoken about this, and he said that was always his nickname. So I'm not going to hold that against him at all.
Right, right. And I was unsure. I was unsure. I wasn't going to ask.
Yeah,
I wasn't going to ask him because I don't know him. You know, and I just wasn't going to ask him. We don't chat, so. But I watched the show, so I just wanted to say that I appreciate the grace that you handled everything with.
I
Just
appreciate
watching.
that. I wish people would
Yeah,
would have offered me grace as well.
yeah. I understand. I understand, and I'll offer you some grace right here, just
Well,
just from
I
watching
appreciate you.
how hard you've tried.
Thank you
I
so
I
much.
see how hard you try. I do. I see how hard you try.
Thank you. I
And you have a
appreciate you.
wonderful day, honey.
You as well.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Some beach Granny should at least go listen. I didn't listen to the stream. I don't know what stream you are referring to, but I did not listen to a stream. I just saw the comments that I saw. Heard the rumors with real life going on. It's hard to catch everything that's said on YouTube. Once I heard and saw for myself, disappointed. Right. Um, and we should all offer out each other grace. Talks a lot. Why didn't she ask Chloe about or Truth or Savage? I don't know, Gentrex. Maybe she was nervous to ask. I don't know. I'm glad that, but listen, we should be able to ask, right? And I'm glad that Dago opened up a conversation and he didn't hide from it, he didn't run from it, and he acknowledged it. And it's exactly what I thought it was, which is, it could be his nickname. Because I saw somebody, there's this, unfortunately, there's this thing that happens, right? And it's as if you're associated with somebody, you're automatically guilty of what they're guilty of. And if they can't make you guilty of what they're guilty of, they try to make you guilty of something. Guilty by association, if you will. Grandmother watching. And I've had people do that to me, and I don't think it's a fair thing to do. So I think we're at a point where people are going to now nitpick on those that are associated with. And I don't even think that's fair either. You know, the iPhone link. So I just, and Chase, and I did see your comment. I do appreciate that. I was very hurt, to be honest. I shocked. I felt very personally directed, and yeah, I'm glad to see that you were just upset and in the moment, because that does happen. Hold on a second. Can you use me as an example? I participated in reading on a Facebook post, and at the time didn't think about how it could offend. Lesson learned. Won't be more aware now. Yeah. I don't even know what stream people are referring to. You can explain this every day, still won't be enough for some. And that's faction, Lou. You know it. You absolutely know it. So yeah, there's that. Hey, Gypsy Trail. Bam, I'm just happy I caught alive. So anyway, all that was just, get that out of the air, get that out of the room. And that's where it is. I don't think it has to go further. Very good with double down reasons. Well, I don't think she's spoken out about the comments yet, Dirty Dog. I know she, I don't know. Respect action through change. When you know better, be better. Simple. I was raised by racist, homophobic parents, and us six pack broke the stigma. We're old. We are completely diverse family, and was done through teaching, learning, and love. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm glad you guys get it. They'll always exist. They'll never not exist. It's just the way it is. No lie here. I was raised day one to love all people. I have never said and will never say, call me a liar, don't care. Right, Kathy I don't think, I disagreed with that statement for sure. Hey, Lady for Justice was okay with his nickname. Right, then I was okay. Right. He's Italian, is his nickname. It's just like, you can't, I don't know. Incognito, thank you and welcome. Had to turn it off at 30 seconds, not my cup of tea. I hope that the issue with that, Jay, that I see is the justification, rather excuses towards those that disagree. What did Jay say? They obviously like him. Right. People like what they like. Some people think, they I don't know, personal thresholds, I guess. I don't even know how you would say it, but obviously there are people that like that guy and like the way he speaks, and they stick around for it. They come to realization. Oh yeah, I did read that. Not just stop saying it in public for fear of being canceled or whatever. Well, I mean, it is easy to be canceled, right? And it does seem like once somebody begins to cancel you, that there's like this bandwagon of cancellation going on. Hey, tit for tat, welcome. I can't have those around me who support it. Does that make sense? It does. It does make sense. And I think that's a different way to say it. It's easy for some people who are non-minorities or some straight people to say who cares or don't be sensitive because not their history or pain or current day words or pain towards them. Unoffendable people I respect don't spout stupid shit. Yeah, little Irish. No, Annie. Jason, would you rather explain it? I mean, I think you're the one who came across it. People saying racial slurs. I've actually disowned family for it. It is what it is. Yeah. Monkey boots, facts. You know, uh, I like Jay's for Justice and I like her channel. Yeah. Every culture has a history. That is true. That is true. Now, I will say though, and you know, some people won't like it, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. Some of the people that are speaking absolutely supported others who have said and done similar, you know? So it's like, I don't know. Do we pick and choose? Because yeah, falsehoods, of course. I do feel like, I do feel like there was an underline and dislike to begin with, and that has caused it to become a stronger outpour or outreach. And I also feel like I thought at first that the whole doubling down was done out of defensiveness. I guess I'm wrong about that, but I agree, Lady for Justice. Just there were people that were waiting on me to speak, and I was going to speak. Swerve those words in 2024. Speak up against racism, homophobia, and true crime. See something, say something. Yeah, cupcakes, pick and choose, right? I asked my daughter how she feels about the F word. She said it pisses her off besides being gay. She says, but and then I've also seen gay people say they are not offended. So it's all about, you know, I don't know. It's each person their own type of thing. Yeah, if you have a problem with Jay being in here, just go ahead and block her. Who say you never say anything racist? Surely you realize calling people hillbillies. I did say that is considered, you know, I did point that out. Um, all right. I don't know. I didn't really see anybody saying they had an issue. I was just taking Kraken's word. Had literal human feces thrown at me because I chose to marry Hispanic. Oh, Texas Blue Bonnet. I'm sorry. Yeah, you come up and express why you feel that way. That would be great. We we are. I do have other things to talk about. I just wanted to touch on that because, like I said, hey Lori, I was gonna say, Jason, you want your ceiling? Hey,
Hello.
hey, Lori says one word said in anger is just that one word said in anger. Highlighting for days, it is a bigger problem, my opinion. I initially agreed, Lori, but it wasn't.
Mhm.
It was made clear that it wasn't just stated in anger. It was doubled down on, which even then I said, okay, I've been that person who was defensive. Maybe this is a defensive response. But then other things came to light. So respectfully, I disagree with that. Let me add you to the screen. Okay. So I guess you guys initially found this?
I did not find
No.
it. No. No. I guess it was found the night before I ever even seen it. So it was found, the whole stream was posted on Jones's community wall in a link. Most people didn't see it because it looked like it was a message from Jones to Savage, the typing was.
Okay.
But then if you go down and you click it, it's this stream that takes you to the man JB Gunner's live stream
Right.
from February 22nd. Okay, so there's that. And I didn't even read the Jones into Savage thing at first, right? So I'm scrolling and I see Unsupervised Maniacs put a post up that said something to the effect of, it must be nice to have a place to hang out with your friends where you can be openly racist and use the N word. And I'm like, what? And there was a screenshot with it. And I'm like, okay, what the hell is that? So I see the screenshot and it's the JB Gunner guy again, but it's with Illuminati. And I'm like, oh shit, what is this? So the more I'm looking around, the more I'm seeing it. And I go back up to Jones's and I see that there is a link there. I click the link and it's that stream. And it was shocking. It wasn't one comment, it wasn't one, like, you know, small little thing. It was overt, straight out, flat up. Here it is. Let's start a GoFundMe to send them back to where they came from. that's where they want to go. Let's start a GoFundMe to get them there. Things like I don't want monkeys and that behavior around my children. If that makes me racist, too bad. Really just flat up, straight up racist bigotry. So I was shocked. And I saw it yesterday morning. And, I waited a ridiculous amount of time to even talk about it. Where in reality, it wasn't very long that I waited, right? But for me, it felt like eternity. Like, I can't believe this is going on. And why aren't people talking about this? This is shocking to me. And some people who can only think about Queen Bee or Laura want to try to today spin it into. Laura tried to spin it last night and make a live stream with my name all over it, saying that I should know how Queen Bee feels because I'm a mod for her. And
That's what I
no,
was saying. Jason, is not fucking fair to do that.
mm-mm.
Yeah.
Well, that I should know how she feels about this issue. And I'm like, how the fuck would I know how she feels? This all just happened. I have no
Right.
idea how she feels, and what does that have to do with anything? So I went up there because typing all of it in the chat's just bullshit. It's not going to work. So I go up and I'm like, what are you talking? Like, what? And because they don't get along, I felt like my words are now being invalidated. Like I just had this live to explain this, how I feel from my subscribers, not for anybody else. And it's being turned into you're acting like you don't know how Queen, her name was mentioned once in the chat. Somebody said, well, how does Queen feel about this? I'm like, I don't know how she feels about it. End of, that was it. So that happened. But now the same people who hate Laura are like, well, how could you go on Laura's panel after the things that she said?
Right.
Well, Laura has said racially insensitive things like, black guys prefer to marry white women because they're weaker overall
Mm.
than a black woman. That's racially insensitive. To me, it's more like ignorance. Like you don't even know what you're talking about. Stop it.
Microaggressions, they call it, or something, right?
Yeah, is that the same thing as saying let's start a GoFundMe to send them back to where they came from? Or I don't want monkeys around my kids? No. And I brought up her saying, I was like, you made that comment about Atlanta being too dark. Hello,
Right.
what are you talking about right now? And she's like, yeah, but that's not how I meant it. And it's like, okay, whatever. Whatever.
Right.
I'm not going to have my words twisted into something about Queen Bee, and I'm not going to have them twisted into something about Laura.
Well, that's how.
Neither, it doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
Right. And that's how I felt, because I felt like there was a lot of like, raha, you better speak now. Without giving any of us the I don't know, the grace that maybe we really were unaware. I saw people saying like, oh, and don't act like you're unaware. Respectfully, I was unaware. I received emails, and the emails were only screenshots of her speaking with Juliet. There was nothing other in those emails. I even went back and triple checked, and I'm like, so it felt I am not gonna lie, it almost made me so angry that I'm like, fuck that, I'm not gonna speak because you're not gonna force me to
Mhm.
speak. Do you know what I mean? Like I almost got that
Yeah.
defensive, like my feelings were hurt, especially by you, because I'm like, damn, like I thought,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like I thought we were cooler than that and you would know me a little bit better than that, and I'm like, eh.
Yeah.
And then I had to realize like this is deeply personal for you. For others, unfortunately, it will be used as a weapon to be like, oh, well, Granny was in a chat with Clue, or oh, Queen Bee had Clue on panel. And how many times have we said just because you have somebody on the panel with you doesn't make you best friends?
Right. And I
You
mean
know,
that kind of hit me last night. I hopped up on Laura's to explain it. And so now that's being spun. Oh, you're gonna go on a blocking spree of all these people, but there you are in Laura's panel. Here's and I don't know how much more clear I can make this for my subscribers, people who come into my chat on a regular basis. We all share subscribers, right? If you are saying to me, no, I'm all right with what Clue said. I mean, I feel like it's her opinion and she can say whatever she wants to say. I'm all right with it. Those are the people I'm talking to specifically. If you're cool with it, okay. It's fine with me that you're fine with it. I just don't want you around. You know, that's all. It's very simple. Just don't come back over to my chat. I'm not telling you I'm going to go after you. I hate your guts. You make me sick. None of that. I'm saying if you're a regular chatter and you also support this and you don't see anything wrong with calling black people monkeys and you don't want them around your children and a GoFundMe for you is funny to send them back where they came from, then I don't want you in my chat. It's very simple. I don't think it's controversial. I think it's very fucking simple.
Right.
But the people who can't see anything except for Laura or Queen Bee, that's all they want to talk about,
Right.
you know,
No, I
which is
agree.
ridiculous.
Well, and I also agree with what was stated here. Like for some of us, we've always made it clear we don't support or stand with racism. So I don't understand why but I don't even know how to phrase it correctly. I guess like so every time something racist happens, we have to like scream how much we disagree with it. Because I think I and it's not you, Jason, but I do believe there are people that solely want us to say we will no longer support Clue because they don't like Clue.
Sure.
And it's not
Yes.
about the racism for some people. It is simply the fact they don't
Right.
like her and they want to see problems begin because it will cause
Yes.
problems. And I
Yeah.
saw people saying, particularly a person that doesn't like me, because of course, the people that don't like us always have to relate it to us. Um, say a comment about like, oh, and if you're uh, it was something like basically if you don't stand up and say I no longer support Clue, then you're a racist. And I'm like, fuck you for even putting that on me. Again, I have racist
Mhm.
relatives. It doesn't make me a racist. You're not going to make me a racist. You know what I
I don't
mean?
think
Like,
it makes a person a racist. It just tells me specifically that if you heard it, if you went and listened to the live stream and you saw the words that were being stated and you don't have an issue with that on any level, then that's shocking to me. In 2024, this shouldn't even fucking be a combo anymore. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't
right.
even be a conversation at this point. But the fact that it still is surprises the shit out of me. Like, how are we still here?
Yeah.
Why are we still here? And some people are like, well, yeah, Clue said that she doesn't support that guy and she thought that he changed. I'm talking about February 22nd of 2024, which is 4 months ago. I'm not
And
talking about 2 years ago, a year ago. I'm talking about recently. And maybe after that, she was like, yeah, I seen his true colors and I don't mess with that dude. That doesn't take away from the words that were said
mhm.
by her.
I
So
don't think it makes you a racist sympathizer. I don't think that's fair to say either. I don't. But actually, do I have sympathy for racists? Some of them. I do. Some of them I do because I feel like they're that purely fucking ignorant.
if you don't speak up, does that make you, if you don't speak up, makes you a supporter? No. If you are aware of it, if you've been in my chat and you did see it and you're aware of it and you know what we're talking about and you know what's gone on and you've seen it, you understand it. We're not here to babysit and pat people on the fucking ass. You've seen it, right? And then you still go over and you support it. That's specifically what I'm saying. And I think that people are trying to behave as though they don't understand what I'm trying to say. Like they're purposefully misinterpreting it
Well,
so
it's a
that
defensive
they don't feel
response.
bad later, right?
Right.
And it's stupid. It's very stupid because I think I'm clear on it. My entire family's mixed. It is a deeply personal issue for me. It doesn't have to be one for Granny at all. But if I came up and said, Granny, how do you feel about this? And she says to me, I'm fine with what she said. I think she has the right to say it. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. I'd be like, okay, fine. I'm off the panel. We're not having this discussion anymore. There is no discussion to be had.
Right.
What else can I say to her? I can't convince Granny that she's, you know, being offensive. You stand for what you stand for. And if you like it, go ahead and like it. Do whatever you want to do. I won't be around myself. I'm
Right.
taking myself out of the equation. That's all.
And
And
it's
that shouldn't be
understandable.
hurtful to anybody. You should just understand, here's my fucking boundary. That's it.
Right. Now,
So,
so I haven't actually seen it. I've heard you ladies read it out. Where can people actually see it? Because I just looked on Jones's and I don't see it there either.
okay, go to the one that is at Savage. You see where it says at Savage Live Media? It was
Yeah.
like that
And
one.
and that's
Click
the other
see
thing.
more.
I do see people saying like, "Oh, because Savage likes Clue, she's a racist." Savage has always stood against racism. Queen has always stood against
Mhm.
racism. Give people a damn chance to acknowledge or even see it because some of us didn't see it. You know what I mean? Hey, OG. All right, so go
Yeah,
over
Ella,
there.
I don't think that Dawn Wells saying that word is cute either. Now, now, d- are Dawn Wells and I personal friends? No, no. Does that have anything to do with him being a creator on YouTube representing the voices of missing children? No, it doesn't. He's not a figure out here on here where I can go in and support his behaviors. No, he's the father of a missing kid, clearly with some alcohol and drug issues,
Right.
saying all the crazy things in the universe that he shouldn't be saying. They're despicable and disgusting.
And to be
Those are two
fair,
totally different things.
when Savage responded, that was to the homophobic word that was used. It wasn't
Yeah.
to the no racism thing has not really been out long. I think people are mixing the two or like, oh well, if you didn't take a heavy stance on that, then surely you're okay with this. And I don't think that's fair to say either. Give people a chance.
Hmm. Yeah. Abe,
Thank you, Beverly.
I
Being
can't
offensive is
believe
about using an air of superiority and sweeping generalization. Yeah. Do you think it crosses into willful
it.
ignorance? I do think I don't think it's willful. This is what I think it is. I think there's two things. I think one of the issues was who pointed it out, right?
Yeah.
People that didn't like Joneson, they're not going to care for what Joneson had to say, and then it almost becomes a thing because it came from Joneson. It's not going to be acknowledged. Um,
Right.
it's like one of those like it's petty is what it is. It's a petty response. But now that this, which is much bigger, in my opinion, and people may disagree, has surfaced, and now it lays a pattern, a foundation. I think others, give them a chance to see how they feel, and if they, and like I said, it doesn't mean you can't go in it. For me, I know Jason, you felt strongly differently, but for me, I don't care if you still go into chat. I don't care if you still but each their own. I know Jason, you were like, no, if that's where you go, don't come near
Mhm.
me, and I get that. I get that for you.
Yeah. I mean, somebody said, but I still support Don Wells. I support the fact that he shouldn't be tortured and accused of murder of his child. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I support that. Do I think because Clue said the words that she said, she should be doxxed, harassed, harmed in any way? No, I don't. Like, I don't know what community we're in sometimes where and
I
I'm not, I
I was
don't
just
want
about
to
to say
be,
that.
I
I
don't want
think
to be super rude and insulting, but where are the critical thinking skills here? I've got a personal boundary. Just me, myself, on my own channel. I do. I don't want people who subscribe to me and claim to like me, and we sit on the porch and we chit chat and we talk and do all the things to feel as though if they say, I'm good with what she said, that you're also good with me because we're in two totally different worlds. We don't have anything in common. We don't.
but
Maybe we like true crime. That's about it. You know, as far as living out here in life with my black husband, who you think it's cool to call a monkey to get sent back on a boat, and then you want to smile and be like, "No, I like you, But I also like the lady who wants your husband to go on a boat. Get the fuck out of here. We're not, just don't come in my chat. It's okay. I'm not going to go find you and be like, oh, chatter user number 794. You are a fucking racist. No, I'm just not going to talk to you. I'm just not going to see you again. That's all. That's all. It's not a big deal.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hey, we.
Um,
I don't,
I have a couple of questions, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, we has questions. God help us all."
questions are fine.
This isn't the first time this stuff has cropped up in this community, by any stretch of the imagination. And I think a lot of it currently is fueled by some people's already their prior dislike of that person or their
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
because they'll happily hang with a few other people in this community who've used all of the words, all of it. If you're going to be about it, be about it. So if you're cool with it and you want to hang with those people, you know, I don't know if any of you have ever come across Benny Keys, but he has said a whole lot of things to a whole lot of groups. And a lot of people have been fine with hanging with him, but suddenly,
I was very cool with Benny for about,
yeah.
I don't know, almost a year.
hmm
And then when I wasn't, I didn't say a word. I just kind of walked away from everything. I was then tortured, you know. All of my live streams were taken and reviewed. I was called a pink lady, a white woman, this, that, and the thing. I saw very quickly when things changed from I'm trying to provide information and education and do what I can here to what always happens in these cases when there's nothing left to talk about, the drama, when the drama started and you aren't on board with it and you're not around, you're seen to be somebody who's against you rather than just somebody who's like, I'm not fucking with that. And that's exactly what happened to me. And I walked away. I said it last night on my stream. I said I took down 95% of my content because two people were reviewing my streams. That's what I was referring to. They weren't reviewing them to be kind. They were reviewing them to try to pick out anything that they could to harm me in some way.
Right, but
It was a very bad situation.
yeah, I agree with part of that. That yes, of course, when people are reviewing, they're not reviewing for the goodness of your health. They're just not. We know this. It's a whole thing. We all take part in it in some way. Um, but I just don't. I think part of the confusion is maybe that there's a slight disconnect with um, prior associates and then current
Hmm.
um,
Maybe.
outrage, or for
Maybe.
me at least.
I've always been outraged by racism, me personally. So if there's been a time that I was supporting a creator who was out here calling black people monkeys or saying that Jews are whatever filthy thing those people were saying in there, um, calling people SPICs and all the things where I was actively supporting them, then I mean, I guess sure, call me out on it.
Okay
But
then.
I know,
Okay then. Because if you go back and listen to the channel that Benny has up still, his initial channel, one of the 9 million channels. If you ask me to provide you timestamps, I'm not going to do that because it has been so
I'll go
prolific.
listen.
And it's been multiple groups. It's like choose your group for the hate for the day. That would be possibly the best way to explain that. And I'm not saying here by any stretch of the imagination that racism is somehow acceptable and all the other things are not. No, no,
Yeah.
my line is pretty simple. Just don't do it. Or at least if you're going to be about it, say it, own it, so that people know where they stand. But this sort of weird back and forth, like, oh, I'm okay, I'll fuck with you, but I'll not hang with this other person, that's weird. And it confuses people. It does.
I, hello everybody. Sorry, I hope you can hear me.
We
Yes,
can
we
hear
Or
you.
can
maybe.
hear you.
Good morning,
Okay,
Trisha.
perfect. Morning, everyone, and thank you for letting me join. I just wanted to reel it just back a bit. I don't want to miss your point, but I just wanted to give um, my perspective, I guess, because I guess like many people, I joined YouTube in 2020 when we were all stuck inside and found a lot of different creators. Now, some of these creators have taught me different things, and one of the things is that we're very complex people, and where I would normally just cancel someone, I don't want to listen to them. I don't want to. If they've said something that will offend me, I would literally just cancel them, not go back there. Everyone on this panel has been somebody that I've wanted to cancel at one time or the other because of things that I deem doesn't fit with my thing. But then also, once somebody knows and they show growth and they show change, then I have to be open to that because otherwise, none of these racism, homophobia, discrimination against people with disabilities, none of it will change if we all remain closed. So, what I'm trying to say, I guess, in response to you, is that we have to allow people to change and grow. So how Chasing was in 2020 isn't how she is in 2024. How I was in 2020 isn't how I was in 2024. I,
That's
as a black
unfortunate.
person,
That's unfortunate. It was
yeah,
only 24 years ago. Like, you know, it wasn't like 30 years ago. Come on now. We're all of the same age group. Let's
no,
not
but what
mess
I'm saying
about.
is, in 4 years, if nobody's learnt nothing in those 4 years, especially if many people are mothers and encounter lots of different things through their children, what I'm trying to say is, I was somebody who would cancel people as a black person. I was someone who would cancel people. What I'm saying is, through watching different channels and seeing behaviours that I don't necessarily like that you sit with her and that person has said something offensive to me. I've had to give some grace. And I give grace because I recognize that people are complex human beings and they only learn either through experience or their own determination to be educated. So racism is always going to be a hot topic. And I do think that only a few people can really speak quite eloquently to it. And so I am pleased that people are calling out this overt racism that we're seeing, but there has been so much casual racism on these streets. What I think is being conflated here, that somebody said earlier, is the fact that people's personal vendettas or wars, the inter-creator drama, is being mixed up with racism. So then the racism of somebody gets completely missed. And so people are more interested in, oh, but you don't like that person, and so you're just saying this because X, Y, and Z. Yeah, I don't
Wait,
like that person, but I'm also saying it because of X, Y, and Z.
wait, OG
Right.
London, do you have headphones in? Because they're crackling.
Oh, okay. So let me take them off. Let me go on mute. One sec.
Yeah, if you could please, thank you. Um, so I couldn't hear much of that. I went to the bathroom and there was a lot of crackling coming through the phone. But I
You
think
left us, Granny.
I
You went
did, I
away to the
did.
bathroom. Oh my
I
goodness.
had to. I had to.
That's disgraceful.
Um,
I think maybe we could be, I think, and I don't want to speak for we, but are you talking about Benny using the slang word?
More than just the slang word, he's used an awful lot of words that would cover a broad range of protected groups. Like if we want to get real, the list is pretty epic. And I
Because
understand that
I
for
missed
Benny,
that.
he
What does
does
he
it
say?
to be offensive at times. That's his thing. That's great. For him, that's wonderful. But if you're going to hang with it then and then have a
sorry.
problem now, I think that's why it's sort of hard to.
Well, I think it's pretty clear for me. I have heard Benny say some pretty offensive things for sure. I've also seen him using the slang. He uses it, in everyday terminology, just like Claire is asking in the chat, what slang word? The same one you hear in rap videos, the same one you hear in songs all the time. That's the word I'm talking about, Claire. Um, I don't know if those are the words that you're talking about. I don't know at what point when I was friendly with him or not. And there was a point in time too for me that I wasn't comfortable calling any of this out. I was seeing what was happening to people with CPS and being doxxed and being tortured. And I was very nervous to call any of it out because I wasn't sure what might happen next. Uh, then after I was doxxed, I was like, well, fuck it. You know,
Right.
fuck it.
It,
As soon as
it's
I knew, oh, they
unfortunate.
have my address, it was like, well, here we go. It's a
That
party.
that's it exactly. I think that's where maybe my element of grace comes in. Of the I can understand whenever people are frightened in some way, that they
Sure.
don't want to have to handle the nonsense that's going to come with their opinion. To be able,
Yeah.
it's hard, it's
Well,
difficult,
It's
but
very
if you're
and
going to
difficult.
stand up for it, stand up. If you're not, then
Well,
don't.
Well, and that was part of
I
my
agree.
problem is that, there were many comments like, "Oh, and if you don't speak up, then you have no morals, you have no integrity." And what's ironic is the creator that was continuously writing that as a moderator in the chat, she never fucking spoke up. So how dare you sit in the chat and try to come at me saying if I don't speak up, I don't have morals and integrity because, and then talk about boundaries. Well, don't shove your boundaries on me. Is my thing too. So I know there are others out there that likely felt the way I felt, which is none of you are going to tell me when I should or shouldn't speak, and I'll speak on my own time because my
I
my
agree.
my stance in this community and what I've stood for should be enough. That I shouldn't be
Well,
told that I need to speak and I need to speak now or I'm part of the problem. That's where I got offended.
um, and again, for me, yesterday felt like an eternity, and it was
It
probably
actually
a
wasn't
few
yesterday's stream,
hours.
Jason. It wasn't your stream, to be honest. It was somebody else's.
Well, yeah, I don't know who it was or how they felt, but for me, it felt like a year had passed. I'm like, wait a minute, why? What? Here, babe. Sorry, I had to bring my
Right.
daughter some water. Um, and like we saying, if you're gonna stand on it, stand on it. And you know, I I had to say something. I felt compelled to say something.
And I
Uh,
get that.
and I'm sure there have been many times in the past where I should have and didn't say anything. And hopefully I can change that going forward. If I think the offense is egregious and I know that we share subscribers, then I need to speak on it, right? Uh,
And that's all we
I
can do
didn't
is
I
try.
didn't dislike Illuminati before. I mean, when the F word came up, I was like, oh, gross. But I wasn't happy about that. But at the same time, I wasn't as shocked as I was with the things that were written in that chat. Those really shocked the shit out of me. Like, what? This is more than I thought. I
Right.
didn't think that she would say those things.
And I think that's how many of us felt because we kind of all heard at different intervals. So we were being judged off our initial response to one thing and automatically lumped in as being okay with everything. And that just wasn't how it was.
Yeah, and I'm
I
definitely
think
not telling anybody what to do. I'm only making my own personal boundaries. That's
Right.
all.
No,
And
but
I
I
think
have seen
that's
others.
acceptable.
It is absolutely, but I have seen others try to, make others speak and show their boundaries type of thing, and that's where it was like, you know what I mean? It was more of a defensive response to it.
I'm changing my headphones out. These ones are dying, so I might lose you for 1 second, but I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey,
I
Gypsy and
think the
Wishful.
I think the point is once you've seen it and you know better, you just do better, right?
Hmm.
So that's what I was saying about evolution of people. So we're not the same people we were in 2020. When all the race riots and the race awareness happened, there was a good chance for education. This overt racism being called out is a good thing. And now that we know it's happened, people are just expressing their personal boundaries. I think that you guys do great as content creators, because it's a really, really tough job. You have a lot of people judging you. You have a lot of people trying to cause interference and division. And I
Am I
think,
better? I'm sorry.
Yes, you are better.
Oh, good, good. Okay, I'm gonna go mute again. I'm sorry.
and so I think for me, it's just when you know better, you do better. Just a general statement about life. There's loads of things that I don't know, but once I know them, I try and do better, just as a human being trying to exist in
Right.
this world.
Yeah, I mean, that's a given for sure. I agree. Hello, Gypsy. Was that, and that was you, London, right? Speaking?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just listening.
Okay. Hey,
It's hard.
Wishful.
Yeah, I know. It's a very, thank you for having me up. It's a very tough subject in general. It's just touchy in general, everybody, it's hard with people's feelings. I mean, you know, see, I'm Gen X. So I'm like, all right. And I got 3 kids, and all different races and all different, situations and sexualities. So the thing is, I understand that F word is offensive. I do. I understand it's offensive to some. I mean, me personally, I've been with both genders, not that matters. And I've been married. Have kids, and I've used it personally, like in the here, like as like you're a baby, like whatever. I'm also 45 years old. Is it appropriate? No. Do I use it in my everyday life? No. I think it's offensive. Yes, it can be, especially on a public platform. I think it's not right. Um, as far as like even myself, I'm Portuguese. I've been called a Portuguese. I mean, even I'm over on the East Coast. It's a little bit more liberal. It's different. I've gone to more the southern areas. I've been called a Yank.
Be careful
I,
what you say because they'll report
oh, I'm
you.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And I'll
I've
get
been
it.
called. I've
Yeah.
been called the Yankees. The
Yeah.
baseball team. Stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I'm sure you've been called lots of names. I think
Of
many of
and
us
it,
have
it
been.
is weird. It is weird, but it's like your environment doesn't see it that way. Does that make sense? Like that particular environment doesn't necessarily view it
Mhm.
in that way. But I was taken back personally because I was like, wow, that's weird, because that's not a thing like where I am. Do you know what I mean? And
Right.
even with different, people that are in groups, it's very diverse. I hear that all the time when I say the N word. I've a million times, especially amongst like my friends and stuff. And I think that it was more my generation though, younger. Does that make sense? When I was a kid, like young, like as a
Right.
teen, that context is used still among. I don't use it. I mean, you evolve. I mean, I have kids too, so I don't necessarily wouldn't use certain language in front of my kids,
Mhm.
and or people around me. But as all adults, like we've all gone out, and there's a bunch of different. It's like a melting pot of people. That's not abnormal, but there's a difference. Obviously, I see this is where I'm gonna. I know I don't want to offend anyone. Please know, I'm not defending that, and I know it's going to come up, and I do agree that the W privilege thing is a thing. I do. Please, I
Mhm.
know that. And I feel like, but in my environment, they'll be like, oh, they'll say it to me, and I'm far from that. You know what I mean? And it's so hard. I think that the problem is this is a platform where you're supposed to be. It's almost set an example. Would you use that in the workforce, or would you, like, if you're in the office, or if you're in the middle of a school function and you're volunteering, or like, I think that unfortunately some friends, that people hang around, they're comfortable with each other, so then they're not offended. Does that make
Yeah.
sense? And
You
then
need
it
better friends
slips.
if that's the case, because
I meant their own friends, like that. If you've known each other for a long time, that can be like that amongst each other that you've known since a kid.
Yeah,
You
races
know,
are usually comfortable with each other, to be honest, for sure. I agree with
yep.
that.
Which word are you talking about exactly, Gypsy? Are you talking about that you hear, you're from up north and you hear the slang word?
I'm on
where
the East
people are-
Coast. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So
I'm
you
in
hear
a
the
very
word a lot.
liberal. I'm a very liberal state.
Yeah. And are you talking about the slang or are you talking about racist people?
No, I'm
trying to
just saying
understand.
a slang of that word is
Mm-hmm.
thrown around often amongst like people be like, oh, what's up? Blah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's like a normal, like friendly
Yes.
thing.
It is
Same.
very, very, very common and very
Yeah.
normal to
Yeah.
use the word that you hear in most rap songs. It's a
Yeah.
normal word. It is a term that was taken and
Yeah.
flipped for your own use so that you take the power away from the hurtful word.
I agree with you.
So for her to be saying that, she's not saying that she hears people saying the N word hard ER and she's cool with that.
Yeah.
She's saying where I'm at, this is used as a term between people. I'm from Boston. It's a
Okay.
very
So you
normal,
know.
regular word.
It really
Very
is.
normal.
Thank you. Okay.
But that's
Yeah,
not the
it's
word
not.
we're speaking about, though. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, it's totally different, but I
I'm
understand.
saying the same
Well-
thing. But where I'm from, I'm in Philadelphia, and they use that commonly here. But
Yeah.
I am not
Yes.
going to them and say, "Hey, yo, listen, I don't like this," so I'm going to say, "Yo, stop saying it," because I ain't trying to be a church chalk line or statistic. Thank you, no, thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, and I
gosh.
totally. So I'm from Philly too. Wishful thinking. You're my neighbor, but and I understand what everybody's saying, and I even had a conversation right before I went live with one of my moderators where we're like, where the community
No.
that we were in, it was like nasty shit was said all the time, but that's where this is merging, and that's why Chasing, you're saying like I'm trying to figure out what community I'm even in right now because we would never accept this, and it does seem as being accepted. And I do know that collectively as a whole, this community, this sector would stand against these things. I just also feel like
I think
instead of
people are a little lost right now that
yeah,
there are two different words.
no, Snowflow Mama,
And
that
no,
GA at the
people,
end, like what's up, my blank, that is said a lot in Philly, like everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm using. I mean, I said both of them. Like I use.
Yeah, the ER is used more than the A.
Correct.
So
It's used a lot too. Yeah.
Correct.
a lot out here. And I
yeah,
mean,
it's not racism when you are talking to your friend. I think people are very
That's where it
confused.
gets.
Like,
Yeah.
oh, is it okay? Because
know.
it's not on YouTube. They're totally different words. One's not used in a racist way. It's not racist at all.
No.
It's a term of endearment. It's like my boy, my friend, my buddy,
Like you're my
pal.
person.
You're
Right.
my
Yeah.
I know
friend.
that.
It's very
The
different. If you don't
It's like you're my
understand it,
family.
then
Like you're my family. Even though we're that like we're like blood.
look at the
hard
word.
R is racist. I'm sorry, somebody's microphone is horrible.
Sorry, that probably is mine or
It
Horrible.
is. It is. I just realized it is yours. That's like it's just a lot of muffling movement.
Well,
I-
Allison, because you're not allowed to say that. Okay.
like I said, in my neighborhood they use it a lot. And yeah, it's very, it's common. But like I said, it's also what the word means. It means ignorant person. As an African American person, I was taught that by grandparent, great grandparent. My great grandmother is still alive and still tells me this. Okay, yeah, it means ignorant person. That's what that word means. No matter how you use it, if you use it as a common thing to each other or as derogatory, it means ignorant person.
Okay,
If
but that is not what we're up here. I don't. I'm not trying to be rude. We are watering this down and taking what people who
Right.
are called the hard ER. We're taking what they now use as a term that's good, fine, okay, and
no,
trying to justification. There is
Well,
none.
wishful
Let's just
thinking
stop
is
for a second.
wishful thinking is a black woman. She's speaking from her community, from her relative.
just letting you know I'm black.
Right.
Black and Japanese. Okay? I am two mixture
Okay.
of black and Japanese.
That's
I
what I'm
am
saying. You're speaking from your experience and your culture and your family and all of that. You're saying that you don't have to have your cam on by any means. Nope, not at all.
For those
I'm trying to
that are
hear what she's
confused
saying.
in the
Yeah, it's
chat,
hard.
I think you have to remember that this is why these
Black, as you can see.
And beautiful.
Thank you.
gorgeous.
I am black.
I think you
Constantly.
have to remember that these conversations are difficult. So yes, there's going to be people at different levels of their commonality to where you particularly are or where you feel you are. But if we don't have the conversation, then we're not. This is none of this is going to improve because I don't know about the rest of you, but just canceling people. That's kind of how we all get shut down. If you want to cancel people, then you have achieved nothing, really. What are you doing there? If
I
you're
best thing we can do is educate each other. I mean, if you educate people, that's the best you can do. I mean, at the end of the day, it's up to the person and up to the people. You can sit there and say, okay, I'm not gonna fuck with you because you're saying this word. But at the end of the day, it's up to the people. Whatever they want to hear, what they want to say, or what they're gonna see. Okay, I mean, I don't condone that word. I don't at all. I don't care if you saying it as a friendship thing or as a derogatory. No, don't like
I
it.
agree
Don't.
with you. That's what I was getting at with this is that it's so common in certain communities or friendships and things that it's flooding often, and then it's not the person who's saying it doesn't necessarily see it as an insult. That makes sense. Like doesn't see it as offensive or racist. And I agree with you 100% with that.
Yeah, listen, I do not agree with that word. I don't agree with what she said. That shit is hurtful and very painful for those who have went through struggle to get to where we're at now. Okay, and we still going through struggles. But I'm not gonna sit and counsel everybody because everybody said it because I'm no better than nobody else. For the grace of God, there goes I. Pretty much, I can't. Only thing I can do is learn from it.
I
You
agree.
know,
I unfortunately I think the slang word became normalized, you know, a while back, and I think that that's how it's unfortunately still it's used because it is accepted in some ways from certain people or who you're around and not acceptable for other people, so
Well,
it is hard.
I'll be honest. I think this whole conversation is a waste of breath because she never used that word that I'm aware of, right, Jason? Like
No,
that,
she didn't use that word.
right. So we're like on this whole other tyrant and rant when it wasn't the word, it was the statements that were stated
Right.
about
That's what I
minorities.
was trying to say, but I can't make out everything wishful saying. I can
Yeah.
hear some of what she's saying. It was the statements about starting a GoFundMe and sending them back because that's where they want to be, not having monkeys and that behavior around her kids. And I'm not here to counsel or educate anybody. My stream was about my channel, me, and that's it. If you like what she said, like what she said. If you don't, don't. I'm not here to cancel you, change your mind, convince you. You are who you are, and you like what you like, and you'll stand for what you stand for. And that's it.
Right. Because I also think it gets to a point where, with utmost respect, these panels are redundant. We're all fucking adults. We know what's acceptable. We know what's not. We don't need to continuously, day after day, have educational panels on what somebody chose to say. Either you accept it or you don't. I think it comes down to being
Right.
that, like, finally, you know what I mean?
Well, you say that though, Jess, but apparently we do because apparently some people don't know that or choose to play that they don't know these words are a problem or could be offensive or other people would have a problem with it. And then it's like, oh, I didn't know anybody would be offended by that. Sure, I only said it once on a live.
Hmm.
Great, you've only said it once today. Let's go back. And I think that's part of what's happening with the clue stuff is that it's a prolonged behavior. It's not a one off. And it's
Mm.
why I brought up Benny specifically. Is if you're going to say this stuff and put it out there for a long period of time, you're about that life. Love that for you. Congratulations. But know that everybody else now knows that also. Well done. That's what has been achieved here. It's not about cancelling anybody. I think that has been offered about, like we're being snowflakes. That has also been stated many times, like we're
I
somehow
was
being
told I'm a
precious,
snowflake. I'm a
right?
snowflake for not agreeing with this. And I'm like,
And I'm sorry that
what?
our better standards are offensive to you, just as your words are offensive to us. There you go. Great. We're all happy now. Wonderful. Go about your life and do well for yourself. But don't expect, just because you're cool with saying a whole lot of stuff, that I'm going to be okay with it also. That's the whole point of this platform. We're here to state our opinions.
That's
I
true.
also think that if we really look at the big picture, and I know that what has happened is a whole different story, but look at how we started here, which was smoke coming up here. And now we have this whole snowball effect of all these other things coming out. So in some way, he did a good thing, that it led from one thing to T Rev to, well, I don't want to use their names, but
Mm,
Rev, and now we're going to now Julia, and it really has in the last week snowballed. So I think that while yes, that has to be addressed, I think that it's not. I don't want to say it's a distraction. I don't mean it like that. It's just that. But look how this all came out, and look what's happening with the Sebastian case and all the players involved and all the creators
yeah, it's a
involved,
mess. It's a whole
right?
entire mess.
Because this is
But
how we got here.
well, true, yeah. But also too, the Sebastian case isn't about this, and this isn't about that, right? Because
Oh no,
Clue
I
did some
agree.
good things, right? She
Oh
did
yeah,
the billboards, and that's great. But that doesn't mean that you can't call this out. And I think a lot of people, that was happening with Trevor Lee. I was one of those people too who was saying, yeah, Trevor probably shouldn't have interviewed that lady, but at the same time, he's done so much good that I'm okay with him interviewing that lady. That's a little different. That's not racism. It's that
yeah.
he
I
had an
wasn't.
interview with somebody.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nina. When he interviewed Nina and the whole leaked phone call, I agree
Right.
with that. I wasn't. I meant in general. I think that like that. Clue as a creator is
Mm-hmm.
a
Mm-hmm.
huge situation. Yes, but I think there's a much bigger, because think about it. We're discussing her, which yes needs to be discussed or has been discussed. It I didn't see everything. I'm gonna be honest with you, so I don't. I only speaking from experience, but what I do see is a much bigger thing happening behind the scenes. Like, look, we forgot about Rev
Mm-hmm.
altogether, and look what just happened. And he's now, kind of almost dismissed for being part of probably, on this case as well, obviously intertwined with Michaela. I think that this is all much bigger, especially with someone, having threats on their family and evidence and, you know, Julia and what is her part. I think that this is in Terry Lynn. I think that that's a very big, big, big thing that everybody should be comparing notes and really looking into, because I have no doubt everything's intertwined
Well,
and there's distractions everywhere.
Which
on
is what
that,
this stream was meant to spiral
yeah,
into, kind of go
on,
into.
on that subject though, I had tried to encourage people to compare notes. I had offered myself as a person who's not monetized, who doesn't have literal skin in anybody's game, who could just collate the information and give it back to the creators who had shared their information. And do you know how many people shared their stuff?
Yeah.
Zero. In fact, there was a whole lot of people going, "Oh no, I'm a lone wolf. I'll go it alone. I'll keep my stuff to myself." There was a whole lot of that was happening. So whenever people want to know in a couple of years' time why we never got to the bottom of this, just like we've heard with the Summer Wells case and the billboards and the chase stuff and who was taking money, who wasn't,
Mm-hmm.
this is why that happened. This is why I'm so passionate about it, because
Yep.
whenever that shit sticks to you and it doesn't leave. So people might think they have brushed it off for now. It will come back,
Mm-mm.
and there
Not
will
in
be
this
nothing you can
place.
do about it.
Yep.
Agree. I 100% agree.
And the thing, people are like, can we get back to Sebastian? Can we get back to what?
Right.
We know the exact times that we believe we know. We went to bed at this time. She heard a sound at this time. She got up at this time. He wasn't there. What I don't know what people want to dissect in Sebastian's case anymore. He was lost in his own case the minute people chose Chris or Seth. He was lost. So what are people discussing other than drama against each other? I haven't seen much other than that.
Yeah. There wasn't
Well,
much
yeah,
other than that.
I think that if the discussing Julia, and I have watched a couple of the lives and that very long one, and trying to compare some notes with Terry Lynn. My question is, as a consensus. Now, I've done my own research on her, so I haven't heard anything really of what I found. So I'm just curious, like, what I know is the consensus that she is not a dog handler, or that she's in the military or not in the military, or what does everybody think?
I don't know, but I don't think we're quite there yet, because there are still some comments that are going that I want to address
Yeah.
really quickly. Like
Sorry.
KDB. No, you're fine. I appreciate you helping trying to move it along, because I would like to at some point. But like KDB says, so then why did everyone ouch to get MGL canceled because their action words? Why do it for one and not another creator whose words or actions are worse? I haven't seen one creator stand up and say they're okay with it. I think a lot of chatters and even some of us creators are jumping the gun and expecting responses or outrage or their stance on it without giving people a chance to see everything and give their stance on it.
I did that for sure. I did.
Yeah. I think there's a bit of and it's
But
because
also, I don't think
it's
useful to use whataboutism. What about that
No.
creator, or what about that creator? That's not the point. It's like when you find something, you do something about the thing that you found. And maybe people didn't call out Molly, maybe they did. But the point is, it's about what's happening. It's about what's happening now, surely. And people have stood up and some people haven't. And that's both things can exist in the same space.
Right. Rescue Life 8.
Where can I find that? If I may ask, where can I find it?
Here, I'll drop it in the back chat for you.
And also just about speaking out, because I'm in my guilty pleasure is like the Real Housewives and those kind of trashy TV shows. So I'm in that sector and the black tea sector. And I would think that the fear of the doxing that goes on in that sector is so terrible compared to what is going on in this sector. And when I mean that people get cancelled and raged on for speaking out, people really haven't seen anything. I think the worst I've seen it is when Chasing You had two people come for you and accuse you of awful stuff. That got close to what I've experienced in other sectors. So I get that when you speak out, what people, these, some of us are normal, some of us might have mental health issues. I have mental health issues, but the way that some subscribers and trolls treat creators and other subscribers is awful. And so maybe people don't want to speak out for fear of that, and that should be accepted as well. I feel personally, having seen people's lives get absolutely ruined by people coming after them.
Yeah, and it can be very hard in this community. You just don't. There are only a few that I feel like are really super toxic and who will do these things. Some will do them behind the scenes, and you just don't know who's doing what. So you have to be careful with the words that you use. But sometimes there are things that just hit you in a way that you have to say something, knowing there might be a big ass backlash. And that's how I felt about it. I'm not saying everybody else has to feel how I feel. It's just how I felt about it in the moment. So I said something.
Right.
And I personally really appreciate you doing that personally, because for me, it was overt racism that we're reacting to, and I think it creates this conversation. It allows people to, maybe if they want to be a bit more educated on this subject, to go and do a bit of digging, to go and do a bit of Googling, to go and, somewhere else on the internet and really dive into why people might be offended by this and why people make a stance. They don't necessarily need to go into creator wars just because somebody's spoken out about something.
Right.
And I'm not saying you're going into creator wars, but what I've seen is this was getting conflated with so and so doesn't like that creator, and the point of the offensive thing that someone said was getting missed.
Yeah, I think that was taken away from as soon as people tried to make it about something else. And I think that's what happened. Just on a very small, minor level, there are people who only want to talk about a couple of creators on here, and they're focused solely on those creators, and they're deflecting from what I was trying to talk about yesterday. But using me as the example, well, if you're against this, how can you be okay with that? And it's only because there's two creators who dislike each other. So that people in comments are trying to make it about those two people. And it's not. Neither one of them were mentioned. Neither one of them were talked about. Why is it about you? It isn't.
Well, that
Why are
person
you
always
talking
makes
about it?
everything about that person, so that's the way that person is. But I also feel like the whole, like, if you call out creators, you need to call out this one. Well, how many times have we had people come in our chat and say to us, like, oh, well, so and so said this, so go call them out. And it's like, well, you go call them out then. You know what I mean? Like, we're not, just because we call out somebody doesn't mean we're obligated to call out everybody.
Right. Well, there's Doxxing. She says, but you were on Laura's panel. Yes. I had a live stream. Immediately, a thumbnail went up with my name all over it, attempting to make it about Queen Bee.
Yeah.
So I could have sat in the chat and tried to explain it, but no, that it just takes too damn long.
Welcome, Rescue Life.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You've been very patient.
No, well, the thing is I'm not. I apologize, guys, because I actually happened to be getting a birthday present for my mother, and I'm standing in a mall, and I have never done this StreamYard thing before, so I apologize for booting myself. But I kind of had a question for you guys, because you guys are respected creators, and I don't understand. I guess I'm just not grasping what happened with the whole Julia situation. In the fact that everybody jumped on her, and I know Julia, like in rescue, like in the rescue world, that's kind of what we do. And I was a little surprised, because I'm surprised that nobody realizes there's so many different facets to rescue. So I'm not really sure what they were questioning, because it seemed like Julia was really answering questions. Like,
No, I think you've
My only
missed a
issue
whole
with
lot of.
Julia,
Well,
she was in
there
that
was,
chat too, by the way, being
yeah,
a little racist, supporting the whole
and
situation. So.
since
yeah, see,
Julia,
that's what I didn't hear that part. That's what I'm saying, you guys. Like, I don't know anything about that. I just know that, like, I really like certain creators, and Granny, obviously you're one, but I think that's partially because you're in Jersey, and I like listening to what you guys are saying. But it's like some of the creators do such good, and some do such harm, and I kind of was like, does anybody realize, like, in
Did she go out or did I?
no, I think she did.
Okay.
There's no music.
Okay.
Music. The gods have answered.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues when it comes to Julia, that's for sure.
Okay, I think it was me, guys. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It went to sleep is what it did. I didn't realize you have to turn off the display thingy on your phone. What I was saying is, like, there's different facets to rescue, and when I'm not talking about like EMS or fire or police, I'm talking about like just in general. And there was like one point which I was listening to, because this has happened to like even people in my rescue, where we actually will get a phone call from somebody and they'll be like, hey, can you come out and do XYZ? Because somebody might be really strong in something. And I kind of like was listening to Julia say that. And I know there was like other things. I'm not defending anything,
But this isn't about rescuing dogs or any
no,
animal.
but the thing is that what she does is part of that rescue world. And like when we
Do you
go
mean
in,
rescue like searching for people? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm saying just rescue can really go down. Like when I started originally, I started rescuing animals and I wound up rescuing people. And so you can actually be part of, rescue with a dog that's rescuing and looking for people or other dogs. But
Well,
like
of course.
right. And that what I was trying to say was like, I think that the credentials got mixed up because I think they mashed being with military police and being with the sheriff's department and being in rescue all together, when in fact, if somebody listened to like what she was saying she got called in by, as you said it yesterday, the Navy Cajun or the Cajun Navy. And like that was a whole debacle when they were down there.
Right.
So there was like one group pretending they were the Cajun Navy, and then there was one that wasn't the Cajun Navy. Like
It wasn't the same organization. They're both Cajun Navy. They're
right,
just separate organizations.
right.
But the thing
Ex-
with Julia is there's never ever been any proof that she was even in Tennessee.
Well, here's the thing,
Nobody's
though.
questioning her military credentials, but she certainly doesn't have a purple star, as that fake email written said.
Well, see, I don't know anything about that, but I will say that in rescue, and this is
Oh,
why
Lord.
I actually called in to say it. When we're rescuing, we don't do pictures of where we are. Usually, that gets like uploaded like later on. You won't tag a location unless you're a group that's like making money. And if you look into rescues, you'll see this. Like Julia, if you look into her, she's a 501c3. So everybody was, yelling about did she take money? She didn't take money. She got called in by somebody to like come in, which
I
happens
mean,
a
she came
lot.
in 3 months late. They called her in 1 month, and she came in supposedly 3 months later.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't hear any of that. Like, I didn't see any proof of that to say, okay, this is what I see. But
Right.
there have been times where they call in handlers, and like most of the stuff they were talking about, or rather Julia was talking about, is fact on how things are done. Some things
But
are
she
done like a
wasn't
hot
called
mess.
in. She
I'm not
wasn't called in. Full stop.
right,
End of that
and
discussion.
I'm not doubting Julia's credentials. I'm doubting her intentions. I don't
I
think
see, and
any of
that's
her
just it, though.
intentions were pure.
That's what I'm saying, Granny. If you look at her stuff, she's not monetized, and she's been out there a long time. Like you can
She
see,
hasn't
she's
been
even
on
a
YouTube a long time.
yeah. But as a 501c3, there's a lot of them that aren't, and she's a rescue too. So she must take in dogs that are issues. Like maybe she takes in Malinois, or maybe she works with shepherds.
Or maybe she
So
doesn't take in any of them anymore and doesn't actually run her rescue. You know what I mean?
she might, right, it might just be a rescue that's just there. So when people are offering you like, hey, can I give you money, a lot of people that are in rescue for rescue, no matter what kind of rescue it is, will say either send it to the group that they came in with, or they'll be like, hey, we have a wish list, let's say, for a 501, and then the stuff will come in, they'll give it to another 501. So
Right.
like I think there was a lot of components there, and because you guys are so well known, like you and Queen, because you guys are out there, like I was just saying, like, hey guys, really check some of this, because she was answering questions, but then she was being baited on things that she wouldn't have been part of, because some of the things that they were
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but I just get the feeling that you've missed a lot here.
No, I was talking about just the one thing, that the conversation they had that was on Queens, because it was like, it was a little surprising. Like
I get
there's
what
so
you're
many,
saying. She
yeah.
was kind of ganged up on there, and she was treated very poorly. I understand that sentiment of it, but I also, for a lot of people, it was like Julia came onto the scenes as this professional, like you just announced. She's 501 and all these things, and she has not displayed 1 ounce of professionalism.
May I say
think,
something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. That's kind of what I wanted to discuss. I really searched her. She has a lot more credentials than I think that we realize. Maybe
I don't think we care If I'm being honest,
Well,
I don't
I
care what
think
her credentials
what
are. I
we
care
don't
what
know
her
is maybe she
intentions
was
are.
put in this situation for a reason.
Yeah, I think that's
Meaning,
kind of what happens. They call
I'm
in
meaning
people, and
to
it's
go to creators and
Uh,
find out what creators are intertwined, and also become friends
I
with
don't.
them.
I think she's
And
just a shifter. I think she's a woman that loves
yeah,
drama.
that's what I was like. That's the thing, though. I think in the beginning, maybe this is what because this has happened. I've like seen this. Like I stay out of this kind of drama when we do rescue stuff. I report back to whoever I'm rescuing for. And the thing is that a lot of times you'll try to find somebody who's got some kind of information, so you know what you're walking into. I don't know when she was called in. I'm not saying that that's fact or fiction. I
Right.
was just saying that as a rescuer, what she came in with was exactly done the way it would have been done, especially if she had been called in under Cajun Navy, because unfortunately, a child missing would be considered a catastrophic event. A
Mhm.
lot of times, MOUs aren't in place, and there aren't bonds for rescuers, and like it can actually be a dangerous situation. But the thing is that you and Queen are so well respected that like I
I get
really
what
wish
you're
that.
saying. You're saying we ruined her credibility when we called
No,
her out.
no, I'm saying
no,
that you guys have a lot of people that I don't know what they call them. I really
That
don't know anything about this.
you've let
Mods or
other
Deserters.
people ruin her credibility. I
That's
think
what I'm
that's what
picking
she's
up.
saying.
I
It's
think
incredibly across
no,
me
like
too.
and the thing, I mean, I do investigations, quote unquote, for animals. Okay, like people that are abusing animals.
Hmm.
The thing is that I think the people you have, I think are they called mods? They come in and they help you guys out or something. Like
The
if
wrench
there's
is in the
people,
chat.
yeah, like I would love to be able to have them like say, hey, do you know about this? And then I'd say, yeah, go to this person because I'm connected in that world to show like where the differentiations are so you can find the facts, because you could be calling her out on something and I 100% agree you should do that. But when you look back at her stuff, a creator or somebody who's trying to make money or wants to gain some kind of fame with you guys would have more friends than 200.
Do you know Julia personally
Wait,
yourself?
No, I know her through rescue because she is like a reputable person you would use for tracking. I do know that. And I did before, before it's taken me quite some time to even want to come on a panel and say, hey, I think you guys, I wish you had more information because yes, you should. You should. I think it's right that you guys are going out there and saying where the dishonesties are, but I don't think she's connected the way everybody thinks she is. Because if you look at her stuff just as a layman, somebody who wants to be famous would have way more followers.
Well,
They'd have
well,
way
she
more
wasn't
everything.
successful. So
when
that's the thing.
when Julia has been asked for some of those answers, she's given multiple different answers at different times, and that's part of the problem there. Has caused a lot of that. That's part of why this is happening.
Oh,
Well,
I,
that's
I
what.
think you've
to s-
missed a lot of that, to be honest.
No,
well,
I
and to
just said
say
what
that a
happened.
person who wants to be famous would have a lot more followers, not if they're not. There's lots of people that would love to be famous and they're not successful.
I
She
think that
did
might be a
grow,
facade.
Yeah, but she's been in it a really long time. Like based off of the
right?
stuff I heard in the beginning, like even movie stuff. I don't
Yeah,
think
she
that's what she
failed.
was looking for. I think,
I don't think that's what it really is.
yeah, I think
Well,
she was maybe
I
looking
think
for.
it's I think it's something to associate her with so she isn't as credible as she is. I think
I don't.
it's
I don't
set
even
that way.
understand.
Yeah, that's the thing with rescue. Like a lot of people who rescue, we don't run around like my stuff. Even you can research me. I think I've had like stuff since 2006, but I don't have like social media because I don't want people in my personal life, and that's because you do get weirdo people that follow you, and you do get stalkers, and it's a
Right,
little
but
creepy.
respectfully, Julia came out here and immediately said after the false dog handler that she was being attacked on the basis that that false dog handler came about, right? And she
Yeah,
literally said she's getting all these nasty comments and whatever, but then she linked her social media. So Julia was inviting people to find her. You may want to stay hidden, but Julia wants to be in the
But
spotlight.
that was intentional.
And she
Be-
found her way in the spotlight.
that is intentional though.
I don't
If
know what
if
you mean
it's
by intentional. I think you're on a
because if
whole
it's what
different
I think
conspiracy.
it looks like from I think that she is yeah, she linked her, the things that she does like the movies, the books, all
No,
of
she
that
never
stuff,
actually linked any of that, but she
but
linked
like
her
led her
Instagram and
to
all
her
that.
social media, which then led it to be able to be found. I think
Mhm.
that it's almost like living a dual life. I think it's put there for a reason because you're concentrating on that, which
No,
is kind of the goal, in my opinion.
I'm not down the hole you're down, so you're gonna have to elaborate. Just I don't know where you're getting at, to be honest.
Before we go down this hole, can somebody send supplies? We need coffee. We need
Sorry,
snacks.
guys. I'm
Oh,
so bad. I'll learn this thing way better if it brings me back on
What?
again. I didn't even know about turning off notifications and things. I'm so
Hold on.
sorry.
That's okay, but your mic's really bad, so come right back up. Okay, let me give her a chance to fix the mic.
Is Julia not just one big distraction?
She may be. I don't know. I don't know. I would love to hear further from the woman that was just up on what she's trying to say. I think she's trying to say Julia was never looking for attention, but that's all I've seen Julia look for since she entered the scene was attention. She was begging Vinnie Politan to get on his show. She was coming on this show, that show, this show. And then what really got me, and a lot of people don't realize, is that bitch sent around my docs and possibly photos of my children to Terry Lynn. And
Right.
people were saying, oh, you guys were really mean to Terry Lynn. With utmost respect, Terry Lynn engaged in that type of conduct with Julie. I have a right to be a little upset that the first doc she received, Terry didn't say, hey, there's no reason to send this to me. I'm not involved in all this, because on the forefront, Terry's telling all of us, I'm here for the child. I'm here for the child. I'm not here for the drama. But behind the scenes, she's collecting doxes. And I know
again,
they were sent to her unwarranted, but after the first one, you make the person aware, hey, with respect, please don't send me these things. I don't need to know these people's names and family members and all that. But she
I
kept it
agree.
Oh my
going.
God, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little
I
upsetting.
agree, but it could be a bait. It
Hi
could be a
again.
bait to
Sorry,
see.
guys.
In my starting this, I think that she's baiting certain people with that
Possibly.
like kind of
Well,
like giving
then she fell
something
for the bait.
to see what she may know, and also an association, and go deeper from there. So then people feel comfortable with her in that environment.
Is somebody sending me people's screenshots of conversation and their doxes? The last thing I am with you is comfortable.
right.
You know what I
That's
mean?
usually the last
Yes, but
conversation
if
I'm having with you at
but
that
if
point. I'm
if
like,
Terry
hi.
Lynn is in a deeper hole, then we know,
Or I
and
have a
more
feeling that's where
involved.
you're at.
And
Yeah,
do you know what I'm trying to say? That
kind
I
of.
think she
No.
sent in for a very specific reason. I do.
Possibly.
But can I
Welcome
just
back,
ask?
Rescue Life.
Hi. Sorry about
Can I
that,
just
guys.
ask?
I think I
Can I
got it
just?
now.
Can I just ask quickly in terms of this doxing? Because I've heard a lot. People have received a lot of that. Julia has been doxing a lot of creators. Do you, as creators, and I'm asking as a subscriber, do you, as creators, as a courtesy, like if Terry Lynn had received that, did she email you and say, "Hey, Jess"?
She should have. When I got Deese's docs, I immediately sent that right to Deets. You should.
Right,
Courtesy.
right.
Which is
Right.
why I was a little upset with her. And somebody left a comment that really insulted me, saying I fed off of Clue's energy. No, I fed off of my own name being on that list. And Terry just nonchalantly scrolling on by like it's no big deal that you just went past my name, Nonsense's name, possibly our family members and, subscribers, Music City Mom. And, and at no point did you think to stop and say, wait a minute, why are you sending me all this fuck shit? I'm here for Sebastian. I'm not here for this. That upset me.
That's crazy. I don't understand why people do that to you. I don't understand what the point to doing that to you guys is. That
Yeah,
just
neither
seems
do
so
I.
strange to me that you would go after somebody's family like that, like scare people for no reason.
Well, when you're saying that Julia is, she's rescuing all these wonderful things. There's over 20 people that she has had this information on. That if at that point you don't question somebody and their reasons for being here, if you are genuinely searching and doing all these wonderful things, why are you being so shady?
I
That's
well,
what
I
I
would
think.
love to. I'd love to see that back stuff. I'll have to go and try to look for it. I usually
Yeah.
don't get into the drama. I just like the conversations you guys have, and I got kind of linked to it for the Sebastian case because I have a son that's autistic.
Okay.
So that's how I kind of like started following it, and then kind of posting like, "Hey guys, maybe if somebody in rescue was doing transport, because we transport through Hendersonville, like if you
Right.
guys saw something, like maybe if you saw it, can you say something? This is what you're looking for." Like we kind of came together like that, and then when she got involved, I was like, wait a minute, she really is like like that. And I don't know any of the backstory, but only from what I heard on that particular thing. I wasn't saying it's all, I'm not saying anybody's wonderful. To be honest with you, anybody that's in rescue, and they'll tell you this, we're all screwed up. Every one of us. And that's a polite way of putting it. We're all there to help in some way, shape, or form. But the thing is, I didn't hear any of the other stuff. And a lot of times, rescue will try to find somebody who knows something to make sure they're not getting like, they're not helping bad people.
Granny, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I think so. That's kind of like, I was like, huh, that didn't really make much sense to me, because they don't know why she'd trash herself if she's not really known anyway. Like, you know, you're known in a rescue world, but you're not always known in public.
Well, I think she tried to make herself very known in public. Was part of the issue, is that she was trying so hard to get popularity off of her, rescue experience, or going down to Tennessee. And instead, and maybe, I don't fault her too much, because she fell down the drama hole of it all. But then we do see that 4 days prior, she's over in this biggest, so she's not new to YouTube. And Lee Bird, I want to address you, because I see you going chat to chat to chat, stirring shit. I gave you a chance after BJ, but when you're sitting over in a chat and you are lying that I was bashing Truth and Clue and demanded Truth show his identity, I have no respect for you. You are one of those subscribers that run around starting trouble.
Yeah, that's silly, because I heard that chat last night. You didn't say any of that. You actually had said, let's not, we're not going to do that. Like,
I literally said I understand why he doesn't want to be on camera, but Lee Bird, just as he is now, calling everybody else drama, yet he's very much drama. You were very much drama when you were the panel guest of that channel. I took a screenshot, sir. I saw you with my in all caps, like you're doing right now, to make sure that Clue and them saw it. You sure did. You sure did. And it was a lie.
People need to stop stirring stuff, because a lot of, honestly, you guys are really good and you do get the information out there. And I think that part is great. I feel bad that all of you got like roped into whatever this is. And I'm not sticking up for, I'm just saying, in case you guys are ever connected to anybody that is doing anything in rescue, I mean, you guys can find me. I'm findable.
But please don't say that, because that's not a good idea.
No, I mean, no.
Your life, please
no.
don't.
The thing is people know me. I can't say that, I kind of try to not, I don't show all the stuff that I do for my own safety. But in that sense, I want people to know, like, if you have a question, if I can answer it, please, I don't have a problem with you reaching out to me. I have no problem.
I have a question for you.
I'm sorry?
I have a question for you, Rescue Life. I think you said earlier that you knew Julia because she's kind of in the dog rescuing circle that you're in.
Well, it's not really like just the circle. It's like I did a little bit of a back check on it because it's on the East Coast.
Okay,
so, like,
okay.
East Coast rescues know East Coast rescues, and like, hey, is this a good person, or are they garbage, or what do you know about them?
Okay.
And, like,
so are you able to reach out to her and maybe like see why she's gone to ground, and maybe see if she can come out and answer some of these creators' questions?
I think she'd actually go on with Granny. I mean, yeah, I absolutely could reach out to her. I don't know her personally, but I have, I've reached out to her. She's responded to me. I can absolutely reach out and say, hey, if Granny's got a list of questions she wants to put together, and give her the opportunity to try to explain or whatever, because she didn't get a chance to explain certain things. And
no, she has had a lot of opportunity to explain. She's been over to Granny's before, and then she went and did some shady stuff in the background after that. I asked you earlier if you'd had any contact with Julia, and you said no.
No, I don't have contact with her. You're asking me like this is the kind of semantics that happened to Julia. No, I don't have contact with Julia. I had sent Julia a message because I felt bad for Julia, and I felt like there was a lot of semantics that went on. Because I do work with vets, it was very upsetting to see that the vet was saying they're having a mental health issue, and it just kept going. And like, I felt bad for her, honestly.
No, I can agree with that. I can agree with that, because I was receiving messages that said was kind of brutal. But at the same time, you can agree that being a so-called or alleged drill sergeant, she's responsible for her mental health, and she could have exit left at any point.
Yeah,
It
see, I
wasn't
didn't know,
until
again, I didn't know any of this stuff until you guys were kind of talking about that part of it. I was only talking about what happened on Queen. I felt
this
bad.
was on Queens, though, because the only time she jumped down was after she knew she was about to be confronted with all of the messy drama she was involved in
Yeah,
behind the
I
scenes.
agree. I agree with you, Granny. I do. 100%
You
I
know,
agree with you. I saw that. I mean, I did see it. I'm not going to say it was wrong. I'm saying that, like, again, I'm sorry. I don't know your name, but I do like listening to you with the woman with the accent. I'm sorry.
right.
Um, the thing is I don't know her personally. People I work with in the world do know her. I did reach out on social media. That's the only contact I have. I mean, I'm more than happy to go keep trying. I told her who I was, so she knew I wasn't a seed, and I was just reaching out because I felt bad for what had happened to her, and I really kind of felt like things had gotten mixed up, and like it was just sad to watch.
So
And
you
that,
felt like the thing and unfortunately, that's because of what Julia has presented. So when
yeah.
Julia is given correct information, there are likely to not be believed because she has given out so much false information.
Yeah, and I understand what you guys are saying. I was
Like,
just
she ruined
saying,
her own reputation, is what it is, and I understand that's insulting to you as an
no,
actual rescue.
no, it's not. It doesn't insult us. The thing is it's just I felt bad for her because it was like she was trying to explain certain things, which
Mhm.
sounds so weird when you're in rescue because, like, even I mean, I don't know if you guys know what an ACO is. So it's an animal control officer. In the states, they don't in our states they don't have control over anything. It's basically whoever's handling that has control over things. So like everybody that was out there and was asking about these certifications and that certification, I got news for you, and you guys can pull this up. We don't have those kind of certifications that really exist in the big wide training world, rescue world, like that. I mean, unless you're EMT or fire or that kind of thing, that's different. But when it comes to rescue, like with dogs involved, unless you have other certifications, there really aren't certifications, which is kind of frightening, which, also kind of goes over to the people that have service dogs. There aren't a lot of certifications. There's just some
Right.
really good groups that can do it. So that's why I was like, wait, she's trying to explain it, but you're not letting her, not you, but this person was not letting her explain it. And I was like, forget about the background stuff. Everything she tried to explain, no wonder that's why I felt bad for her, because I was like, wow, unless you've ever done it, it's very confusing. Because as a rescuer, you're like, I'm going to the cops to fix something, and the cops looking at you like, no, you have to go through this group, and then you have to go through this group, and then we'll handle it. And you're like, wait, what? So
Right. But
that
she
was
Okay,
also
so what
said,
you're saying is it gets very technical. We get that. But do you know Crystal Johnson or
no.
CJ?
No, you could give me more information if you know what they're connected to or rescues. I could find out about them for you.
well, that
Apparently connected
person,
to
yeah.
dogs.
But the other thing is, with Julia, she also says she was deputized. So at that point, she wouldn't need to do all those things, because isn't that the point of becoming deputized? Is so
Well,
you
I
can
think
cut out all
isn't
those
that
middlemen?
Granny, isn't that different though? Like so for example, in New Jersey, we have police officers that run our towns, and then you have the sheriffs that basically are county run. I don't know if that runs the same way in Tennessee. I mean, I could find out from people if that's the case, but I remember something that they did in one of the Sebastian blogs about, or one of the parents saying something about having to go through like the sheriff's department to get help because it gets routed someplace. So
Right.
I don't know if she was deputized under the sheriff's department, which would be different than if it was like in county, like local stuff. So I don't really know. I can't, I'm happy to find out what I can, but I don't know
Well,
really
maybe
how that
that
would
would
work.
help, because maybe I think that's why you're meeting with some frustration from
Just
not
sadness.
just myself, but from a lot of people in the chat, that a lot has happened with Julia. A lot that the thing that you saw, the live that you saw at Queen Bee's, is only the tail end of this discussion. This hasn't came out of nowhere. This has been weeks of months now of chaos
Well, and the other thing
that
is
she is central to.
And every question that, with respect, I think Queen Bee did the best she could, because with
Yeah.
Julie, where you just gave us an easy explanation of something, she'll give a 30-minute mumbling dialogue and you still don't have the answer at the end. So you have to have like real patience dealing with Julia. And that's hard to have when you know what she's been doing behind the scenes to distract from everything, including
Yeah.
Sebastian.
Well, I'm surprised she didn't just come to you and like, man up, basically. Let's just say, because I mean, military people do man up and
Right.
just come to you and say, hey, what questions do you have? I'll come on and do a live one-on-one. Ask me what you want, and I will fill
How-
it in. Because I noticed that one of the things she tried to explain was something about, there was a picture. And Granny, by the way, I saw this last night. You were right. The picture she had posted that she was asked about, when it was asked, I don't think she was paying attention to what she messaged back. So somebody thought she was in front of a Tennessee hospital, which honestly, in rescue, we do not post any place we are until like weeks later, to be
Right.
honest with you.
I believe it.
And so, like,
Is it normal in
she,
rescue to show up to the scene of a missing child months later with your services?
if somebody called you in because they're frustrated, and that's the question,
Right.
who really called her in?
Right, because
right.
that's what's in my description. She said it was Todd Terrell, then she said it was Pascal, then she said it was Seth, and and the list goes on of who she said it was. So at the end of the day, we have not gotten a solid answer from Julia. That's why people are
Because
frustrated
maybe she
and out
does.
of
Maybe she
patience.
doesn't want you to know who sent her in.
Well,
So
I
she's
just
cut
just
off
throwing
the
that
plate
out.
you were sent in. Then it's that simple,
Well, sometimes, like, even in the background, if you go in with under a rescue, like a large organization. So say you went in with the Humane Society, okay? You wouldn't really be able to detail that information. So I don't know why you guys got conflicting information after a case is done or a rescue is done or the event is done. You're then able to talk about it. So I was kind of surprised about some of the things that were kind of put out there, because it's not stuff that can be typically
Yes,
done.
because she's
But
not very
again,
professional.
because that's supposed
right.
to.
But
So
again,
it could
that was
necessarily
what I
not
was
be
like,
true
yeah, and that's just it though. She could
on
I've
purpose.
always heard Cajun Navy. That's what I heard on all the streaming stuff. So that's all I've ever heard was Cajun Navy. I did hear about like the mix up with the handlers. I did hear a little bit. I don't know much about it. I'm not going to say I do. My thing was just based off of her trying to answer things on Queen's thing, and I was kind of like, well, Queen probably could have said, "Here, Julia, here's a list of questions. If you can't answer them, then go the other way." Or even with Granny, I just felt bad because I was like, she was trying to explain, and she did say the picture that was there was not in Tennessee, and I believe she said Philadelphia Hospital, the
Right,
Children's
but
Hospital.
on that
Yeah.
stream in
It's a VA.
particular, the reason that Julia came up with there was to give her experience in a very negative light upon another creator, T-Rev, and start
Hmm.
saying some things. That was the reason
There
that
she
she had
is.
Which would
popped up
be a
there.
reason.
She
There
had
is a reason, though.
refused to answer the questions that were asked to her. And
Correct.
that's why that evolved into that discussion. That is
I thought
why
she went on
people
to.
struggle with her, because she refuses to answer directly very simple questions.
Yeah.
Well, I
Well,
think
Queen is up here. She's answered.
didn't she go on though to say something in defense of Clue? Is that her
No,
name?
she went
Yes.
in to join the drama, in
Um.
Oh,
my opinion.
I
Yeah,
think.
what I
It,
wanted to say was okay, so I'm not sure if you even know me or know anything about me, but I keep open panels, and
This
open
is
panels are
Queen.
very hard. But I will say anybody is welcome to jump up on my panel and say anything they want to. So we were having a discussion. Julia clicked the link and decided to come up on my panel. Now she has reached out to me on X. She could have reached out to me and said, "Hey, I want to come up." She could have said, "Hey, I want to do an interview." She could have at any given time got a hold of me and said, "Hey, I wanted to talk to you. I want to come on your panel." I want anything like that. Nothing like that was said. She jumped up on my panel in the middle of a conversation and inserted herself into that conversation, and went from there.
yeah, no, I agree with you. I've listened to all of them, all of the stuff that you do, because I really like you guys as creators.
Thank you.
And the
Yeah, I
thing
just
that
don't
was
want
my
to. I
thing.
don't want the
I
perception that
respect
I
you
bullied
guys.
her or was mean to her or didn't give her
Oh
any.
no, I
I
don't
gave
think
her
you.
7 hours of my time.
No, I
For a
don't think
question.
any of that happened. I think she was trying, like there were certain things she was trying to say, because I understood all of what was going on. You really did stay out of it. You weren't about the drama. You really weren't. And I listened to the whole live. Nobody can say anybody said anything bad. I think
Well,
she
it
was
was
trying to
frustrating
explain
because
it.
again, she wouldn't answer our questions. I'm like, okay, so is today Wednesday? Well, yesterday was, well, the day before that was Monday, and it was before that was Sunday. And I'm like, just say it's fucking Tuesday, yes or no?
Yeah, I kind of wondered if maybe she had been medicated. Again, I
But
don't
she did say
know.
that came
Right.
on she came in 100 miles a minute, and then at
Yeah.
the end of it, when the Terry Lynn stuff came out, she was her demeanor had changed, but you would know that because you were watching, right?
I'm going to be honest. I didn't hear a lot of that. I saw her, watched her get right off, and then I was kind of like, huh, like that wasn't really what I was
Oh,
looking
girl,
at.
you got to watch the 7 hours prior to that then.
I got to tell you, I think
Oh,
I've
shit.
actually watched multiple stuff on there, and I was like, the word semantics, because that was the message. I'm telling you, I don't know her, and I promise you, I don't know her. I swear on my child's life, I don't know her. I just asked some questions of people that I know, based off of what was on just like friends list, to try to see like, hey, how do you know her? Have you worked with her? People that I respect in the rescue community, and she does have a very extensive background, but I think it all got like mixed up. But again, I don't know anything about doxing. I don't know anything about. I just started seeing that stuff last night, and then I was like, I got to turn this off. My brain hurts.
Maybe
If I
the
may,
rescue maybe the
sorry.
rescue community can resolve some of this, because maybe the rescue community could take over at this point and help
Well,
to fix some of this mess that has been
that's
created.
I
that's what
don't
I
really
wanted
know.
to know. Did anybody that you reached out to, were any of them familiar with her?
Yeah, everybody, because it's the area she's in. She's in the Pennsylvania area, so
As
it's
am
East
I.
Coast.
So who could I reach out
Right.
to that would validate her? You know what I mean? Like, and listen again. I'm not being. I actually don't need an answer to that because I don't.
No,
need
you know what?
to.
Actually,
I don't.
How do I go about like sending you guys my email? You guys can like I said, I don't have a problem answering anybody's questions, and people that
No.
if you get to know me, you'll know I'll answer whatever I can. I'll send you in the right direction. I'll find you like legit people, because I did reach out to Queen to say, hey, Queen, by the way, I did, because I'm one of those weirdos, because I do investigations. I did go back through the person that you were talking about with the I'm trying not to bring up creators' names, but the person who was actually doing a fake phone call and then found more stuff and tried to send it to you in a chat, but in like that chat thing, but then you deleted the chat and was like, oh, she's not even going to see it. But I was like, wow, I have some more stuff for you.
Well,
But
I
I'll
have a
put my-
question for everybody. All you ladies on the panel, and then the chat, you can put a 1 for yes and put a 2 for no. For me personally, I'm not questioning her credentials. I'm not. I believe she is certified in all the things she said. I do doubt the Purple Heart because she is not listed. Other than that, I believe she's credentialed. For me,
Completely?
it is her intentions. Put a 1 if you agree, you believe she's credentialed. Put a 2 if you're questioning her. And how about you ladies?
You want
Hold
us
on.
to? Can you repeat the
Like,
the
are you?
statement you
Is
made there?
anybody
Randy, I
up
wrote
here?
you in the back chat.
Okay. I'm asking if anybody up here is actually questioning her credentials. Like, we all believe she's ex-military or current military, whatever it may be, right? Like, we know that she actually
Well,
has the canine dogs, and
I mean, does she actually have dogs and stuff? Yeah, absolutely. But then
Somebody's
I sent-
sound. Can somebody mute?
I sent.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys. I sent in the back
Somebody
chat for you guys my
needs to know.
email address, and I'm like
Okay.
happy to. I'm happy to have a conversation with anybody. I'll drive wherever you people are and meet you face to face and like show you, like, I've got receipts for what I've done. The thing is like, was just like, you guys are so good. I don't know how you got roped into drama on it, and I feel bad.
it's not
like,
drama though. This
watching it.
lady has come out here and multiply stated different things in the case of a missing child that she claims to be searching for. I'm sorry that comes off as drama to some people, but I take that very personally. And
No,
I
I'm not
think,
talking
to
about
be
the
honest, as somebody
agree with
who's
you.
part of the rescue community, I don't understand how you would not be offended by that.
I was offended by half the stuff I've heard about him because I have an autistic child. I
No,
half the
about
stuff
what
I've heard come
Jules
out of
has
people's
done.
Talking about the
names.
search. This lady is out
Exactly.
here saying she's out here doing all of the things, all of them, all the time, doing the
I would
most.
honestly, I put my email in there. I'd love to have like a real conversation with you. That's not, just like to try to get filled in on things that maybe I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I didn't hear half of the stuff that you're saying. And I love the
Yeah.
stuff you do. So
I'll
I
take
mean, I'm
it down
happy.
a notch too, because I understand what you're trying to say as well, and my frustration is at level 9 million at the moment with some stuff. So I think you also have to understand, with you missing a lot of
Mhm.
this
Yeah.
information, a lot of things have happened that you're not aware of, and
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
why.
hey, that's why I was like, hey, here's my email. Send me links. I'm happy to go look at it. I'm even happy to do whatever, if I can help with like even my investigation and stuff. If there's stuff you need to know or contacts you guys want, I'm happy to find you the right people to talk to that are like really, in rescue and not just somebody named, Billy Joe Bob that is picking up 1 or 2 dogs.
So the other reason that people are suspicious of this lady, apart from the fact that she's doxing, apart from the fact that she's sending lots of information to different creators, apart from the fact that she doesn't say the same things to the same people, apart from the fact that she might be editing screenshots, is the fact that she appeared on a very right-wing racist channel with a couple of other creators 4 days between.
Oh, well,
Can you hear
that I
me?
don't like at all. So
Can you hear me, Rescue Live?
I hope so. Hold on. Did I lose you guys?
I can hear you. I just want to check that
Oh,
you
thank
heard
God.
what I said. So what
Thank
I'm
God.
saying, the other reason that people are so suspicious of her is that she has doxed creators, she has doxed subscribers, she has sent emails, very lengthy emails, which some of them seem fake, purporting to be from her mother that she was missing at one point. She has sent
Yeah, you're right. I
she has
heard that
sent,
one. I was trying to
hang on. She sent emails about other creators to other creators. She appears to be targeting certain creators where I feel they get lots of views and they get lots of super chats and there's lots of money going around. Finally, for me recently, she was then I don't want to say caught, but she was then while people were sort of investigating a thing with racism with another creator, somebody did a little dive, an investigation, and found out that she was hanging out with this creator 4 days before Sebastian even was reported missing. So you have this person who suddenly appeared. She's suddenly creating all this chaos. She purports to be one person, but clearly isn't. And it's very confusing and has happened in other missing child cases within this community. So this is why people are both frustrated and confused by her chaos and
That's
why
so
she is
sad.
here.
But
That's so sad. About that whole thing is just so sad because like that I understand why everybody's upset. That I 100% get. 100% I get that. I didn't know that stuff was there. I was basing this only off of exclusively what I had heard because I was like, wow, that's all I was saying.
So if I'm understanding correctly, your whole intent is that some of the things Julia was saying was the truth, but you felt like it was being dismissed.
I think not that. I think it was being confused because I think, I don't think she went in. So, an example, military. Yes, we already decided. Yes, she's military. We got this.
Right.
Then it was she's in the reserves, which is very possible. A lot of people who I know, family members that I have, like went from the Marines, but they went into the reserves. Mm-hmm. So that I could understand, but that's one component. Then you've got military police dogs, and I don't think she went in as a military police person, which is totally separate because it's kind of like you almost become you're not in rescue. It doesn't matter what your credential is. So if she's going in under search and rescue, it's going to be whatever the search and rescue certificate she may have for the dogs that she has.
Right.
But
and then
it wouldn't have anything to do with military or military police. So that was where I was like a little confused.
Can I just give
to be fair, she's the one that brought in the whole military aspect and all of that. I mean, again, she's the one that made all of this because she was so gun-ho to be recognized and to be praised that she made this chaos, not anybody else.
I think, but I wonder, and again, I don't know, but I'm just saying, I kind of wonder how much of that was more to make people understand she wasn't the other handler was there's another, is it Stephanie? Am I incorrect about the name? Wasn't there another handler who wasn't
was
really a
Stephanie.
handler? That
Yes.
so her, maybe she was just trying to say like, hey, I've got receipts, and like I hear you guys say all the time, maybe that's the receipt she was trying to show, like that she is a legitimate person and she has a legitimate background. And I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying I would see
Okay.
why that would get confusing. I could see completely, but they're all different entities as to what they're connected to. And I honestly, I would have to ask somebody like there's a person I know that's in Tennessee that's in rescue that's actually who's a fireman. I could ask him like, hey, how does your stuff work? Like, I don't know.
Can I give
It's all
a shout
different.
out to the people in chat? A lot of you have made me giggle in the middle of some crazy stuff, and I appreciate you immensely. Thank you for making me laugh. I
Well,
appreciate it.
what I want to know is how about we just ask Julie to show proof that she was ever in Tennessee looking for Sebastian, and therefore we don't have to ask other handlers or this or that. We just show us proof you were ever in Tennessee. And I know you said that normally you're not supposed to even mention where you're searching as is active, but at the same time, that's all she's done. So there's no reason
But
that she cannot.
wouldn't that be part of like if anybody's got a connection with like TBI, that wouldn't they be able to tell you if she was there?
Yeah, but
Like,
I personally don't
not
feel like I should
FBI.
waste. No, I
No,
get
but
it.
I'm saying,
I just personally don't feel like I should waste TBI's time when they're so busy looking for these missing children because we're
couldn't
unsure
she
of
just
Julia.
get?
Go ahead, I'm
Does she
sorry.
not have like a connection to like a person that's like with whoever she worked for in Tennessee? Like whoever gave her the shoe, for example.
Right.
Like
Right.
that's not an evidence thing. That's just something they're using. You know, like he didn't have it on his foot, so I don't know about evidence like that, but I could understand why she'd want to be deputized. I didn't understand why it was taking so long. I got kind of what she was saying, but I didn't understand, like, isn't there somebody in Tennessee that was searching? Even at the Cajun Navy,
Nobody has seen her. And
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask a
well,
dog handler question?
When I'm finished speaking, sorry. She also, Trish, I want to thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Yes, she did say Cajun Navy, and some people have reached out to Cajun Navy and have not heard back. But she didn't search Cajun Navy, sir. She came in months later.
Okay, so you know what? Just to I'll put my behind on the line. I do know somebody who is connected to them, and I will reach out to them.
Okay.
And I will be happy if anybody wants to message me. I'll give you, information on me. You could see that I'm legit. And I will see if I can get somebody to give you that information. I'm sure I can because that is a Louisiana, Mississippi group, and it is groups I work with. So let me see if I can give you that answer, and then maybe you could start from there. I mean, I'm not standing up for anybody. I think just as creators, you guys are great, and what content you push out there is great. I just felt bad that she was trying to like explain it, and just because I work with veterans, I could kind of see her like falling apart is the best way to explain it. Like it seemed like she was trying to. I don't know what happened in the background. I'm just saying it seemed like she was trying to explain it, but it was becoming like word semantics with people, and things were getting mixed up, and they're like all different connections to what she was saying. But it kind of sounded like she was just trying to show herself as being a legit person and not like whoever that Stephanie person was. That was kind of the sad part. I just felt bad for her.
No, and I get that. I understand
I'm happy
feeling
to help
bad
you guys.
for her.
I know that you guys were trying to figure out, hey, where do we go?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand the sentiments of feeling.
Lose you guys.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate
so
you coming
guys,
up.
I put my stuff in there.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. Just thanks for listening, and I hope I gave everybody a good laugh down there. Like I hope you get more likes, just for the fun of my perspective of things. But again, it's my perspective. It's just an opinion. I don't know, and you can check that out. I don't know her. I just know of her through rescue people that I asked that were reputable. Like, hey, is this a real person, or like, is this BS?
Again, I think she's really a real person. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you get to buy the gift. I hope you get to buy the gift. I know you're shopping right now.
No, actually, we just found out the place doesn't open till 3. So now I got to go back. not really happy about that. But please, anybody that wants to reach out, please feel free to do so. And if there's anything I can connect you to or help you with, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to connect you to the people I know that can give you some of these answers, I hope. Or, like like the background, like, were you there? Did you do this? I mean, of course, I don't have access to people's GPS, but, if it helps, I hope it helps you guys.
Thank you.
No, thanks for having me, guys. It was nice meeting you all.
You as well.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'm sorry, but my radar is going off like crazy. My tinfoil hat is almost on fire. Like people protest too much. I don't know her. I don't know her like 5 times. I'm sorry, but my radar's going off. But I really wanted to
Wait, chat.
get in.
Do you have earbuds in?
No.
Okay, because you're staticky.
Okay, let me try something real quick. Hang on.
Okay. Thank you, ladies, for being so
Does
patient.
that help at all?
Talk again. I'm sorry. Not really.
Okay.
Do you want to drop really quick?
I'll put it
and
in the
come right
back chat and I'll just.
If you want to jump down really quick and come back up, because I'd love to hear what you have to say. But I'll be honest, I utmost respect to Rescue. I just don't understand what the whole point was. And I don't think I'm alone in that. I think she was trying to say that what I felt she was saying is that me and Queen have harmed Julie's credibility and that Julie is credible. But I want to reinstate that me and Queen did not do anything to Julie's credibility. She did that all on her own.
Yeah. Not so much that you and Queen did it, but that you let other people do it. And again, I think that's a bit of a it's not quite accurate really, because a lot of people, an awful lot of people have tried to make this be reasonable in some way, to put an end to some of this chaos, to because none of us want to be investigating people like that. It's weird. The only reason this has come to this point is because Julia has kept putting herself in the middle of a whole lot of things.
Right.
That in itself is very strange for somebody who claims to be searching, actively searching.
I agree. It seems like she was actively searching out drama and creators' information instead of anything.
Yep.
And she knew what creators to play against each other. She knew who to email what to, and a lot of copy and pasting, and a lot of weird shit.
Yep. It sure does. It seems there's been she's had a whole lot of time for a whole lot of mess that I don't know. I really don't know anybody else on these streets at all who has that time for that stuff. I don't.
Right.
If those are the
She
people
seemed to
you
be
hang
into
with,
a lot of stuff.
right?
She was even looking up subscribers information.
That's insane to me.
Right. I mean, that's
that
so
she took
wrong.
all those comments, put them together in a PDF, and sent them to the TBI.
It's like
and
psychopathic
then,
or something.
Yeah, she made up in her own mind that people could possibly maybe plant evidence because she saw something in a chat.
And it was nothing that even implied that. And look where it led all of us. Absolutely another distraction. Excuse me. Right. That's what I'm saying, Queen. Like, to blame us for the way if Julia can't come up and use her voice and be, stern in what she's saying, then stay the fuck off panels. But nobody else is to blame for that. Julia mumbles and talks like this. And then on the next hand, she wants us all to believe she's a drill surgeon.
Right. An army captain, no less,
right,
who has served and all the things. And look, again, we're not saying that people can't have issues. That's not the thing. But there's a huge disparity in how she comes across. There's some things that just aren't connecting there.
Right. And then the fact that email stated she had a Purple Heart, which isn't true.
Well, on the subject of the email, let's be honest, that email could have been sent by anybody, but it's obviously somebody who wanted to stir something, And I
Well,
don't know whether that could directly be Julia or it could be somebody connected to her thinking they were helping in some way, but
I
it's
knew that was
weird.
going to be said. I knew that the excuse that was going to be used, I've been in this too long, was going to be, well, that email, Julie is going to do the whole, I don't know who sent that email. It had nothing to
Right.
do with me. We already know that's what's coming next. And I don't believe that. I mean, look at the severity of that email.
Yep.
If that would have came out like, oh, the canine rescuer from Philadelphia that went to Tennessee to help find Sebastian Rogers is not found, and they made a point to say we haven't been able to contact, we won't be able to report her missing until 5 o'clock the next day, so that there wouldn't be a way to call the police and say, hey, do you have a report of this woman missing? And that would have, I mean, so much harm could have been caused by that. And that's
Yeah.
Julia with the mind game she plays. And I'm sorry, when you get to that extent because you can't handle the backlash of your own behaviors, log off.
Yep, I'll also agree with that.
I
And
am so sick of all
again,
the dog handlers. I'm sorry. With all much
that
respect,
was
I'm so
wild.
tired.
And I love dogs. I love them. But now it's
No, I
making me
don't.
feel like I need to trade my dogs in for hamsters or something at this point because I sort of feel like betrayed in some way. I don't know.
Everyone is a dog
Can I
handler.
just chime in real quick? I just have a question. I'm sure somebody's probably already said it. I missed all day yesterday because I was kind of busy doing real life stuff. But do you think that she might be trying to write a book?
That was the whole. I mean, yeah, I just did a whole 4 or 5
I
hours.
wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't. That's why I was just asking. I just
Yeah.
wanted to.
She's
Yeah.
currently writing a book. It's called Mama. Yeah, it's a horror film, a horror book.
Right.
Wow.
Which is weird too, because the things like, and you say the woods are an endless burial ground.
Yeah.
Have any of you ever said that? I've never said that.
No.
The woods are an
No.
endless, like, no, I've never said that shit. That's weird. Like, I don't there. And then she said she does deep dives when she's writing books or making movies. They deep dive the subject, and she'll travel to the Poconos to see what the woods are like in the Poconos because that's where it's based. And yeah, I think this is all just a
Part of her experience of writing a book or whatever, like whatever she thinks she's. I don't know. That's crazy.
Oh, Julie was
Okay,
using the same email actively on panel, so she can't say it's not her email. So the email address it came from, Julia was on panel actively using that email. What?
So can I just say, is this still a tin foil hat zone? Because I'm about to put mine on and share something.
Wait,
I
what?
think go for it.
Okay, so with my tinfoil hat on, what I've seen in another sector is basically, and I don't necessarily think Julie is the key for this, but I think she's being used. So I think someone's behind her, and it's a money grab, right? So she's come in and she's created chaos, and so I think further down the line, what we'll find is there are certain people who are very connected with this, because I do feel that what often happens with this true crime community is it becomes about the money and less about the missing person with certain creators. So I think she's been deliberately brought in to create drama, to create, because we're all talking about her. Loads of channels are talking about her. That, like someone said at the beginning of this stream, it hasn't been about Sebastian for a long time because there hasn't been any new information. So there isn't much to actually discuss. And I think there are people like Julie who come in and they create chaos for the pure intention of this drama and talking and trying to unravel. I feel that there are many people that are connected in the background, and it's all about the money. And that's with my tinfoil hat, because I've seen it done in another sector.
Well, I can agree that I believe there's many people connected behind the scenes, but I'm not so sure at this point if I believe it's all about the money. I don't know if I think it's about money more than it's about, I don't know, just the attention of it all.
Yeah, some of it is about clout. Some of it is just about giving an air of importance to themselves, an air of validation, all those things.
Because how many times now have panels been derailed to become the focal around one particular situation? Several times now.
Yep, and every time that it
Several
is
panels.
dropped and ended and resolved, then
A new thing
Inevitably.
comes up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
Every
comes up
time.
again. It comes up again. There's high engagement from subscribers, and so it becomes another thing that people talking about. That was the chaos element I was talking about.
No, but what I'm saying is once one situation seems to be resolved, they're kind of losing its, energy. All of a sudden, this new situation comes up, which is what we're currently seeing, right? The planting of evidence. Yet we have seen nothing that states there was ever going to be any type of planting of evidence. So where
Right.
did that
Okay.
even come from? Why did that take over focus? And what is it distracting us from?
Right. And the fact that a so-called professional, or at least ex-professional, can even just make that comment as a passing comment and then just not.
Weird.
It's very. There's so much oddness that I don't even know how to explain it anymore.
So I
And then
looked up. I looked
want
up.
to show this. I want to show this really quick too, because I think it is very interesting. And I also want to state that even Clue very clearly stated there was absolutely no proof that of any planting. Like she doesn't even know what made her come to that conclusion because nothing implied as much. BJ, she emailed about her missing because all creators fall for it the easiest. Hate to say it, and she even didn't fall for it. But you know what? Let's talk about that too. And nonsense, you're more than welcome to come join the panel. I have a problem with the fact that that was held on to for so long. I know many people are like, well, good for you for not saying anything. I'm on the other hand, it might be because of my personal disdain. I'm a little angry that nothing was stated sooner. Just like
Yep.
I'm a little angry that Terry
It could
Lynn
have been
didn't say
shut down.
something sooner.
Yeah.
Same
It
with
could have
a
been
lot
shut
of people. A lot of people.
Right.
down.
That should have been pointed out to show the games that are being played. She didn't have to present it as factual. She knew at that point it wasn't factual, but she very well could have presented it and said, look, this is the type of games this woman is playing behind the scenes, and this is a problem. And it is a problem.
When did she get the email? When did she get the email?
On June the 8th, because I particularly remember keep saying the 8th instead of June 8th.
Okay, so she waited a month before she released it.
Yes, she waited until everybody else was calling out Julia to release it. And I feel like that was very calculated. I don't think we give credit for that.
Okay, got it.
Who was the one who got the email about her going missing, allegedly missing?
Brittany J.
Why would that be the mother's contact, though? Why would Julia's mother know to contact Brittany?
Well, it wasn't Julia's mother. It was Julia's friend contacted on behalf of Brittany.
Yes, Julia's friend who had an email from her mother who had been told that Julia had been treated very well by 3 creators, and Brittany J was one of those creators. And that is why she had chosen to reach out via this family friend to state all these things. Oh, and by the way, she has a purple heart and a bronze star. Okay.
It was actually like a resume. It was actually like something that you would use if you were speaking on, but she was going to speak at a conference. It wasn't my daughter's missing, please help. And
but also it had the aspect of being like, oh, and that big mean voices, and at the same time,
yes,
just the day
Yeah, they were
before,
relying on other things other than the fact that she was supposed to be missing, right?
Right. But the other thing being just a day or two before that, Voices finally came out and spoke about why she's no longer friendly with Voices. So again, it was a very calculated way to triangulate. Here's a person you dislike that I dislike, and look how, and she's always playing. That one's always perpetual victim. And here, my daughter's also the victim of the same type of bullying by the same type of people. It was very conniving.
Look, was there a follow-up email to say, oh, thanks so much, my daughter's been found?
No, we haven't heard. We again, it was one email plucked out of the air with no prior, after, all the things. That's what I've tried to get people to at least. It's all very well people saying, well, I think this person has issues. Not everything has to be put out on
about her.
Well,
the very small portion regarding her being missing, and everything else was everything and everybody else and pertaining to.
That was all bullshit. But how do we even know that this person even received said email? How do we know that person didn't create this said email? Sorry, but really quick before you speak, nonsense, I want to read this. So this is what her plot for her show is that she's filming. It's a Captain Allison, which is her, is a 3-time deployed combat veteran who suffers from extreme PTSD. After a complete mental breakdown, Allison lost everything: her civilian job, her friends, and custody of her daughter. A year of therapy later, Allison's working on putting her life back together. One day she meets her new neighbor, Mr. Fossler, stereotypical guy. It ends up he's the kingpin, blah, blah, blah. But, and she suspects him of being a killer. People in town start going missing. But the fact of the matter is, like, this whole spiraling thing, she falls into nothing. I don't know. I'm just saying.
That's what she was talking. That's what she was saying. Like she was first initially in the part of the military, and then she said it wasn't for her, and then she went to the reserves. Like a lot of the narrative in the beginning part that you read, it seems like that's kind of the storyline. Well, the things that she was
gave out here. Right.
Yeah.
Hey, nonsense.
Good morning, lovely ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, I wanted to add to what Granny's saying about this whole situation with Julia and all of these emails going around, because I feel the same as Granny. Like, I'm a little miffed at the creators. It's not just on Julia, in my opinion. She was comfortable going to these people for protection. She absolutely went to these people for a reason. I would like to know, does anybody know the date of that email that Brittany got?
Yep, 8th of June. Yep.
June 8th, is that right?
Yes, yep.
So in May, I guarantee there's a whole lot more that we don't know that was sent back and forth there. And it's not just her either.
Yep.
Like, she ran to all these people. Now, and I want to be clear too, because I don't know if you saw, I said this yesterday, but if you want any of the stuff that she sent me, so I found out the other night that she had been sending my doc stuff around because one of the people that got it sent it to me. So that's why I came live. I wasn't attempting to help her out. I don't even know how that got started, but there was nothing about me helping her out. I was giving her the option to come to me and tell me directly who she had sent my stuff to. Well, she did email me. I was like, be woman enough. Just tell me who the hell you sent my info to. I've been doxxed on this app. It is what it is. But she came to me and said the opposite. I didn't do that. I'll have to go back and look through my emails to make sure. And I was like, okay, stop. We're not going to get anywhere with that. Like, there was instant denial about it. But I don't think she was alone in looking up this information, because Terry Lynn, I had gotten emails from people associated with her or pretending to be from the 90-day community before. There was a whole lot of stuff going on in May when all of our stuff, Granny, started getting sent around. And why would the two of us be the ones that they picked out for ROs?
Right.
Shocking.
I couldn't agree more. And what makes her think she would even be able to get an RO against us?
Yeah, there's just a lot of people that are involved in the fuckery, excuse my French, involved in it, but then play hide a hand when people start getting called out. And then all of a sudden, magically, here we find out months later, these emails went around and all this stuff. Nobody had a problem with it then. They sure sat cozy on up with her and defended her. You know,
defended her, hosted her on panel, moderated her, all because of the common dislike of us. And now they get praisement for bringing it out now? Fuck you.
And they validated her and they supported her. They were the ones saying that she's legit. And that's the part that I take objection to, because wait till it's their turn.
Right.
Wait till the shoe's on that foot.
Just fathom this. Imagine if either me or Nonsense or Chasen or any of us decided a month later, we're going to expose this horrible, sneaky email that implied she was missing. And, because now she's getting in a hot seat, right? And now's the popular thing to call her out. So now we're going to add to it, but we kept silent then. Or now we're going to admit that we received all these doxes from her, but we kept silent then. And we still told everybody, no, she's the real deal. I mean, that's wrong.
I did get one email yesterday. Something about Jay must have done a thumbnail. I did look at it. She sent me so much stuff, and I was gone over the weekend, so I didn't even pay attention to it. I still haven't read through all of it. There are so many attachments and stuff, but this one particular email stood out to me because she brought up Jay's thumbnail from yesterday, and something to do, she wanted me to know that it wasn't Nazi propaganda. And I was so confused by, it must be a book or a movie that she worked on.
Both.
Julia,
yep, both.
I've never, like she is doing so much spinning of so much unnecessary stuff, and it's like you
I
didn't
wouldn't be
want people
surprised
to
if they
know.
I
You're
am
hard to
surprised. I
hear.
wouldn't be surprised. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, you're like mumbling into the mic. Sorry, nonsense. She didn't mean to interrupt you. She's a little behind us.
Oh no, you're totally fine. I wasn't sure it was me or not. I can read you the email if you want me to. It's just odd. Like I said, you can have all this stuff so you see everything that's been sent to me.
I will hit
My
you up.
thing, for me personally, I don't think that she is, I'm not trying to give her a pass by saying this either. Something is really amiss here.
Yes.
And I don't know what it is. I'm not trying to armchair diagnose anybody or anything of that nature, but I think there's a major crisis, whether she realizes it or not, going on potentially. It doesn't absolve her from anything that she's done, but I just see spiraling, and I'm not encouraging it, so I will not be engaging any further.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get straight answers from her, so it's not worth my time.
Yeah, but you know what? Nonsense, and I respect that, and I totally understand what you're saying. But we go back to Mother's Day, Chasen. You were on panel with me. Was it not the same behavior then? Like almost like when she's called to the hotspot, she puts on this like meek, helpless, spiraling type of appearance.
Yep, she was all peace and love that day. I was here that day. She was
But she
gonna
was also
let it all go. It was all gonna
Yep.
be fine, and then minutes
But she was
later,
also crying. She was also crying and
Yep.
all that. And then minutes later, she makes this post where she got her balls back and was right knees deep back into drama.
Yep.
And so, I'm never one to question anybody's mental health, but I am one to question if people pull out certain cards at certain times. I mean, we've seen it time and time
Yes.
again.
Yep. It's an unfortunate thing, and it makes us have to make a choice, because if you're going to support those who are in legitimate crisis or have health issues or all of the things, whatever it is, you then have to be able to stand up to those who are abusing that system as well in some way. It doesn't mean you have to like put all of their business out there, but just say, look, enough, just stop that, please. Stop.
I looked up some things that kind of the way her narrative would happen. You know, the way she would speak, and when the people she was asked questions, and I was just looking up like kind of some words to describe kind of the way she was, and I had some pop up that said like she was illusionary, like it means that she would hint at something, but she wouldn't directly say it. And like she was very like collectively informative, so she would provide some information, but not like all the details, and kind of dance around things. You know what I mean? It would never be a full, complete, like a solid answer. You know, and she would, like you said, she would be so passive and like I don't know.
Sure,
You know,
you
it's just
got to stay with the mic because you're sounding like you're going in and out. It's hard to hear you, but I understand sentiments. What you're saying is she word salad all of us. She sure did. She sure did. She was definitely word salad and us. Whose name, Jane? Sorry, I was getting a little distracted. And that could be. Oh, I didn't mean to have you jump down. I'm so sorry. I know I said that a little aggressively. The mic problems today were driving me nuts. But it was just I want to hear what you're saying. That could be possibly due to the yes, hi Jane. To the fact that if she is actually working a case this way, it should be, right? She shouldn't be out here giving us information.
There's so much that anytime I have tried to say it, it sounds like, well, you're just being cruel. But maybe it comes across as cruel, but really it's just to protect the professionalism of other people, as well as the sanctity of any investigation. And I use that word very specifically because if you can't be respectful of the information that you've been put in charge of, that you're just going to start sending names and addresses and little pictures across to this one and that one, people you have no idea what their backgrounds are.
Yeah.
It
Well, no,
makes me
as far as
question everything.
oh, I agree. I agree.
Things just don't make sense. There is definitely some sort of reason why this is all happening, in my opinion. It's a huge distraction. To me, she was out of the picture for a long time. Like, she's a non-factor in
Right.
this story, in this case, besides a distraction, besides chaos, besides a bad actor. She's another one that just gets put on the side of the board of, was Seth's team at one point in time created chaos and move along. Like there's been so many, and
Well,
the
can you guys
timing of
check
it.
the back check when
Yeah.
you have a second? Because I'm very curious because I feel like that's all
Oh.
connected as well.
Um.
But I also don't know if it's just a matter of like everything coming out at once is making things appear. But I do feel like she's definitely a distraction. And again, did you hear nonsense or see, I should say, in the messages to Terry Lynn, right? I think it was right after our doxes. She said that Pascal brought her in.
Wait, what?
Yes. And
Yep.
I was like the
So,
only one mind blown by them. Like nobody else is like, wait a minute, Pascal now?
which panel was that
Mm-hmm.
on? Because I know that
I
there's
read
been
that.
2 lengthy panels that I have not watched.
Jay's panel. Jay's.
Okay,
There's
thank
a
you.
whole lot of messages that it's hard to keep track of. Some of them were very blurry because she was trying to do the thing where holding up one phone against the other phone to scroll through. But there are little nuggets of WTF in that you'll be like, what are you all doing?
Well, I remember her saying that she initially had contact with T-Rev 757 and Pascal. Those were the 2 that she messaged with. She said that, oh goodness, I'm going to have to go back and see which stream she said that in, but she did say that that's the 2 that she had contact with in the beginning. Well, come to find out, she had contact with more than that and was around a lot of these people. November of 2023, she was in certain chats.
Of
In
2023.
yeah, around certain communities. After the Idaho 4 situation, she was in chats
Yes.
that are now connected to this story in some way, shape. Like it's just,
It's all connected.
it's a cluster. And the question, possibly, I have not watched those.
Okay. I do think Terry Lynn probably deleted some messages. And to be fair, not many people would turn their camera on and scroll their phones. So I'll give credit where that's due. But, you know, Terry's local. Terry was tied in with Seth. Seth was like her buddy. At one point, Seth said, don't donate to the reward fund. Donate to me or Terry's cash apps. Anybody else recall that?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, and how many of them have had tip lines too in taking
Yeah.
tips?
Well, and you know, and to be fair, at one point, this was brought up the other day, and Truth did have a tip line. Now, when confronted on it, he said, no, that meant tips towards what
Yep.
other story should we talk about? But I don't know.
And
Wait,
I
what?
think, yeah, that was brought up. Traders had
Wait a
actually
second, I
done a
think I
whole
have a
stream
screenshot.
upon it where she had addressed it directly, and Truth had ended up in her stream at that point. There was dialogue of, well, if you don't actually want tips on the case, maybe you should change the wording that's on the screen. And then there was no wording changed. It was deliberately left in that way. And that's unfortunate because if you're going to do that, then you leave people with no choice at that point. You've made your decision.
I do have a screenshot of that. There's been so much that has happened, so much. And to go back through and see all of the different things that have popped off, the different side, seems like intentional distractions, deflection, all of this stuff. It's so confusing to me. I'm still confused on the whole Michaela situation, to be honest. That's a whole
Me
ball of
too.
worms.
Yeah, Jules and Michaela, there's a connection there. I'm convinced. Yeah.
But they're not related, correct?
Well, we haven't been able to put them together as related, but if you recall, when Athena came out and did her big expose on T-Rev, she even stated that there was a woman that was going to pick T-Rev up and drive him to Tennessee, and then he was going to meet up with Michaela. Was that Julia? I don't know. I guess, wait, did she go around the same time? I don't even know.
This is so much.
It is so much.
Julia has said that she is not Michaela's cousin.
Okay, well,
But
maybe there is her in, or
well,
whatever.
that was in itself that left a lot of questions. Knowing how we know she dances round the subject, let's put it that way, there was a lot left out there. I believe they have had some knowledge of each other at least. I'll put it that gently.
Well, then we find out that, there was prior connections in other places, so.
Mental block just said, very time I express how much I wish Steph, the pretend dog handler, would come back. I feel like I have no support. It is sad that we are at the time place, and I'm laughing because of that comment, but that we are like, can we just have that one back? Because at least it was just,
it made more sense.
It was the funniest stream I've ever done either. Just going back and reading her, like writing down the different things that she claimed and then trying to read it back of all the different claims. That was the funniest crap because that was just a mess. This one is like serious, messy deflection. Like there's just so much with Julia. Steph was just a straight up mess. But
well,
she
and
came
Julia
in together.
validated.
Yes.
Julia, yes.
She did.
And went hard for it. Like, she was in my stream the day that I was warning her, trust and believe, something's not right here, do your homework. Like, we saw the writing on the wall. And she was like, yeah. She promoted Jay's stream in my chat. You know, she was going to be on there. And then she acts like she was, you know, completely sidestruck because Steph got brought up on the panel. No, that was all planned out. If you didn't want her there.
Didn't you warn Julia that was going to, yes. And then she played stupid. But then on my stream on Mother's Day, she said, oh, I knew it because she was following me around and I was getting weirded out. I knew things she said wasn't making sense. Look at my face. You know, you could tell, but yet you sat on there and validated her to Jay. Talk about getting an Airbnb together, but yet now we're, you know.
I think, Granny, you're being very unfair. You're judging a woman who came out here and said that she is in possession of the last Sharpies that are in the USA. And I think that is very cruel. You're not respecting her
they're great.
professional.
Well, and they're famous
and
too, right?
And they were pink.
Right.
Whiskey,
Poor
vodka.
pink Sharpies.
Right. I have a question. After what's her name? Jay for Justice second channel stream on Sunday. That CJ lady, has she been in contact with you, Granny?
No.
Oh.
But I didn't ask to be in contact with her. So CJ is another dog handler. That came up to validate. She came up to validate Julia and offer some insight. Actually, she came up with the same messages to say, here's where Terry Lynn said I have her information, which again, I understand being upset about, but she didn't actually drop the address and information. All she said is, I have that bitch's information. So I didn't understand why that was being the focal as well.
The choice of wording is hilarious.
So nonsense. It was a bit strange because CJ came up and said, Julia has been sending me all these messages, so I have proof. And CJ was in some rescuer site, but not the same one that other people are in.
No. She's on a Facebook group.
Yeah.
But not the same Facebook group as Betty.
Yeah. And she was saying that she knew
she had a tip line.
Yeah, she had a tip line, and she was saying that Julia knew her, but Julia then in emails was not claiming this woman. It was really bizarre.
And the other part of her tip line was that she was weeding out tips and sending which ones she thought were valid to TBI. If that doesn't cause anybody problems, you're in the wrong sector. Please leave. Just let yourself be. Go live your best life, because this place, I don't know what to tell you. These people are crazy.
Can we?
That's
can we rename this sector? Like, I don't even know what this is, because it's embarrassing to call it true crime, because it's not. This isn't really trauma. This is like, there's a few trauma but what is this sector here? Like, what is this bottom of the barrel?
I think it's like
dollar store Scooby-Doo.
Feels like I ran across a Housewives of YouTube last night, like the Real Housewives of YouTube channel.
Yes.
And it kind of feels like that. Yes, I ran across them for the first time. I was like, what is this? But it feels it feels like reality TV. Like this is the
days of our lives. But I do feel like it is actually crama, because crama is true crime mixed with drama. I feel like other sectors were labeled crama when they weren't crama. They were just drama. And I think people try to pretty it up by being like, oh, we're drama. It's like, no, you're drama. This right here is actually drama. This is drama based around a true crime case. But what we have here now, though, is we actually have real life players that are in the, in the area. Damn Coca-Cola. They're in the area. They're all tied to each other. They're all involved in this case. We're supposed to believe somebody's mic is horrible. We're supposed to believe Julia came all the way from Pennsylvania, Tennessee. How many months after Sebastian disappeared?
Well,
June?
well,
She
even
came in
then,
June?
yeah, at least 2 anyway.
February, March, April. So about 3 months after she came in June, didn't she? Or no,
Well,
April. Mother's Day she came. When was Mother's Day?
there was some vagary with when she had actually gone out, and that's again so many questions, and now we have that previous lady who operates and they transport through Hendersonville. Lord only knows the amount of chaos that's going to come out of that comment alone.
Yeah. And but like Nonsense said, what made Julia back in the forefront again now? Did we not like, because T-Rev was on a hot seat, right? That was also being kind of distracted by the whole what Smoke did, which unfortunately we did lose out on good information on that panel because that, and I understand that the severity of it, like the issues with it, but Smoke will likely never speak out again, and that's a shame. And so that became it. And then Seth Rogers does his very first live stream, and now we have a new drama to cover again. Like, does anybody else feel like we're being distracted here?
Absolutely. Have from jump. Go back a step though, Granny. Let's go back to the beginning. Chasing Europe here, right?
Yep.
Okay. What was the first confusing piece of this in the side distractions that came off? Besides the neighbors, besides the call-ins, where was the first, if you can remember, what was the first big thing that you knew was fabricated or intentional side drama for all of you?
The
I would love
scent.
to know.
I would say
For me, it was the
Crabtree.
scent.
For me, it was when Crabtree came out and said, here's 3 new pieces of information you never knew.
Okay. Chasing,
And
you said what?
I felt like it was the scent because
Uh-huh.
we were initially hearing that there was no scent. Then we heard that there was a scent. And then Seth said then Chris and Seth said there was no scent. And then Seth came out and said there was a scent. So for me, in paying attention to the details of the case, that felt like the first time that I was really like, wait, what?
That's also
makes sense.
It's a key part to Julia as well, because Julia has reached out to the various handlers in that area, she claims, including Max's handler that day, and her validation of certain things was taken then as gospel. Zero proof, zero evidence to prove any of it's real. Any of it could be anything she could be saying, and people were just like, right, okay, Julia has said it. It is now so.
Well, the first distraction was actually the Cajun Navy when
and
they came in
JLR.
and kicked out JLR, and then Dolly got up there and said he hoped their boats flipped over and all that weird, crazy stuff. Yeah.
Think
I
about
felt
this,
like that
though.
was more of like a typical thing that we end up seeing with the YouTubers and the drama part of it.
I
Is
agree,
that kind of what you mean? Nonsense.
I agree,
Like,
but guess who's tied to Cajun Navy?
well, true,
Julia.
true. Allegedly, I've already emailed, messaged Todd Terrell, and I
Yeah.
haven't heard back, and he read both messages.
Sorry,
So-
kind of what I was saying, Chasing. But sorry, we go ahead.
No, I was on mute. Carry on.
Oh, I think there's been so many distractions and so many side pieces and so many people that have been moving around. I think all of us have noticed different things that have been problematic. The lights for me were a huge problem in the beginning. One of the things that I noticed people gravitated to and made, it's been months now. And you hear going back, Seth himself said it was, a video from 600 yards. He explained like the little section of it. And people have drug on with that for a long time. But going back to what you said, Chasing, with the dog scent, that gave opportunity and open doors for a lot of these people to, I'm going to come in and save the day, you know, and I'm going to figure it all out and be the one. Is there a scent? Is there not a scent? I think so many of these these gave opportunities to the opportunists to come out of nowhere.
Like here comes Julia, the K9 handler. Let me explain how scents work.
Yep. And she was associated with, you know, perfect timing. She was associated with XYZ here and XYZ there. Yeah, it just, all of it.
Yep.
It felt like we were so focused, or I felt like I was focused on what articles can I find that say there was a scent? What news things can I find that say there wasn't? Where is this? And for me, it was very important. And then all of a sudden, we've got 3, 4, 5 dog handlers all over the damn place.
Yes,
and it's like,
that's true.
what? This doesn't.
Uvalde.
Why are they here?
And then
Uvalde.
we had the dog handlers drop one by one, right? But the one that remained the credible one, and maybe that was a setup too to boost her up higher on the popularity list. Hey, let's send you in with her. I mean, I'm putting my tinfoil hat on, granted, but let's send you in with this woman, Steph, who's not a dog handler. This way, everybody can focus on her and say how wrong she was, and then you come in as the real dog handler. And you get
You
the
come in
spotlight.
looking great,
Right. And before
compared to
we know
her.
it, she has a channel set up just to tell us about dog handling pertaining to Sebastian's case.
And one of the first streams I did about the dog handlers, I mentioned how she was definitely building her influencer platforms. Like she was definitely in that arena. I
There's
think
my social medias. Please
Yes.
stop harassing me, but here they are. Who did?
Yep.
Remember, I told you right away, Chase. And I said that's just weird. You don't
We
ever
tried
say.
to stop her that day, and
Yep, and she
she
still
kept
did it.
going. We're like,
Chasing,
please
did you
don't
ever get
give
a
that
refund?
out. Did I get what?
Did you get a refund?
From what?
Getting blocked with your super chat?
I remember that.
No, I sure didn't.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I have a question for the chat and for Granny and everybody on panel. And sorry, my mic was messed up earlier, Granny.
That's okay.
But my question is, what if fake dog handler Steph and Jules, is there a way they could be?
That's what we just said, Miss Brittany. Sure could.
Because I question every character that comes out, especially every time I watch Nonsense. I'm sitting there taking notes with her, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. And then she'll say it, and I'm like, well, I'm glad she said it because I can't type fast enough to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's a big mess.
Right. And of course,
I think when Seth blew up, I think he saw that there were people who were starting to criticize him and were starting to look at him a certain way, the way that he kept coming out and handling things. And when he went on to Justin on TikTok's stream and blurted out all of Sebastian's private info, to me, that was a huge way to distract and get people to start just focusing on those things. You know, oh my God, Chris and Katie allowed this to happen. Katie allowed this.
Yeah.
Let's go down that conspiracy road. Let's not look over here at what's going on, which is a big mess, and he's involved with.
And we have the fact that the so-called neighbor that called
and
into
he's connected to these people.
Sorry, you cut out for a minute. I overspoke you. I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just saying, and then you have that
No,
people
no, it's
still
fine.
speak
I think
about
it's my
people still talk about the neighbor that called into CL. I don't even want to say her name, which was not a real neighbor. And we do know now that T-Rev had so-called fake people calling in. How do we know that T-Rev didn't say to Seth, hey, I can have, my buddy call into the show and pretend to be a neighbor? I mean, there's been a lot of distractions going on.
And they have still tried to push that neighbor interview as it's legit. And even the legit, the half legit, See, I don't even like calling the person that lives up the road around the block down the street, Bullshit and Bobby. She even said that neighbor was full of shit. Even though she's full of shit, the other one is definitely full of shit. Like, the shitter is full, people. That's it. Okay? No more.
Right.
No more new characters unlocked. We're done. But think back, like, people have ran with those stories and put them in this whole situation as fact from the neighbor. And they knew right away that it wasn't factual. They were supposed to have a follow-up interview. That never happened. And then they doubled down and said it was, oh yeah, this is legit. People ran with it all over. T-Rev having the fake call-ins, the cousin, the posts in the Facebook groups. Somebody brought up Brothers Underwater Recovery, a registered RSO out searching for him. There has been one thing, the recorded phone calls that were trying to play a hand into the child custody. All of it, the creators being called in as witnesses. Like, again, I'm good with Trevor, but all of it, there's just been one thing after another, and it snowballs.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I felt like they got rid of people who were good. Trevor was trying to help, and
the actual PIs.
then you bring
Trevor
in Tony,
was used,
and it seems weird. Yeah, definitely used.
I still stand on that 100%. And I know people think he is a young man who has accomplished more than a lot of these adults on this app. So nobody's going to take his flowers from him. I'm sorry. Yes, I was upset with him, but it's different. He actually had good intent, in my opinion, and was used for a purpose. And yeah, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then all of it was to discredit Katie and Chris, and it placed Seth Rogers on this pedestal of, this poor man, this great father, and how, ugh.
It's all just been one. And why? At the end of the day, there's a 15-year-old missing child.
Well, that's the question. Why?
None of it makes sense. None of it.
Doesn't.
I was just going to say, why? These are adults who are doing this, so why? What could the motivation goal be? What is it?
Good morning, Spooky.
The PIs, going back to even the PIs and the stuff that was a whole mess too with Heather. And what was the situation there? Who leaked the calls? That was
yes.
Oh, and we couldn't even get a straight answer on.
Well, and then to top it off, member nonsense while up there, the one PI, Chloe, I think it was Chloe, or maybe it was Heather, I'm not sure. I think it was Chloe, made the statement about, well, I know what's in Katie's past that I haven't told anybody. And of course, that's what made Chris Proudfoot snap, because even that's what led to the phone call, remember? And Chris confronted her and said, yeah, of course you didn't say what it was, but you gave enough for people to go searching. And then it comes out, Katie's mother's an RSO. Another distraction.
It's wild. Just absolutely wild. And Uncle Taco getting brought back around.
Yeah.
That was, in my opinion, and this is solely my opinion, so please feel free if you have a different one, but I think Uncle Taco was intentionally, purposely, whether the creator that went back over to Rev Stream is smart enough to understand, I think she was unintentionally used, maybe intentionally, to bring that back up, to go over that stream, trying to disconnect the Illinois situation and that 19-year-old. I think that it was a perfect opportunity to bring Uncle Taco back around, get some controversy going with that to build up before his own personal live stream on his channel. Cause chaos and confusion and get all eyes on me.
And because you're right, he didn't just come back up, he came back out, and he was suddenly on every single panel that would have him. I even saw him commenting in people's comment sections like he was a celebrity. Like, hey, everyone, Uncle Taco here. And I'm like, ew.
Right. You're like, well done, you.
Right.
Because it had been, a month, 3 weeks since the call initially on T-Rev. And then other creators had tried to connect that 19-year-old that was being extradited from Illinois back to Hendersonville. And they tried to connect all that stuff. And then here, poof, comes out Uncle Taco a month after he initially made the phone call. And then the next day, Uncle Taco is on all sorts of panels doing a tour like he's on Comedy Central.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just so weird. There's so many things that seem intentional, but they might not be. Like, it just, ugh.
And the fake you know what that was taking place, and people were okay with that, and just the filth of it all, and it was all just a big distraction.
Oh, the panel that they
Yes, that was filthy. Hey,
I
Trevor
have
Lee, welcome up.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Have you been
morning.
following everything?
I just started watching when I came in. I just saw there was a whole panel party going on, and I thought I'd
Yes. Now
jump
the
in.
party is complete.
Trevor, it's the first time you've been on a panel with me and not muted instantly. We're
Hey,
making
I'm here.
progress.
I'm right here. Hey,
Poor Trevor's like, go away,
I
nonsense.
love it. It's like Sesame Street up here with all the cooperation. It's beautiful.
And look, you're right. Why none of the cash apps to GoFundMe? The whole weird attorney with the reward fund. That whole thing was well, what
The
do you even
man who
call
needs
that?
to be spoken to. Yeah, he's like, I
Right.
got to speak to that man. What?
And then apparently,
Are
then
you
he
gonna?
did speak to him,
What?
and everything was good again. And he was encouraging people to donate to it. And then quickly, that was taken back again. What the hell was up with that? Was that just a ruse to be like, yeah, we have a reward fund? There has not been a reward fund for Sebastian Rogers. Why not?
I don't know.
This is
They're
weird.
also, I keep going back to that. I would love to hear your guys' feelings on the GoFundMe 3 days after he went missing.
Yeah.
That has been something to me that is a problem, because how do you know within those 3 days that you're going to be out of work, that you're going to need to be searching, that you're not going to have an income? Like, how do you know that enough to start a GoFundMe right after law enforcement suggests not to do it? Like, what are your guys' feelings on that? Is that coincidental?
No. My other feeling on that is not only did he start a GoFundMe, but what else did he do? He reached out to JLR, T-Rev. He already knew the players to
Yeah.
get a hold of.
Which
That's
is
weird.
odd to me.
And quite frankly, none of the parents spoke out until a week after Sebastian was missing. Why'd they wait so long?
Well, that ties into your previous question, Granny, of why is there no reward fund for Sebastian? Because inevitably people want to help. People are generous. People are kind. People do have their heartstrings pulled and think, well, if that was my child, my loved one, I would want someone to help me. There is a lot of generosity to go around.
Well, especially when you victimize Seth Rogers as the love and doting father who had to deal with the horrific, horrifying Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot.
Even before that, though, if you're going to give to a GoFundMe to support parents, then you've given that money that you did have away, and then you're not giving to a reward fund. And I think people lose sight of the fact, well, what is it you're supporting? Are you supporting the child? Are you supporting parents? And I know I've said that before, it upsets people, but it is my strong limit that it's the child or the missing person. It doesn't mean that everybody else is disregarded, but to me, they have to come second.
Well, the parents all agreed not to do it. They agreed. He was in the home with Chris and Katie. They agreed. And when you ask him, well, why were they mad at you? He's like, well, we had all agreed, but I didn't do it. My sister did it. Well, did your sister do it with your permission? Yes, she did. So you knew she was doing it. And then, Trevor, you might know, because I think you're the one who talked about this. Did his work give him the PTO time bank?
And PTO and a PTO pool.
A PTO pool. Okay.
Oh. I thought his internet went out a little bit. But also, if you think about it, right away off the bat, it was the villain and the good guy, and that fed into the money going in. Seems very orchestrated. Here he is.
That happens in a lot of cases. That in itself isn't unusual. And unfortunately, as your comment there says on the screen of when the reward requires certain parameters, yes, absolutely. But that's where there is a knock-on effect in this community. of what happens in a previous or currently still ongoing case does affect other cases. And unless we as a community, whether you've been here for 2 years, 10 years, or you're just brand new, we have a responsibility to be able to help clear up some of this confusion, distraction, whatever it is. We have a responsibility to be able to make sure that we're staying focused on what is important. A lot can be resolved, but if people are running with misinformation and incorrect facts and putting out rubbish, then we have to correct it. It's us. It's on us. That part's on us. It's up to law enforcement to do their bit. They do their bit. We have to do our bit.
There's also a way to do that, right? And I feel like the way that has been done hasn't been done correctly because there is such a angry approach a lot of times, because it's become an us first them type of thing. And I've been telling people, if you continuously, berate people for supporting Seth or berate people for supporting the Proudfoots, you're losing that audience. We're not going to reach the same audience as these people with the misinformation. So you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to. How do you reach that audience, I guess? And Trevor, you got knocked down. I don't know if you wanted to finish answering Jason.
Yeah, sorry, I got a call and it like muted me and kicked me off. But yeah, I was told that that the sheriff's department he works at set up a PTO pool, and so like everybody there got to donate their PTO, and it hit a point where it was so high that they closed it, and that he was able to use that PTO, so he was on it for quite some time. But of course that wasn't said, and I think going back to the GoFundMe, I think if you're going to open a GoFundMe and say it's to to cover your expenses during this time, you should be open up front and say you're getting paid at work, and then if people want to still donate on that, then that means their money. But I think you should be honest with people that you were getting a paycheck from your work.
Well, and right after the GoFundMe was met, now that shoulder injury, right? And I don't know about any of you, but I thought that injury was new. But then we read in the DVRO papers, from what year was that? That it was a long lasting injury. And now after Sebastian disappears, after he's been unemployed, got the PTO, got the GoFundMe, currently has Betty pushing his cash out because he went live and he's not monetized. Now he gets short term disability. I just I don't know. It's weird.
Granny, can I address Lisa? Lisa, you keep saying Seth didn't open the GoFundMe. Ma'am, Seth's sister started the GoFundMe with Seth's permission. So stop your caps locking. We know that he did not set it up. He's the beneficiary of said GoFundMe with his permission. It was done. Doesn't
He was
change
fully
anything.
aware.
Yeah,
And then
absolutely.
not only the GoFundMe, but that mysterious site that popped up that said justice for Sebastian selling the merchandise. We find out that was also Seth's sister, where the full
Bonafide?
proceeds. Yes, and the proceeds were going to Seth Rogers. That was also his sister.
Well, and that was confusing because Tony said on TikTok one time that Seth didn't give permission for any of that. He didn't want any of that. And here there's like 4 streams of Seth promoting the Bonafide link himself and telling people that he had approved it and all proceeds would go to him. Like, what?
Well, and like me and Chasen pointed out on day freaking 2, Chasen, Seth always had his way of blaming everybody for everything and keeping his hands clean.
Yep.
He's
like a crybaby.
Yes. He also said he told his sister she could set it up as long as it wasn't about Sebastian. Yet, go read it. Ugh.
Well, it doesn't even have to say it is about Sebastian. We all know. I mean, come on. You have a GoFundMe.
We wouldn't know who he is.
Right.
How would we know?
GoFundMe set up, and then we're supposed to not know what it's for? Like, all right, come on.
Kayla, I haven't seen anybody take issue with him collecting money through the GoFundMe. The issue I personally have is that money was meant to last him over while he looked for his son, and I've yet to see him look for his son. That's the issue I take with it.
I think it's misleading. Like I said with the PTO thing, if you want to donate money to Seth, you can donate money to Seth. You want to donate money to your neighbor, you can donate money. I don't care where you put your money. But I think if you're going to ask for money and have other people ask for money on your behalf, you should be honest with your situation.
Right. Well, and Lisa, you're part of the reason I said that the two sides will never collide because you're so aggressive, right?
Well, I've got to go.
So
Lisa thinks I'm an idiot.
Right. She's so pro Seth that she's not even listening to what any of us are saying. She's immediately seeing red. And with utmost respect, you don't even know this suspect. you don't know him. You know what I mean? Like, why are you going so hard for it?
I'm over here collecting people calling us idiots like badge of honor. Like, it's 9 o'clock on a Tuesday. This is no different than any other freaking day of somebody calling us idiots because
we disagree.
They caps lock us.
I came up here with a singular goal to make Lisa happy, and I couldn't do it.
So I have a question.
Shame on you, Trevor.
Do you want to address this, Chase, and what you meant by a crybaby? Because I know you didn't mean it in regards of his son's missing. He's crying.
No, not at all. That's not at all what I meant. So every time I've heard Seth talk, no matter what it's about, if we're trying to stay focused on Sebastian, sometimes, most of the time, he brings it back to himself, right? No matter what the topic is, no matter what the issue is, he was the good one. Everybody else was the bad one. He did all the good things. Even though we did read the divorce paperwork, we know that there were issues, of course. That's not our fucking business. But at the same time, he's blaming everything on Katie for ruining their life. But if you read them, you know that that's not really the case. There are photos attached to that documentation.
Yeah.
There are statements from the school and all of that. She has proof. He hasn't shown proof. So he's just out here berating her and being a big crybaby that she ruined them.
Right.
She allowed all of this. She did that. She wanted him on medication. She wanted him in underwear. You know, to me, it's like, stop. Just focus, sir. We want to know what you know.
Right.
Yeah, the therapist. He screamed in her face.
Right. And Sarah Tequila, here's one thing for you. It's not my child, right? So you're saying that in regards to me saying that Seth is not out there looking. You better believe, God, strike me right now. That was my child, especially this far in, I would be looking. Seth has not looked since that one time when he asked JLR to record him looking. But Trevor Lee up here has looked. Are you out looking? I mean, respectfully, that always seems to be like people's go-to. Like, well, are you boots on the grounds looking? Are you? No, but are you?
Even now, it's a constant battle between, and again, I pick no side over the other, but it is a constant battle between either supporter side of, well,
right,
Seth is looking and these parents aren't looking.
Neither
and then they're like, the other side is then saying, well, he's not looking because we know he's off sick or what he's injured, all the things. And none of that, if we want to talk about distractions, focusing on that really isn't helping anybody. It's not helping find anybody. It's not helping any sort of cohesion within this community. All it's doing is causing bigger fractures.
And I thought on the looking thing, if you are parents or guardians of missing children, then you're advised not to look, right?
That's within the first few days. That's not, all these months later, respectfully. But yes, in the beginning, they don't want the parents looking. I don't know about this long later, but no thing like that would have me stopping. And Sarah, no, we did not spread any BS about their words at all. Matter of fact, I don't recall Truth's words ever being mentioned.
Respectfully, I mentioned his words directed towards me last night. That stream's still up. Again, that's not a big deal, but it is just another part of what was going on that people didn't notice. So if she's mentioning that could be directed towards me. And again, what you're bringing in and mentioning does not equate to what we're talking about. So
no.
You're deflecting over here about you're upset that we pointed out racism, blatantly overt racism.
Yep.
Well,
if you're okay with that, cool. Say that.
Not only that, but when she says, like, are you out looking? Well, respectfully, are they? They're in the area.
Respectfully, I'm sorry, but if my child was missing, I would not have the guts to come across that. I couldn't be the one out there. So I give grace to all these parents not knowing what to do, whether they search or not, because I'm one of these ones that could not ever come across a body or my child potentially in that position. So I don't fault people for looking or not looking. They've got to do what's best for them and their mental health. in my
And we
opinion.
don't know if they've looked. We don't have a camera on them 24 hours a day. People are making the assumption that because Seth said he did XYZ, that Chris and Katie did 0. You
Right.
don't know. They're not coming out to talk to you about any of this. And people are mad because they can't get the answers from them. So they make shit up.
And also what we hear a lot coming out of Seth is, oh, we're going to search this Friday or next Friday. Next Friday comes and goes and there is no search. And Seth does have people with cameras on him. Matter of fact, he took issue when Trevor Lee stopped having a channel. He kind of stopped even bothering much with Trevor. Like he was like, oh, you're not going to, record. And, so there is that aspect of it too. Now,
The vigil, yeah.
Yeah, the visual. Yeah. I must have missed.
Yeah, he wanted me to stream the vigil.
Right. And then kind of blew you off after that, right?
Yeah. He was like, you're gonna bring back your channel to do that, right? And I was like, nope.
Can I just go back to the comment that was on screen a wee minute ago about when people say that is Sebastian even missing? Is he even real? Is this all a psyop? Again, we have seen that all before, and we are still having to fight against that now. And here is the truth. If that was to be the case, who would benefit from that? If any of is there basis in fact for any of it? People forget that humans are not one-dimensional. This whole thing of trying to investigate things, that's why we have law enforcement. They are not perfect, but it has to be a whole layer of investigative teams for a reason. We are not going to solve anything.
I can't stand when people say that. Like, yeah, I never said I
Nothing.
love to, aid, but when these things happen, the only thing we're asked to do is share the image. We're not asked to investigate. We are not investigators.
No.
And I agree. I do think so many are being pinned against each other. I do agree with that. And in my opinion, whether people like it or not, the difference I see, I haven't seen any parent searching. I haven't seen Katie, Chris. I haven't seen Seth, but I have seen or heard of and know that Katie and Chris have given money where Seth has received. And I think that's a major difference here. Your name is
and
Karen
we're
is
not
Guilty.
here to solve crimes. We're not police for mother's sakes. We're just not.
I must enjoy tearing Seth down as much as he enjoys tearing down his own child and the mother of his child. You got me. Karen is guilty.
I do love the
do you
Karen,
think that it
hit the
Karen
thumbs
brought
up.
her own recliner, though. That was kind of cute.
Do you think that it was okay when he came out here talking about this young man's personal trauma? You think that that's okay? You don't think that that ever deserved a comment? We should just talk about Sebastian solely, right? Okay.
I don't even
that
feel like
lasts 4 hours. That's a 4-hour stream, and there are no other streams. Nobody else should be discussing it because that's it. That's all. There is no more.
Right.
So people are saying, well, you just love tearing Seth down. What are you doing in chats? You're tearing and criticizing Katie and Chris.
Right. And I don't even feel like we've torn
shut
Seth
up.
down. Like, have we even tore Seth apart during this stream? I feel like we haven't. I feel like we've been very calm compared to other streams we've done.
I gotta say, if he didn't want the negative attention, he wouldn't be asking for it and wouldn't be continuing putting on a performance. So there's
literally a performance. This guy pretended to to spank it on a live stream. Okay.
Right.
With his son's photo as the avatar picture.
Yes.
I actually think I blocked that part out.
I'm almost finished. Don't interrupt me. I'm almost sorry. Go ahead. I'm done.
Get him.
That was gross.
Yeah, he was almost finished doing whatever he was doing with his son's photo as the avatar, like that. And his Uncle Taco, whose kid used to babysit Sebastian, is like, somebody's smacking something. They're up there you're mad at us for having a conversation when the parent is up there talking about jerking off. Why don't you go talk to him? How about that?
Right.
He should be out here talking about his kid.
So, Chasing, a quick question for you and Granny and everybody else. If said person was using another minor's photo as the avatar, would there be big issues with it? But because it's his son, people are giving a pass to it?
fair
Clearly.
enough. People took issue when it was Tony doing it too. You know, when that
Yeah.
whole situation took place, which he had no control over. It wasn't even his fault it happened.
Mm.
I mean, there's a little accountability. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, a very little
Right.
accountability. Yep.
Yeah.
So I hope my mic's a little better. I
Ooh.
no
It's not.
bad.
No, it's not.
Chapped, it's
Oh,
hating you today.
Chasey's making noises. I feel like maybe it's bad. Um, I just wanted to go back a little bit and touch on the fact that Julia was, running around with a bunch of people's information. What would be the reasoning behind targeting some of the subs? I guess I'm lost on that.
Again, something that it's common in, again, a lot of cases that I have seen over the years, that if you have any strong opinion either way about anything, somebody will come for you. And unfortunately, when it comes to true crime, or active true crime rather, that seems to be a common thread, where instead of, it shouldn't even have to be creator against creator. None of the stuff, I don't care who you are, doxing people, all of that stuff, sending people's addresses and stuff, I do not support that one bit. I do not associate with people that do that. I don't want any part in it. I know I would go full lunatic if somebody did that to me. God help them. It's why I try to keep my stuff private. I can guarantee you, and it upsets people that I don't show my face on camera or whatever. I'm sorry, but that's my choice. I choose to keep my family safe. That's what I'll do. I'm sorry that it upsets you. You do not see my beautiful face. I blow you a kiss. I hope you live your best life.
I've never even heard anybody take issue with that, but I agree. But I just noticed OPP's new name, Nasian KB. Thank you. I'll never live that down. I don't know what you're referring to there, the comment. But
so, along with that, are subs, do they have the ability to strike channels just like another creator would, such as, some of these horrible streams that I've seen over the last few days? And, are we allowed to strike for hate speech? Are we allowed to strike for harassing?
Anyone can report a video.
You can report, and if somebody is using your I'm going to turn you up a little bit. If somebody's using your comment on the screen, your avatar, whatever, you can privacy strike. There's a lot of things. Subscribers have the control.
That's kind of okay. So that was something I had no idea about, and I appreciate the information.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right.
And if somebody unfortunately chooses to go any further and start giving out identifying information about you, that absolutely can be removed as well. That is easier to do than just something that's opinion based. So if somebody comes out and says, like, I hate that wee Frosty Ewok, she never shuts up, she's this, that, and something else. Look at her little R2D2 helmet. I hate that. I hate the color blue. I hate all the things.
We get it. Sounds like you have a lot of built up anger against yourself. Relax.
Right? I mean, that's why it runs off like water off a duck's back. I'm like, you will never say anything to me. I have not said myself. I'm good. We're good.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I'm just surprised that with having that much control, that there weren't strikes against some of these streams, that there weren't issues taken up. I mean, it seems like, I don't know, in my opinion, I guess, that somebody should have stood for something along the way. And especially thinking about Julia holding all this information, it coming to light over the last few days, nobody really having any idea how far it's been dispersed. I mean, she's illegally obtaining that by illegally using federal government property.
Oh, your mic's horrible. Yeah, but there's no way to really, like, that has nothing to do with YouTube. But as far as like some of the streams, I'm sure people were reporting. Unfortunately, YouTube's really horrible with their strike system, it appears. But yeah, I mean, what I know, I know her mic's pretty bad. She's trying. What do you do? Like,
I'll go away. It's okay.
I'm so
Kat
sorry.
is in the middle of nowhere trying to phone in. Give her
I
some
love
grace,
it.
y'all.
Yeah, I put my questions in the back chat when I dropped earlier so I wouldn't have to come back on, but nobody saw them.
Oh,
No,
I'm
I did. I brought it
sorry.
up. I
No,
seen
it's
it.
okay. I'm going to
She
go
asked,
away now. Thanks, ladies.
thank
Have
you,
a good
chat.
day.
I
bye,
saw her question in the
chaps.
back chat. The question was about Julia going after subscribers. Is basically how do we feel? And we did touch on it. I don't understand her reasoning. I think she said there was unsettling comments being made, is why
Well,
she was doxing. My
she
bigger question is why did Terry Lane keep all these doxes and continue to accept them?
it was well, I think there's two separate things there though. There's Julia's behavior, and then there's creators who have interacted with her, including Terry Lynn. Now all of those things are all component parts of a huge mess. But Julia's behavior has been, again, very curious for somebody of her professional level. But she was reporting people to her commanding officer, stated she was reporting people to her commanding officer for comments that were made on YouTube. Now, look, YouTube, social media in itself can be aggressive. There are many communities that are even more aggressive than this one. This one is a bit of a mess at times. We can see that. But there's a whole lot more that can be said. If this, of all things, is ruining you in some way, you need to step away. You are in control of that. I'm sorry that it shouldn't be like that. But when that's the only control you have is to remove yourself from the situation until you can build yourself up to a better place, that's what you have to do.
Well, she was ridiculous anyway because she first tried saying that anybody saying anything negative against her was a immediate felony. Anybody else
Yeah,
recall this? And it's
yeah.
like, yeah,
And we
and
were
then
being reported for child endangerment because of
yes,
commenting on her movie.
on her,
What?
right, didn't even play the movie. We simply commented on the fact that she has a public production, and then she said, we pulled the comments up over in BJ's, ironically, and they were all like, "Oh, you poor thing." Where it was stated that we were now exploiting these there's children in her videos, and how dare we share them publicly? Well, we never even share them publicly. Secondly, they're public movies. Do you mean
Yep.
I can no longer watch the Disney Channel because there's kid actors? What?
I mean, I don't think, again,
Which
there's
is
so much to that it's just where do you even start to unravel it? And you can't really. You
well,
can't.
I think that's why I'm at the anger place that, and I'm glad you're there with me. Nonsense that you feel like, the fact that this was held on to for so long, it was fair. It was set up in a very conniving way, and it was just held on to, and I don't appreciate it. The
I just
emails.
want to know when I'm getting this RO because supposedly there's a few of them that I should have gotten by now, and
Mm.
the carrier
I think you
pigeon got
just named the
lost.
community,
It's
the
so
anger
hard to get an
place.
RO. People think it's like so easy. It's so hard. But I will say, because I've seen people say, oh, well, Julie's life was never in danger. That's a big misconception. ROs and PFAs are not just for immediate physical danger, they can also be granted for harassment.
Yeah. Harassment,
Absolutely.
stalking, all that stuff.
Yeah.
There's some YouTubers who've gone through that, so there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some still going through it too.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Oh,
people,
my.
there's consequences. This is what I got to say. Everybody has choices that they get to make. We're all grown adults here. Everybody should be over the age of 18. We all make choices. There are consequences for some of these choices. You can go
Mm-hmm.
ahead and do it. You can absolutely do these things, but there will be ramifications. People will talk about it. People will continue to talk about it because they don't want further people harmed. There has been so much that has gone on. You can do whatever you want, but there's consequences for your choices.
Do you
Right.
see,
Absolutely.
sorry, Granny, I didn't mean to cut everybody off there. I'm sorry. I read something and then just went pure
I
squirrel. I
I seen it.
apologize.
Go ahead. I know it. I seen it too.
Truth Not Feelings just deleted his entire channel 10 minutes ago. I was watching a replay and everything disappeared, says Barbara Warren.
Oof.
That's curious in itself.
What happened?
Well,
Truth
Truth,
Not
I think, is in a
Feelings?
bad
Yep.
spot and not intentionally on his
Oh,
own either. Like, he's a very intelligent man, if I say so myself.
I
Like, I
I
agree.
really,
Yep.
actually like
Yep.
Truth.
He's got a lot of potential and a lot of good thoughts, in my opinion. Again,
I enjoyed his conversations. That's why I said, I wrote that in the chat. I said, I happen to like truth. I don't know what happened between you two, Jason. Nonsense. I
nothing
missed something.
happened
But I
off
did see a lot
screen.
of people were saying that he was fibbing about his life experiences and shit.
Well,
Like this comment here.
he said a few things in defense of people. Like the conversation, just so everybody knows it. Well, it's not there anymore. Obviously, he took down his video. Anyways, so I was on panel one day with him, just so people understand the situation. Um, we were goofing off. He said that we were talking about I'm not for everybody. I'm extremely blunt to the point. I don't sugarcoat shit. And he said, I thought you were a C word when I first came across. And I was like, well, that's valid, big deal. And Clue says, well, you called her that today. And I was kind of like, oh, and Kyle was standing right there and he was like, wait, what? Like, why is this happening? Again, I don't care what people call me. I could give two shits less. But then it went further than that. And then one of my very close friends off this app was mentioning things that were being said in chat that were disrespectful. And she was humiliated. She was attacked. She was mimicked, mocked, told her to get the F out, never come back, because she was correcting terms that were used against Native Americans and that were very disrespectful. And she was very kind about how she did it. She felt so bad after the whole thing, though, because she was just gone at big time. So it was a culmination of things that had built up. And instead of addressing it right then and there, we tried to not put a target on her and just kept it, removed ourselves behind the scenes. But it's been a long time that I haven't gone back over there. I haven't gone back over there since I was called a C. I'm not going to associate with people that can't understand the passion comes from these families are being shit on every day. This is just the current face. Sebastian is the current face of the exploitation that goes on here. And if I'm called a C because of that, so be it. It is what
Like
it
a
is.
CUNT?
Yeah. But
and when you're saying a T, are you saying transgender?
Oh, what?
You said he called you a T word?
No, a CUNT.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
I don't care about that personally, but I have enough self-respect for myself that we're not going to do that. I just saw the writing on the wall for me. But then once my really good friend was gone at so hard for pointing out, there was a problem with words, that's why. But I have no hard feelings towards truth at all. Those were just my personal things that I addressed last night. So
okay, I see. Mental block, welcome. Thank you for coming a member. And Mystery, if I may, I just want to correct this because it was on my panel. Jay had a valid point. It was stated that people without their cameras on, they show their face, and CJ was kind of pressured into proving that she wasn't Michaela and blah blah blah. So Jay, and then listening back, Jay said it triggered her to hear the way he kind of yelled at CJ or somebody. I don't know. I kind of forget. It's all jumbled now. So they simply said, well, has anybody ever seen his face? You know what I mean? Like he came on the scene after Sebastian disappeared as a channel host. I know he was on prior panels, and I don't think he was attacked for it. I actually stood up for him. I said, I understand why he hasn't shown his face. I'm one of those people that don't think people have to show their faces, but I also don't go around saying people aren't credible if they don't show their face. Do you know what I mean?
I think that's where a lot is left up to interpretation. And again, that's where it's your choice. It's your choice who you support, who you give credibility to. If you're going to support people that will say all of the things, no matter how offensive, how hurtful, how much they will break somebody down, that's your choice. But then you're associated with that person. That you have made that choice. Nobody else made it for you. And equally, if you choose to step back from those people, if you choose not to engage with that, that's your choice also. You're not going to be part of that little party. We all have to make our own decisions here. What is good for me is not good for Granny. What is good for me is not good for nonsense. We all do different things.
Yeah. I do feel like Truth did speak out about some of the things. I don't know about the latest because it looks like his channel's gone before then. I also didn't remember, Kayla, if he was one of the people saying she should turn on her camera. I think he said he wasn't one of the people. So I don't know. I don't remember that. But I did hear Truth kind of going over the whole FAG. He kind of said two different things. At one point, he kind of said, like, I understand words are triggering to different people. And it sounded like Clue kind of was like, yeah, you know what? That's true. That's fair enough type of thing. And then I was told other things were said. So I don't know. What did he say, Natalie? He spoke out this morning. Does anybody know what he said? I did enjoy him, though. I'm sorry you had that experience. Nonsense. And I'm really sorry that
no.
you did. I think.
No, Granny, don't apologize to me. I am adult. Like, I just opted to never go back over there, and it was a respect thing for me. I also, my other half, in full transparency, called somebody that one time when I was on a live stream after months and months of bullshit, and he called her that, and I scolded him right then and there, and I got a lot of grief. Like, you scolded your own other half, but you were on panel, and he called that you, and I was like, yeah, but it's different. Like, I can control that. Kyle was calling somebody else that it was directed to me. I just choose not to go back. It's no big deal. Like, there's no love lost. I think he could be a powerful voice in this arena if used properly. I think he's got a lot of smarts, intelligent.
Yeah.
But that's just me. I wish people well and carry on.
Right. I mean, he did offer lots of the conversation. I personally felt like I enjoyed a lot of his conversations. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if anybody heard what he had to say today about what had come out. I don't think
I
he
didn't.
doesn't like strong women. I do feel like they're all close friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's loyalty.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong there. Like, it's loyalty, in my opinion.
Yep, and we all get caught up in that for good and for bad. You know, we all do.
Yeah. It's what was done to my friend was horrifying. And it carried on in multiple streams. So that was the part for me that was just like, ugh. And normally I would have just hit that go live button and fired in the hole, but trying not to with all the bad actors and all the behind the scenes doxing and stuff going on. I didn't want to put her in the fire.
Right.
It's so hard to navigate.
I think with Truth in particular, he's now, from a couple of people's comments, he has said that, you know, he's not responsible for other people's words. Of course, we get that. We understand that. But we are also old enough to know these days that if you're old enough to have an account on YouTube, you're pretty much old enough to know that you are going to be judged not only by your own words and actions, but by those of the people you associate with. If you're happy to sit there with people saying things and you will co-sign on it by saying nothing to the contrary, that is your choice. That is up to you.
Well, and
you then cannot critique people and say hold other people to their words when you won't hold your own people to their words. That's where there's a difference, and I think that isn't sitting well with some people. If you're going to hold your other people to their words, you've got to be able to hold your friends to their words also, or at least understand why people have a problem with it.
I do agree with that, but I also I feel like because there are people in this sector that do call people out for their words, I think we were all being labeled as people that call people out for their words. Like I said earlier, I intentionally stayed off of calling out Brittany because I didn't want to join in, and knowing it was her turn in the hot seat, and you know I had a personal history there, whatever. But I also feel like in Truth's only defense, he was never sitting on a panel when those words or those type of statements were being spoken that I'm aware of.
I hadn't
Also, when you
seen
talk
it.
about
I know
friends on
that
here,
she did do a panel with this dude, what's his name, JB, and somebody else. Now I don't know if Truth was up there.
Right.
I have no idea.
I don't think he was. So he did say today that in a nutshell, he disagreed with the choice of words and things that were said, but is not ending his friendship with Clue. And for me, that's fair enough. I mean, you can't force him to end his friendship, right?
What would make him then delete his stuff? That's
yeah,
weird.
I'm curious about that. I also feel like men, when they raise their voice, they kind of get a lot harder than when women raise our voices because there's so fewer men in the community.
I didn't see any issue with what he did when he
I
raised
didn't
his
either.
voice.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
I'm
That was
seeing in the chat.
ridiculous.
I
And
didn't
Trevor,
see him raising his voice as a problem either.
no, me neither.
At all.
What were you saying, Trevor, about
Dumb.
friendships? Because I think I get where you're going.
Oh, I was just saying that. I mean, your friends should be the ones to hold you accountable first, anyway. You know,
Yeah.
I want friends around me who are going to say something if I do something wrong. Like when
Yep.
when I did the interview and people came out, my friends, including those on panel. I mean, Chasen was wanting to come and say something, and I want friends like that to be like, hey, you know, this, even if it's not your intention, this is what this causes, because it opened it a lot more quickly for me to see what it did because of that. If I wouldn't have had anybody say anything, then I would not have known. I would just carried on like it didn't have any
Right.
unintended consequences.
Absolutely.
And no, Chelsea Sarix, I agree with you. You know, especially because they're friends and they do speak privately. Of course, he can. It doesn't have to be public, no. But for some of us, it does have to be public because we don't have that private ties. You know.
There's a comment in your chat that it just keeps catching my attention. It says, he said the F word doesn't incite violence like the N word,
He
and
did
said
say
Clue
that.
was right on all of us being snowflakes and insulting people who have. Excuse me, how many people have been killed because of their gender and their sexual identity? What? To say that there's no violence incited by the F slur? What? Never mind, I take back my intelligent comment. Fuck all that. Get the
There
I
are
fuck.
think
many
That was
words.
said.
unsupervised. She
There are,
clipped what he said.
Sorry,
And
Granny.
Yeah.
it was like
I
he
don't.
was comparing the F word
Oh,
and the N word,
Yeah.
and how the N word incites the violence, and you know.
The only thing
but
I will
that
say in his defense is, and if you haven't really experienced it, because it hasn't been highlighted as much, to be fair, nonsense, there hasn't, the homophobic and the harm that it has caused hasn't been nearly as highlighted as the racism against Black people has. And I was kind of little ignorant to the fact until unsupervised put together such a video where she labeled and named off those that have been harmed or have taken their lives due to that word, due to that type of behavior. um and I was hoping he would have seen the video and educated himself as well, but
and I get that, Granny. I think it's all progress and growth as learning things, but it's all around us. There was just
right.
a mass shooting at a club, a gay club, and I can't even remember right now. There's been so many of them that it's like, I get what you're saying. People aren't in, I'm very in tune to that world. I pay
yeah,
attention, and that to say that it doesn't incite bullshit. Like we have a whole pride. Yeah, no, no, I can't get with that. Like,
yeah,
Yeah, and where
Yeah,
I
it's a
uh-uh.
grew
rough
up,
one there.
it's not racism and it's not homophobia, but it's sectarianism that gets people killed over here. And the words that are used would probably mean nothing to a lot of you, but they are words that literally will get people unalived in a heartbeat. And that's where there is a bit of good that can be done about this. It's not to control the words that other people are saying, but at least if there's a level of education, once you know, you know. If you choose to continue to do it, that's your choice. That's
oh,
on you at that point. But at least then we have all learned something, okay? I know what you're doing. You know how I feel. Great. You go about your life.
fair enough. Nicole, I'm
Nicole,
like,
yeah,
oh, sorry to read that. Oh
yeah.
my
So
goodness.
sorry, Nicole. Like to anybody that's had to deal with that, or like, I'm sorry. This is where I come to, and I said this yesterday in my live stream. As a white woman, not in those communities, it's a hard conversation at times to have because we don't know where to sit back, listen to others' perspective, what their experience is, or do we talk? And of course it's always going to be stand against it for me. It's always going to be use my platform to speak against those things because so many are impacted by it. And it really hits me hard that people who follow true crime cannot understand that these words have intent and a lot of horrific pain with them. There is people that are still hate is the reason, the basis of their tragedies and their trauma that you are telling their stories of in the true crime arena. Like to not understand the impact of these things that have happened to so many people is, in my opinion, complete ignorance. I do understand that some people aren't as connected. It's growth, it's change. I get that, Granny. Completely understand what you were saying. But there's people who are unwilling because that's where they stand. That's okay. Like, that's who they are.
I
We
find it
have those
very
people.
weird too, nonsense, that people will get mad at you or get mad at me or we or anybody for even talking about it.
Right.
Yep.
You know, they're mad at us. They're not mad at the word or the person that people said, the ones who did it. They're mad because you're bringing it up because it makes people feel uncomfortable because they have to face their own words and their own actions that they have that they're
And then
not
they
willing
wonder.
to show people.
Sorry, Jason, I didn't mean to
I'm
cut you
sorry,
off
that's
there.
okay.
I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry.
See, I
It's such
actually
a
heard him speak otherwise. I heard him when it came to Caleb Harris. I heard him say, like, who cares what his preference was? That's irrelevant.
right.
So, I don't know.
Are you talking about Truth?
Yeah, I heard him
Oh.
say because somebody said in the chat that he said like he was living an alternative lifestyle, and I heard him say differently. You know, but I know people don't like to admit it, but I do think your age, your location, all comes into play.
Right,
What?
but if we're going to be communicators, then you have to be responsible for your words. Your words are the only thing we have on this platform. Your words have more weight than your actions do on regular everyday life because people aren't saying that aspect to you.
Right.
They are taking on your words. And if you cannot understand that there are levels, I don't mean you, Granny, but if you can't understand that there are levels to hatred, that there are levels to discrimination, that just because one thing might seem more minor to one might be more problematic to another, that
That's
you
what I was
can't
trying to
accept
say.
that.
Right. That's what I was saying. Like, you know, for others, they've experienced it. They've had a loved one experience. Words do trigger, and I'm tired of the word triggered being used as an insult, as a bad label. Being triggered is a normal human response. You know, anger, sadness, all of it. I'm tired of like the whole shaming thing of like, oh, you're so triggered. They were just triggered, rightfully so. So girl next door said he did not say it didn't incite violence. He said it doesn't incite the same level of violence.
So one murder is different than the other murder. It's not the same level of violence, but okay. I'm gonna shut the fuck up now because this is where I lose my shit.
Yeah.
I think there can be a chosen level of deniability that happens with some people, that they choose to maybe only focus on one topic, flashing back to a whole different thing on purpose. When chasing and some others were named as one of the most despicable things in humanity by a couple of creators.
What?
That had already happened to a group of us prior to that. And do you know how many people said anything about that? In
I don't
this
even know where it
community,
was said.
very few. The jerks
Yeah,
did, and I'm
Granny
very
doesn't even
grateful
know what
for
it
it.
is.
Yeah, I don't
What
even
we're
know what's been
talking
going
about.
on. When I'm down the shore, I don't have access to the internet.
No,
Like you
this
guys
Oh no,
happened a
this was a
while
while
back.
ago.
This isn't like this week, but it did happen. It's a whole thing. There were a couple of creators who named people child abusers and p words and all
Oh,
sorts
I
of
do
things.
remember that.
Wow.
I was in that with Jason.
I was nominated as an abuser and a groomer because my icon is a cartoon style character. And that meant that I was deliberately trying to entice children, amongst other things. Now, I don't know how many levels of wrong I can tell you there are to that. But if that's what you choose to support, I see you. I saw the people at the time who were happy to support it, and that's great for them. But then it became a bigger problem because bigger creators were named as also being part of that. Those people had become emboldened by not being corrected then and
I
just took
see
it to
what
a
you're getting
different
at.
group of people.
That's
That's
always how
exactly
it
what
is.
happens with these words now. They might be just saying the F slur to one person at one time, but it will become a bigger problem when everybody says nothing. That's
no,
why we address it.
It never becomes a problem until it happens to you or somebody you like. I've been saying this for years. People let shit go because it's happening to somebody they dislike or it's happening by somebody they do like. And then until it becomes a personal issue, then it becomes the issue. I can't stand that.
Well, I'm kind of caught in something right now, and I'd like your opinions on it.
Not that, Artist Creek. Yes, Jason.
So, the issue concerning Laura, where she's made the racially insensitive comments in the past, and people have confronted her on it. They've talked to her about it. She's explained her stance on it. She feels how she feels on it. I don't see those as the same. I don't see her ignorance of a category of saying Black men might marry white women because white women are weaker in nature than a Black woman is. And
right. No, she was more
so
microaggressions is what that's called. It's microaggressions
Sure.
based off the area you grew up in, stereotypes, and most times people don't even realize they're committing them. I will say though, when she was defending herself against Atlanta being too dark, she did slip up. There was somebody on the panel confronting her, and she did slip up, and she said something like, well, when I'm talking about dark people and white people, so she again referred to Black people as dark people in the same thing. And that's the same time she blamed women for if they get RAPED'd, it's their fault they got RAPED'd. I don't know.
What?
Yeah. You don't remember that?
Yeah.
But I also do feel like I get what you're saying. There's a different level there, and I don't, I've had people bring it up. So
there's a different level, sure.
Right.
But I mean, neither's right, of course. No, it's not right. But there are, would that comment about, oh, Black men marry a white woman, I'm in that situation. I'm in that relationship. So I know that that's complete ignorance. That's not true. Right. So to me, that kind of was almost like, whatever, that's such an ignorant comment compared to reading, we should start a GoFundMe to send them back, the monkeys back on a boat type deal. That to me is like, whoa. So it's when we're talking about truth and him saying, this is one level, this is a different level.
I think
I'm almost trying to talk it out in my own mind to make it make more sense.
No, I get
like,
what you're
are
saying.
they different levels or are they not different levels? Is it all the same?
I personally do feel they're different levels. That's exactly what I would get ready to say. Why did you say? So I was getting ready to say that to Jason. So of course people are bringing up a situation with me. A few years back when I was in my feud with Natasha Cooper, it had came out a video where she was using a racial slur towards her niece, and
I remember that
the
video.
diaries and all that stuff came out. And it was very ignorant of me. I was being a smartass, like you guys often heard me sing or rap and all that. And I made a comment as Natasha Cooper saying, I got my token hottie and I got my token blackie. Well, I swear on everything I love, I did not know that blackie was an offensive term. I didn't mean it offensively. It came out in a rhyming format. It was pure ignorant of me. I immediately apologized when it was brought to my attention of how fucked up it was. And I've never said anything even remotely close, and I never would. It was me being stupid and rhyming. I rhymed the word hottie and that, and it was complete ignorance on my part. But it was not racism. Like it didn't come from a racist part of me. Do you know what I mean? Like,
but you came directly out and said,
immediately,
I apologize.
Like, I'm so sorry. I was stupid of me. I was rapping. It was a rhyming word. I didn't even realize it. It was stupid. I was fucking ignorant. It was stupid. But people are trying to compare that, and I just don't think that's comparable either.
There is no discrimination Olympics, first of all. Racism is racism is racism. I wanted to come back up just as a Black person.
Yes.
I don't live in your country, but my mum lived in San Francisco after she had me. and she lived there for 16 years. So I feel like I've, got, and my brother still lives out there. Anyway, it's all really bad. But as a Black person in a majority white community, I find myself giving a lot of grace. So what I'm trying to say is, there is overt where you hear things that really, really prickle you, like the stuff we're talking about with Clue. We're talking about overt racism where she's using basically dog barking phrases to elicit a reaction, but also that is how she speaks, and she doesn't see anything wrong with that. But many great people on here and in the chat have pointed out, yes, this is absolute racism. I don't stand with that person, because if she's saying this stuff, frankly, what else is she saying? So she's dehumanizing a whole race through her words. What else is she saying? What I find as a Black person moving in white spaces is that microaggressions for me personally is just as bad. They have been written in many books. Microaggressions is like death by 1,000 cuts. So we're constantly listening and hearing microaggressions. So whether you're on your journey where you have a level of ignorance on the subject, but then oh my God, okay, I understand now why that was a microaggression and why that would hurt someone. Let me try and change it. Let me do better in the future. That's why I feel like I have to give grace in certain spaces, because otherwise people aren't ever going to learn and move forward, and we're never going to be able to hold these kinds of conversations. And these kind of conversations are really difficult, because when you point out someone's racism, it is actually worse than the racism itself. People get so offended by being called racist that it actually deflects from the racism itself. I hope that all makes sense. Oh, sorry. And Chasing, to answer you, Laura is completely in denial about what she said, and that she doesn't really believe that she's being racist. She keeps coming back to it. Is awful. That she says these constant microaggressions years later is awful. I don't hang out with her because of this, because she always says problematic things personally as a Black person. I can't listen to her, and she doesn't get it. And so I don't go in spaces where I feel that, okay, I can't educate this person, I can't show them another way, let me just drop it.
I see. And that's really what I wanted to hear from, more so my own head isn't going to give me the answer, right? So hearing that from you makes a huge difference. And it's more impactful. And it was when John Crimes confronted me on it as well, and you have to then distance yourself a bit and really look at what you're doing. And I also go by my own husband, right? I ask him, what do you think of what this person said? Or what do you think about this? And sometimes he's completely offended, and other times, he listens and he's like, people are looking for reasons to be fucking outraged. Like, don't sit here and look for reasons, Tracy.
I also think that, hey, Noodle, thank you. I also think that it is being used to deflect, right? It's being used by people who dislike you or dislike her to deflect from addressing the people they do like. We all know what she said. We all know how long ago it was. It's been visited and revisited many times. We've been there. We've done that. We're now addressing this. It's the whataboutism. It's a distraction.
Well, this is it, and this is why, though, I give grace, and I respect people who can grow, because I remember the John crime situation, and it was really difficult to be part of that conversation as a subscriber. But what I respect about you, Chasing, is I can clearly see that you've, I don't know, done some education, you've come out in this hard stance, and that I feel is growth. So regardless of what's happened in the past, when you see somebody who can grow, who can show growth, I think that's a big thing, and that's the only way that we move forward. And also, no community is a monolith. I am a Black person, but I'm not representative of all Black people. We're not just like me. We're not just like your husband. We're not just like, there are many different parts. But the sad thing about being a Black person is people are more likely to discriminate against us when they see us in person than any other any other race and any other protected group, because Black has been dehumanized so much in all countries, in all majority white countries, that often we do not get the chance. So before you see anything else, you see my color, and if you're racist, you make a judgment about me, and that's where people, I feel like Laura, are coming from with the comments that she made.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Can you hear me? This is the first time I've been on a panel, so I just was wanting to say something along that line, because I really think that it depends on what area you grew up in to a certain degree, because like with my first name, which I'm not going to say, I have seen it on both sides, with whites and with blacks, the discrimination against my name. But when I lived in the Midwest, I did not have an issue. I moved to the South, and that's where I've had the issue ever since, all because of my name. And it's kind of crazy, and I guess all over a name, but when they see me, they're thinking I'm the opposite race,
What's your name?
Well, I don't really want to give that out, but
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, but like all because of my name, what I was born with, and they think when they see me, because like white people are like, oh, or I don't get a call back. Like if I'm doing
a job interview, a job application.
Well,
yeah, if you're trying
honestly,
to
we just went on vacation and we come back, and because of my name, I messaged a Airbnb to rent for our vacation. So when I was trying to message them to ask if it was still available, and if they had like a military discount, that type of thing, I could not get a response. But I put my mom's name in, who doesn't have, I guess like a different race name or however you want to say it. I got a response back like right away. So I noticed that. Well, then at my job, I was taking, I was having people come into because I work at I did at a preschool. So I was having people come in. So they come in and they asked for me. And the guy who happened to come in he was African American. He was like, "Oh, you're not a sister." And, I was like, "No, I'm not," So it's kind of like I've seen it both ways. And I really think it depends on where, you grew up at. Because when I lived in, Kansas, I didn't have that issue. So I'm not sure why, to be honest.
Well, yeah, it's more prevalent in different areas. I mean, I think we're all pretty much aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was just my response. I'm at work, but I just wanted to, say something about that, because I've kind of seen it on both sides, and it's really sad, to be honest, but it wasn't until I moved south where I started seeing it. And I was like, wow, it's kind of crazy. So
I'm sorry you experienced that. It is. Yeah. I mean, once you experience it, you experience it for sure.
Right. Yeah. And you kind of, I don't want to say how people feel, because I definitely don't. And over a name, but it's like, it kind of puts in perspective how some people could possibly feel,
Right. Of course. Well, so. And I see the chat saying that white people can't be victims of racism, and I don't think that's true either. I don't think that's true. I think Black people can be racist too.
Can I add to be a victim of racism, though, there's a level of oppression.
Yeah, that's the point.
I think prejudice. What would it be
called then? If I grew up.
Yeah, I would say more. I would say more prejudiced against. Yeah, because like I said, I mean, I put in my name to ask the Airbnb a question. No response. Couldn't get a response back about any of it. And then I put in my mom's.
They've done studies on that.
No, I get that.
In HR.
I get that.
Yeah, who's a very common name. And I was like, okay, well, they can answer me back right away. And I knew, because I told my husband, I was like, it's all because of my name,
Guys, like, that is sad.
Respectfully, that doesn't answer my question. Like, what I'm asking
No.
is, like, me, I grew up the minority, right? I was the white person in a black neighborhood, and I certainly got beat up and taunted for being white. So what would that be called?
Prejudice, hate, things that are taught by, their parents or whatever. It's different from you being
Okay, it's
oppressed
not
for the color of
actual,
your skin,
right? Okay,
where,
so
yeah,
I wasn't aware that racism was the underlying oppression with it. Thank you for telling me
sure.
that. Okay.
I would definitely say prejudicial like that.
Treatment, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would go with, Granny. And you're sorry that you experienced that too. Like, not trying to chasing. I'm going to go back to your point because,
I'm
I'm
going to
an
jump
equal
off here, but I
opportunity.
appreciate you guys for listening.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm an equal opportunity hater. Everybody knows that. There's no shock. So be prepared for what's about
Are
to
you
come next.
sure?
This is reflective on me and me only, not Granny or any chasing or anybody else on this panel. Going back to what OG London Girl said, for me, it's a pattern of behavior. You can't continue to say things over and over again. Those small cuts add up to big cuts over time. There's no excusing those behaviors. For me, it's just a no. It's a hard no on things she does too. I get why you, from what I'm understanding, I didn't watch any of it, but you went on panel to try and set the situation correct of what
Well,
happened.
because it was because my name was all over the thumbnail. It was right after I hung up my stream, and it was something to the effect of, "You had me until you said you didn't know how Queen Bee felt." And I thought, wow, I just spent like an hour explaining how I felt to my subscribers, to people who were chatting in there and having a dialogue. And that's what you got from it? That it's about Queen Bee, or that I'm trying to take up for Queen Bee or protect Queen Bee's feelings or pretend that I don't know how Queen feels? And why the fuck is this about Queen? So I did type it in her chat and said, no, I said, I don't know how Queen feels about what went down today. And she typed back, oh, give me a break. We all know how she fucking feels. And I'm like, no, we don't, because this just happened. So how would I know? And then she dropped the link. And I'm like, I might as well just explain it rather than going back and forth about this shit.
So her
And now
intent
people
wasn't
are
to-
like, why were you up there when she's done this, this, and this? What?
But her intent was never to have a conversation about the seriousness of racist comments, racial motivated hate. Like, her conversation was intended to trigger and bait you for a show to put a narrative about, well, you know how Queen Bee feels. It was, do you see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but I couldn't let it go there, right? And which is why I went up.
But that's
Because
what
if I didn't, it would have went there. Do you see what I mean? The narrative would have been spun, and I did not want that to happen. That's why I often show up in streams where my name's being called, because you're not going to spin my words. If I said something, I want to be able to explain it to you, whether I like you or not. If you want to have a discussion, we can do that. But you're not going to use me, my stream, my words to push your own stream and talk about what you think I said or how you're interpreting what I said. Let me come up and tell you what I meant if you didn't understand it. That's all. And that's what I was doing. But people are like, oh, wait, you're going to block racist, but you're up there? And it's like, are you fucking kidding? Like, did you miss the point too? Are you doing the whataboutisms now as well? Because the only person you want to talk about is Laura? Yeah, that's what you're doing. And it's ridiculous to me that these are adults. And sometimes you have to wonder about the critical thinking skills, because what they're doing doesn't make any sense. I was clear. It's clear. Stop trying to pretend it's not. Like, it's ridiculous.
I get what you're saying. Thank you for explaining that. To me, it's no different. Like, she wasn't wanting to have a serious conversation or, like, continue that. It was Well, so and so, it's another whataboutism, in my opinion, which makes it worse
Mm-hmm.
because you're not wanting to have a serious conversation about how these affect people because she continues to say things over and over again. I've seen years and years of clips and then excuses and then clips and excuses. And for me, it's a
Mm-hmm.
hard no. It is bullshit across the
Right.
board. If you say things intentionally in the heat of the moment when you're pissed off, it's a pattern of behavior. That shows me who you are. I stay the hell away. That's a me thing, though. I have a very
Yeah.
hard line. That's where I stand. I don't panel up. And again, nothing, no shade to you that do, but I will not sit or condone that because just like OG is explaining, like her perception, different country, everything, but she's got a really good read on a lot of us, a lot of things
Yeah.
that go on. And it's so important. Like, OG, thank you for coming up and speaking today and giving your perspective because it is hard in these situations to know when to speak, when to listen, when to
Mm.
hold somebody accountable, say what you like. It is a hard area to navigate at times. And I really appreciate you offering your
Well, I
perspective.
think
Really.
a lot of people are making the exact argument you're making nonsense, right? So that's a good thing to hear too, because that's the argument people are making. How are you going to block all these other people and then you go up there to have this discussion? I didn't go up to have the discussion about race. I didn't go up there to have the discussion
That
to
wasn't what it was
educate,
about. Yeah.
right? That's
Yep.
not what any of this was about. I was not trying to convince Laura of anything. I
Right.
was saying my stream wasn't about Queen or how Queen feels or any of that. And if you haven't gone to listen to the original stream, then you don't know what I'm talking about. I was talking to my subscribers
Right.
specifically. Like, but they're trying to twist it into, well, you're paneling up with someone and you just said you're going to block all these other people. No, I said the people who are going over there who chat in my chat and also chat there and are okay with this. They're like, yes, she's good. I just don't want you to come back here. It's really, I don't know why it was made into something it's not or even addressed. It's my opinion about what I want in my own chat. Like, what?
Right.
And the reason I've come up and I'm kind of coming up and supporting in some ways is because I've listened to some of you guys for 4 years now. You've been my go-to places for certain things. So to hear someone finally speaking up and standing 10 toes down was a relief for me. It was a relief because you both articulated your stances very clearly as allies. And for me, that hasn't happened. And I was trying to explain in Chasing's chat yesterday, and it kept getting missed by people, that it's great that you're calling out overt racism, but the microaggressions and the casual racism happens a lot. And we don't notice it because we're not educated, or you guys or some people might not notice it because we're not so educated. And I recognize everyone's on a different journey. And that's why it's important in these conversations to give people grace. And then, like you say, nonsense to look at patterns of behavior, right? So I can see growth and change. I hang out with Granny because I see her growth and change. I see her battling people who are coming after her and her changing her reactions. And I've got a lot of respect for that. I've got respect for all of you. And that's given me, I've had to learn not to cancel people myself or not to switch off just because someone said this. I've stuck with you. Sometimes I as a subscriber, I'm just in the bushes, and sometimes I'm going crazy in the chat. But I've learned that I have to be open to those people who want to learn about why this word particularly hurts, and just going on microaggressions, right? So microaggressions to a black person, we take it and we take it and we take it, and then eventually it leads to where I am now. Nonsense. I found you at the beginning of this year when I was having a colonoscopy. So racism actually is proven to lead people to a detriment in their physical health because of how we have to put up with this for so long, right? So
Absolutely.
It is a relief to hear a couple of my favorite creators having such a strong stand. And I'm sorry if you're getting shit for it. But for me, I'm relieved.
Oh, do not ever apologize for us getting shit for it. If I'm getting shit for this, it's the right thing. If I always say if people are unsubbing, I hit the right point because these conversations need to happen, especially when we're talking about people's trauma, pain, and telling their stories over traumatic events, you know, most of the time, because we talk about real life tragedies. And what you mentioned about healthcare, colon cancer is a huge issue. And people still don't understand that there's disparities in our medical system for all sorts of different races. They don't even want to pay attention to those things, though. So it's really hard that these like some people just don't want to be a part of these conversations, and that's their choice too. But
Well, as we've recently found out, apparently people don't even know that the F word would be offensive to some people. Or, you know, we think
what?
we've come a long way in what, 40, 50 years. Apparently, some of us have. And
Wow.
obviously, there's a lot of people that are choosing,
Well,
and I'd say that deliberately. There are some who choose to regress. That's their choice.
Well, to be fair, I don't think it's a matter of not knowing it was offensive. I think it's a matter of not knowing how much harm it has actually caused. I mean, I think we're all fully aware it's an offensive term, right? It's not a pretty term. It's not flattering. It's offensive. I don't think, I think people were willing to overlook that because there were so many layers put above it, right? There was like, well, this was happening, that was happening, and this and whatever. But this has completely changed that direction, right? This is like, okay, now you add this, this, and this. And if I recall correctly, she was stating when being called out for that people were calling her racist. And at that point, I hadn't heard anybody call her racist. And now I know why. People have
Yeah,
suppressed
I
Hi.
had never heard anybody call her that either. And I was like, what?
I
Why would
Hi.
haven't
someone
heard
say you're
anyone call her
racist?
racist, but she obviously knew that a storm was coming, didn't she?
Hello.
Well,
Yeah.
And it touched a nerve, and that's why she was talking about racism, because she knew what was coming.
right.
The
Hey,
reason I
To
got
Carl.
be
up here,
fair,
hi
Hey,
darling, is I
hey, Grandma.
actually came up because of something that Wee Frosty was talking about. But it actually slots in quite nicely with the fact that this is more than just words, and also the concept of microaggression, which is somebody immediately started saying in the chat, and I've forgotten the name, which is classic for me, that Tiffany never called anybody a pedo. No, she didn't. She was very careful not to use that word, but she still held alive where all this sort of shady commentary was made by Benny and Jenna and another person, and Tiffany was over it all, wanting information, and she was saying international child groomers. We all knew what she was getting at. She didn't have to use pedo. Let's not fool ourselves here. Just because she didn't use a specific term, it didn't mean that she wasn't out and out stating that a group of people within this sector were involved in nefarious activity that ultimately ended up with children being sexually harmed. So let's not kid ourselves just because she didn't use that word. And the same goes to the amount of racism that happens that isn't easy to pin down as racism because it's euphemistic or it's behavioural. When a London girl is talking about microaggressions, I am white. I don't experience microaggressions in the same way of my race, but I do about my disability. It is not as overwhelming as it would be if I was a person of colour, but it happens. And I tell you, microaggressions are really worrying because they seem so insignificant. It's like a drop of water. If a drop of water lands on you, it's nothing. If a drop of water lands on the same place over and over and over again, it will wear away granite. It's the accumulation of small things and the damage that it does to a person. It may only be just even a side eye, but if it's the end of a day when you've had a whole load of bullshit from people, that is like the straw that breaks the camel's back, and it's just that one the thing that make you burst into tears or go home. I'm a very strong person. Words don't normally touch me, but eventually there comes a point where you've had so many of these little drops of water hitting you over and over and over again in the same place in your life that it is truly damaging to you. It's the accumulation over time, and I can't imagine what that is like as a person of colour. I've got some idea, of what it might be like, but I can't really get a full grasp of it. And I wish people could understand that it is so much more than direct and overt words. People are more clever about their racism now. Yes, a lot of people have educated themselves, but let's not fool ourselves. It's like a lot of things. People will say what they think in certain places. It's like they gauge what's going on. They gauge how they can word things. But come on, none of us are stupid. We know what people are doing.
Well,
That's right.
it's kind of like charades because you don't have to actually say the words, but the concept around it is what leads people to think something specific. And it's
Yep.
dog whistling, if you will. And it's all based on, and I'm going to use a big word here, hermeneutics, which is basically making a decision based upon your prior experience. Hi, everybody. Sorry. I wanted to jump up here because what I haven't heard in any of these discussions, it's Grandma Sherry. Um, and whether we're talking about homophobic slurs or racism or any kind of bullying or whatever, it's the concept of less than. These kind of things come about because whoever's speaking these things consider the subject to be less than they are, whether it's coming from whomever to whomever. Uh, I'm, I don't know. This is very, very sensitive to me because, like with Pearl, I get things for my autism, my disability, and since we just passed the 4th of July, I wanted to bring something up. This kind of goes along with Karen Reed trial too, with everybody talking about John Adams. It's the preamble to our Declaration of Independence in the United States. And the preamble says, blah, 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 we got together, we're doing all these things. But it says that we hold certain truths to be self-evident. And that means that they're so obvious that we all agree on them, right? That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. And among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I think what we've all kind of glossed over is that it doesn't matter if you're the white trash in the bougie community or wherever you're from, there's always going to be somebody somewhere looking down, thinking you're less than. And that's not equality. And that's all the people that are, neurodivergent or the people that are people of color or different religions or whatever, is people just want to be treated the same.
Can I dovetail on your comment there, Grandma?
I'll
Yeah.
probably lose my thought, but yes, go ahead.
No, go on then, darling. Go on. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll write it down.
Shit. Sorry.
Well, also,
No,
I
that's all
think
right.
saying white trash is disparaging too, to be honest. I don't think that's any
Well,
better because that leads
it
towards
all
that.
is, it's
Right.
all less than. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, it was something that struck a chord with me whenever it's a comment that is frequently used in the UK and Ireland, and ISE is also sadly common in certain parts of America and whatever, where it sort of backs into Chasing's problem with the statement that was made about a GoFundMe to send people back. On the Statue of Liberty, it says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send those, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." That's what it says. And yet somehow in this day and age, we have now regressed back to the point where people can get out. I mean, is that what, that's kind of pathetic when we're being that basic, where the level of hatred is that redundant, that if somebody's not the same color, the same ability, the same social bracket, the same religion, somehow we're doing all that, they can just get out. There's no dialogue with those people. Instead, you're just labeled as a snowflake if you've got a problem with it, or a hall monitor. I
Well,
don't know what
or a
where there could
marshmallow.
be a meeting of the minds.
Well,
I
and
think that's
here's
the
the
way
thing.
it's approached, to be honest. I think that had a lot to do with the way it felt that it was being approached. Michelle, you keep coming and falling, so I want to allow you to speak before you fall again.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't sure whether or not my mic was working, and something else. So that's why I popped back and forth. But thanks for having me up. I would like to ask a question with the lady that talked about microaggressions. I don't know her name.
OG London?
Is that
I'm not
you?
too sure. The one with the accent?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that would have been OG.
Well, there's a
So
few accents up here.
Yeah, we're trying to take over. The Brits are over here, so you know, just saying.
So okay, so OG, I guess it's a couple of things. Do you think when people say that they don't see color, does that offend you?
Absolutely, and I have
Thank you.
I have conversations with my friends about it,
Mm-hmm.
because they're literally, I do not see color, you're all just the same, and it's just like, then you
Right.
don't recognize me as complete me. And it's something that and this is where I want to pass this over to Grandma Sherry in a minute, but it's something that okay, so here's what I do in my real life. So
Okay.
I will try and gently educate those people who say homophobic, transphobic, discriminatory, racist things in my own life, and I will give grace, because these people are people that I love and I hang around. But if I am educating you for the third time on something, then my energy towards you is going to change. Right.
Mhm.
And so I have tried and I've given you grace, and yet you're still telling me you don't see color. And that means that you have not understood anything I've said. And also, you haven't taken any of the suggestions, because the other thing I want to add about this whole discussion is it hasn't. They're on, I think, Chasen's panel yesterday. People were kind of acting brand new, like, oh my God, this is happening in 2024. Yes, it's happening in 2024. But part of the reason and part of the reason why I feel it's happening so strongly now is there is a deliberate effort, concerted effort, which in the UK certainly has been going on since 2016, of division against any community, against any difference. And so I saw that nation leaders were using derogatory terms against certain communities, and widely using derogatory terms. And when our leaders of nations start to use this vocabulary, then slowly and slowly it becomes part of everybody's vernacular, and it is condoned. And so what we saw in 2020, where everyone was at home, everyone had access to the same information, and lots of people did education about many different things, that was fantastic. But 3 years on, when gender is on the discussions, when sexuality is on the discussions, when race again is on the discussions, and you have our nation's leaders pushing back on that, then it's not a surprise to me of where we are. So I just try and make whatever difference I can in my small circle of friends. There we go.
I agree.
I also want to point
Thank
out,
you.
I spoke out when the whole I don't see color thing, but I also want to point out that it is very hard for people, because sometimes you don't know what to say. And I think people have come to say that as a way of saying, I'm not racist, I don't see color, and I don't think they mean any offense by it. I do see how it could be offensive. Matter of fact, I said, no, we all do see color. You should see color. Acknowledge people for who they are, for what they are. But I truly don't think people mean harm by it when they say they don't see color.
I think you're being really gracious. I don't see it that way at all. I mean, obviously, I come from a different experience to OG London Girl because, you know, I'm possibly as white as it's possible to get. I've made the joke to the girls that I know that I have two foundation colours, milk and are you sure you're not dead? That's how white I am. But if somebody says to me that they don't see colour, what I hear them say is, I don't want to listen to this conversation. I'm not interested in the problems that are going on. I take myself out of this. Please don't bother me.
See, I disagree. I don't think
I
they
don't
look
want
that
to be
deeply into the
educated. I
statement.
don't want to be part of this discussion.
Yeah. I can see that, but I don't think people look that deeply into that statement. I think they just say to be like, I see everybody as the same, which again, it's yes, it is like you're saying, it is dismissing what people go through. I understand both sides.
It is
I
such a
understand
ridiculous
your
statement, though.
views, Granny. But if I've taken the time to explain to you why it is offensive, then it offends me when the same people still say it to me, is what I'm saying. Because I do think on a mass, people do say I don't see colour as a thing of I'm not racist. I see you as London Girl, and that's fine. But when I then take the time to explain why it's offensive to me, to the people that I love, and I don't see a course correct, then it means that, okay, well, what other things are you holding views on? And so I can't give people that energy. So I'm not saying it's for everyone, but I'm saying it's like, if I've taken time to educate you and you're still using it, then I've got to back out of this.
It's just such a ridiculous statement anyway. Imagine if you were in a situation, say, perhaps you were going into labour, or you had some sort of monthly issue as a woman, or you were talking about your experience as a woman in certain situations, because it is different to move through the world as a man or a woman. And somebody said to you, oh, I don't see the sexes. I don't see countries. I don't see different. It's like somebody saying to me, I don't see disability.
No, I get it.
Well, that's fantastic. Let's get to the bottom of the stairs and see how both of us manage to go up them.
Right.
No,
Yes,
I understand.
Exactly. It's like
And
making an excuse for it. Like you're almost making an excuse for the
well,
reason.
I get that all the time too, because you know, people say, "Oh, high functioning autistic people are brilliant," but we're treated like we're idiots. You know, and there's such a contradiction there. It's a push me pull you um in the thought. I mean, I look at everyone as being human.
Well, that's
As you
offensive.
know,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm sorry I had to say it.
I'm sorry to all the alien lizard people out there. I'm sorry. But the point that I try to look at this is that people can have their free speech. If you look at the United States, the difference between California and Florida, we're not united. We're not united over anything. And what I just wanted to point out is that we don't have things that are self-evident. We don't have a baseline of what is right and what is wrong anymore. And the old quote, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And so what I'm seeing about the people calling out the nasty words or the racism or these type of things is calling out that these things are wrong because there are people being hurt. And whether you're of the opinion that, you know, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me, that's not true. Because, and you've heard this before, but my grandmother and my mother were sexually assaulted because they were less than because they were indigenous. My sons are Latino and they've been called all the things once people find out their last name. And the point is that what I'd like to see, and it's never going to happen in my life, I suppose, is that we just get down to a basis of being better humans. Being better humans. You know, I understand, people, if somebody broke into my house and I became violent with somebody because they were assaulting my children, yes, protect the children, protect your house. I understand all that. But there's so much fear that's being propagated between everything. I mean, you can't even watch a probiotics commercial without being, afraid of forever chemicals and your gut biome being messed up by all the nasty things. There's fear everywhere.
I
And
want
what
to
it
hear more
comes
about
down
the butt biome, Grandma. Let's talk
yes,
about that. Let's get down to the dirty bits.
I want to speak to Sharon in the chat, who says that whites getting
happy
called
birthday to me.
Karen is racism. Sharon, I call Karens Karen, and as I said, I'm the whitest woman alive. How is that racism? I'm calling out a behaviour. Karen is just something that's become synonymous with a certain way of behaving. Um, if it's something that you find that you see online being attributed to more white women than not, then that tells you something about a behaviour that they're doing. It's not associated with their race or the name Karen. It's just become a shorthand for it. This overwhelming need to have some sort of oppression Olympics where, yes, but I get called Karen. It's not the same. Having Karen spray painted on the side of your house is never going to result in you being dragged out into the street and beaten, like the F word might. There was never a time when being called something like a Karen would have got the burning cross on your lawn. It is not the same. Please get a grip.
I wanted to just kind of tap in and just because I remember when I was in school, there's a term like when somebody is biracial, they would call them Oreos, and that is the same kind of it's the same, just because we minimize, it's still minimizing and normalizing racism, and like, you know what I mean, it's like when you use
Yeah.
words like that, I never understood it, and I thought it was just like you're still singling out, you know what I mean, singling them out because they're different or because they're not like you or whatever. And I just wanted to tap in and just kind of say that because I remember that growing up, and I was like, man, it's the same thing. You're just minimizing, a different word for, but you're still dehumanizing somebody, you know.
It is less than exactly.
Mhm.
I mean, my ex-husband is a Karen. I mean, he's just rude and entitled, and
Right. But to be fair, the word Karen did start off to identify middle aged white women that complain about everything. It was initially made for the white women that would call the police because they saw black people, or, that is when Karen began. So it is placed on primarily middle aged white women, but you can't compare it to other words by any means. No.
Yeah, but
no,
it's
exactly.
it's a backwards thing. The word came from the behaviour. Uh, the word didn't start and then behaviour was attributed to it.
Right.
It just became a shorthand for a certain type of negative behaviour. And in fact, a lot of the Karening or the barbecue beckying of it all was the fact that these people couldn't sort of let black people exist in public. The sort of constant spate we saw of phone calls over things as stupid as who was barbecuing in the park,
Right.
the guy who was bird watching in Central Park. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, but okay, nobody cares. I mean, no, everybody
Oh
cares.
no, it's not
Nobody
really
cares.
important. I'm just having a little bitch.
No, that's okay. I'm at a place right now. I'm at a mental place right now that I just, from my point of view, is live and let live. And like Chasing said in in a very uh in a very concrete manner, if you roll with that, I don't want to roll with you. I'm of the opinion, yeah. I mean, it's the people that you surround yourself with because out of the fullness of your heart, your mouth speaks.
Did I drop?
So if
No, you're
What's
here.
that?
Okay. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
I do think
I
though,
was
when it comes to subscribers, I'll be honest, this is how I personally feel about it. Clue's not using these terms on her streams. I mean, granted, she uses, the F word. So she has used the term, okay, but she hasn't displayed her racism on her channel. And I think for subscribers, they're there for an entertainment type of aspect, right? So I don't think it's fair to say that any subscriber that is seen in her chat therefore is, exiled or immediately wrong, or because there's still a chance that people haven't seen it and they're not aware. And, maybe a week from now or something, or I don't know. Has Clue addressed it? I don't know. I don't
I
want to
just know that
place.
if they were in my chat, then I know that they know, right? Or if
Fair,
they're
fair enough.
commenting under Jones's or unsupervised or the number of people
Right,
who've
they're
now
fully
talked
aware.
about it, they're aware of it. So it's for me, it's I'm not going to exile them anywhere. I mean, it's no loss not coming to my channel. I barely ever go live anymore. But if I happen to run across you, it's all good. Don't just you stay over there and I'm going to be over here. And that's it. It's very simple.
Yeah.
And
and
it's only
what was
because,
it?
yeah, you might be going there for entertainment, and that's okay. Go there because you feel like she's bringing something to the table. I'm not telling you where to go. I don't care if you go there. That's great. Whatever. But don't try to go there and support now that you know, even if she's not saying it on her streams, you know that it's been said and that that's where the person's coming from. It's just not, it's such an issue for me personally, the way that I'm seeing it, that so many people that were in my chat are of a disability, a different race, gay, part of the LGBTQ community, whatever it might be. They should have places where they can go where they know for a fact that creators aren't somewhere else saying they want a GoFundMe for monkeys to go back on a boat. Like, how the
I
fuck must people feel? Like, wait, I really like her. Did she say that?
I
It's
think
just not okay.
that part was missing, I think, initially from the original conversation when people were irritated about either one group with one word or certain groups with another word, that there was a generalized, well, if you're going to say the truth is, if you're going to say that about one group, chances are you probably have some other opinions that I wouldn't agree with either. And that doesn't mean you get thrown out into the trash. That doesn't mean that. But
Mona,
if
I
I
didn't
tell
say
you,
what earlier. I apologize. Mona said, but you didn't say that earlier. I've said the same thing since last night to today. Do whatever you want to do. Just don't come back to my chat. That's all. Do whatever you want. Do whatever makes you happy. Do it. Do it with a fucking smile on your face. Do it while you're doing fucking cartwheels. Do it and tell me to go fuck myself, but don't do it and then come back to my chat. I don't know how much more clear this can be.
I think you've made it very clear.
I think it's clear
Yeah.
now.
People are
Yes,
saying
me
they don't
too.
even understand the monkeys on the boat. I'm confused.
Oh
There's
my
people
god. I
that's
can't.
well, to be fair, some of these faces are newer in here. Artist Creek hasn't seen a lot of. Put a one in the chat if you have not seen what Chasen just said. I think there's a lot of people that aren't fully aware. It's not the same, Leo. I mean, I guess there's similarities, but it's not quite the same. What I'm saying is she has never expressed these views on her channel, so a lot of people may be unaware.
yeah, that part happens very often in this
Look
space
at all the
where
ones.
we
Told
are
you.
aware of a conversation and the people listening to us haven't heard that, and yet no matter how well we think we are communicating or catching people up, there is an amount of, you have to retread the same ground to be able to bring everybody up to speed. That is necessary.
Yeah, because that's how I felt listening on Chasen's. I honestly, I almost was afraid to comment because I felt it was
Right.
so personally driven at me that I was, and I know some of the comments were, and I'm like, well, shit, I'm not. And then finally you asked how many haven't seen it, and I'm like, two, like, had no idea.
So
Okay,
the
so
thing
can
that I want to go just say to time what Grandma Shay was saying was, I do feel that you know, if those that want to, we can educate ourselves, right? I knew nothing about gender, ideology, and more of a deep dive into the LGBTQI plus community. I was confused by what I was reading, what was coming out. But you know what I did? I chose to educate myself so that I wouldn't put myself or make anyone feel through my words something that was offensive to them. And I think we all have a responsibility to continue to educate ourselves. It's 2024. Everybody has access to the same Beyonce's internet. Do you know what I mean? We've all got the same tools in front of us. But if we lack curiosity or if we lack the desire to be better, then it's not going to happen.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Well, can I thank you for that, darling, because I really appreciate that. As somebody who has a family that is impacted by those things, a family member, I really appreciate the fact that you went out there and did that. And I wish more people would do the same about
I agree.
reacting and connecting with you in your situation.
It's all about curiosity, like she was saying, and I educate myself all the time too. And on that note, I want to go back to the word microaggression. The definition of microaggression is a term used for commonplace verbal, behavioral, or environmental slights, whether intentional or unintentional, that communicate hostile, derogatory, or negative attitudes toward those of different races, cultures, beliefs, or genders.
Right.
So yeah, it doesn't have to be just something, you know, right in your face. I think so when I grew up here in Utah, I was my family was the only ones that weren't Mormon. There might have been in my neighborhood and in my schools, and I can't compare this microaggression to the microaggression that a Black individual might have, but absolutely there were, for me, verbal, behavioral, or environmental slights that communicates hostility or negative attitude towards me.
Right.
And so I think when you break it down and look at it like that and actually know what the meaning is, then I think people start to understand more. I mean, this would even apply to the popular girl groups or the mean girls, and then you're the one that's left out. You are feeling, even if they don't say anything, the environmental slights that are negative towards you. And I agree with the one that said, what did she say? Sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice. I don't remember now. Sorry.
That's okay.
So yeah, I think it's when that if you pull it up. Oh, curiosity. Yeah, I agree with the curiosity. I do the same thing all the time. If I don't know something or I want to know more of something, whether it's in a conversation or just pops into my head, I take a look at it. And also back to the I don't see color. I remember years and years and years ago when it became popular to say that you were colorblind. And I do think that that was an attempt to say that you're not racist, but it should evolve from there to when I see a Black person, I recognize their color. If I want to know more about them because they seem interesting, or I'll strike up a conversation. But I think when you start to look at it as, yes, it's terrible not to be seen, right? It's terrible not to be seen, not to be heard. It's awful. And so I think when we have the opportunity to be around a diverse group of people, we need to recognize that, yeah, there's a black person. I see it. I see him or her. And there's a Mexican person. I see him or her. I think when more people start to approach it that way, I think we'll do better as a whole. Because the divide between races and liberal or conservative or yeah, it's just sad that we're not farther along than we are. So, but I'm glad I had an opportunity to have someone here on the panel that could educate us about I don't see you or I'm colorblind.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you just stop to think about it, I don't see you. I don't see color. I don't see you. That's no, we don't want to ignore. We want to the things that pop in your head when you see somebody who is different from you. You should be able to possibly approach the person, have a conversation. I mean, there are so many variables, but that's what microaggression.
Keyboard.
I know, right?
I
No,
think
I get what you're
initially,
saying, and yeah, I thank you for that. I understand exactly what you're saying.
I
That is
think
my keyboard that's going.
Granny, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to sit down. I didn't want to just disappear. I've left a comment in the back with the link and the timestamp of exactly
Thank
what it
you.
is that you want. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
It's been lovely to speak to you, ladies. Thank you very much.
You as well.
Have a
Hi,
great day,
Pearl.
Pearl. I'm going to
Okay.
hop down to you, Granny, because I'll open up space for other people. Thank you for having this conversation. Thank you for everybody being a part of it. Thank you, OG, again, for your insight and the conversation. I love when you're on panels. I look forward to you starting your own channel someday, no pressure. But I really do value people in these conversations because it is difficult to know what, and it's really interesting to see how many people are unaware. And I think
Yeah.
sometimes it becomes people are intentionally unaware too, because these are hot topics. They are hard conversations, but they need to be had because it's not, you can look at it. There are so many creators that fall into these types of things. We've seen it happen with the MGL. She was elevated up extremely high. Everything was excused for a long time. She grew, she grew, she grew. People looked over it, condoned it, and then crash. And for me, if I'm going to hold this energy towards MGL, BHB, I'm sure as hell going to hold it to the people that claim that they're helping protect these families. Because in my opinion, no, you're doing more harm than good. And if we can't see that our own behaviors affect these families at times, we need to take a step back. So with that said, thank you guys for having me on panel today. I also posted the link for the video and the timestamp in my last video so people could see it because people were confused by it. But have a great day, ladies. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nonsense.
Yeah, thank you, Granny. I'm gonna go now, but I really want to say thank you so much for holding this space. I know it's not easy to have conversations on this topic, and I really respect everyone that stayed on panel, everyone that contributed. And I said to Spudler in chat, I'm actually off work at the moment, signed off sick because of race-related crap at work. And so why I'm so enthusiastic and passionate about this is my hope was kind of restored that people did take such a stand, and it may seem small, but this is the impact and power of people standing up. So thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm sorry, OJ, that you've had to go through that, but I'm glad that you're able to so eloquently be able to express why this is a problem and still not fall into the pitfalls that many people, including myself, do, where we meet ignorance with frustration at times because it becomes too much. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
Welcome, love.
Thanks, OG.
Okay, so I do have what people were looking for. Give me a second. And I know for some people it's like, oh, the conversation has become redundant and da-da-da. And I get what you guys are saying, but I haven't spoken on it, and it does need to be spoken on. And as we just heard, there are people that do appreciate
And
it. And go ahead, Jason. I'm sorry. Jason, you're gone. Your microphone's gone.
Oh
The aliens have stolen Jason.
Motherfuck.
There you are. Now we heard that. Of course.
See, she's gone now.
That's always the way it goes. We always hear the last word and then gone. Always. All right. So now
You know, can I just, people keep saying, well, go tell this to Clue, go tell it. And here's the thing, this isn't a hate Clue, hate JB Gunner kind of thing. This is a voice to stand up for what is hurtful, for what is divisive, for what is bad in our society. I mean, we have such a blanket overall, this is what this is, and we have a name for it, but we fail to recognize the individuals.
Well, and for me, it's not even personal against that individual. I mean, she happened to do it, but for me, it's just my stance on how I feel overall about this type of topic. It's how I feel about racism. It's how I feel about bigotry. Again, it's how I've always felt. And I've made it very clear. I will not hate this person because of it. And I'm not going to. And I don't care how many people feel like I should. I don't care how many people tell me, oh, well, if you don't hate her, then you're a sympathizer, or you're okay with it. No, I'm not. But I'm not going to hate her. I'm sorry. I just won't. I'm not going to force anybody else to too.
Right, but then that's where it becomes what is hate in your opinion then, because for some of us, for myself, for example, if I see that repeated behavior in people, I see people who have tried to take the time to educate, to be able to meet that person at their level, on their level of conversation, people that they get on with, that isn't, it's not aggressive, it's a simple dialogue, and there is still a desire to dig down further rather than do better. At that point, I'm done. And that doesn't mean we need to start a hate campaign. It doesn't mean we're canceling people, but that just means I don't mess with you then. I'm good. We're done. Live your best life.
So I do see in the chat, boundary is not hate. Hate is a strong word. Hate, no, but then what does that mean? What that means for me personally is if I'm on a panel and Clue comes up, I'm not going to just jump down. If I'm somewhere and I see Clue, I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, you racist. I'm not going to treat Clue any differently than I have treated her. I won't be visiting her channel, but I won't be hateful.
I see panels as if you're going to somebody's house. You behave as if you were in their lounge or their kitchen. You wouldn't be like, hopefully, you wouldn't be throwing things around the place and creating a huge mess. You would conduct yourself civilly, or if you didn't want to be there, you take yourself away. It's that simple.
Right. And I'm also not going to be angry at people that still do decide to support her. That's their choices.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like her,
you're
but
not
I don't
gonna-
hate her. I mean, it's not,
and
she's
here's the
irrelevant to
thing.
me now.
We've had years and years of civil rights, which just meaning that we're trying to get equality for everyone. And it's way back when women's suffrages, they couldn't vote. It's gone through so many things, and I've been on the planet for 6 decades of change. Women burning bras, the Watts riots. I went through the Rodney King riots, so many things. And what I've noticed is that the people that have it in their heart to be inclusive, to be kind, to be loving, accept these things. They might rail against panels talking about racism or homophobia or whatever, but the people that want to learn, that want to change, that want to be better, take these words in and consider them, and they change. There are going to be people that don't. I mean, I
You're
came
right, but
from Virginia, which is, Richmond, Virginia was the capital of the Confederacy. And talk about Confederate flags everywhere.
I
There's
think,
going to be people that.
sorry, Grandma, I thought you were done. Sorry.
No, I have long pauses while the RAM in
Me
my
too.
brain is trying to
It.
catch up.
Me too. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
yeah. Well, my
Well,
question is,
happy birthday, Lee.
is anybody even offering grace to grow, or you know what I mean? Because I feel like it was pretty written in sand, the feelings, and I don't think like that. I think that is part of the problem that people are having, is that it does seem like these conversations are taking place everywhere and for hours on end, and it gets to the point of like, well, what are we even conversing? Because she's not going to change nothing. You know what I
Well,
mean? So I
I
think
think
that's what people are saying.
this conversation was necessary with you and I because of my
Oh
stream
yeah,
yesterday and then
I agree.
your feeling today. But also because there may have been confusion. I'm not a gatekeeper. I don't care
That was the
what
word I used for myself. To be fair, I didn't
you
mean
know
that
what I
for you.
mean?
Yeah, no,
No,
I get it.
no, but
It's also personal.
it's
It's very personal for you, and I understand that.
sure, but it's also more about the communities that you grow on YouTube. I mean, we're all here a crazy amount of time, right? I mean, it's not it's something that we all do on a consistent basis. I want to surround myself with people who will grow and will learn, like the microaggression stuff. I received quite an education on that today. I really
Yeah.
learned. This panel was very interesting for me. So, is there room to grow? Absolutely. Of course there is. But my only, you know, caveat right now today is sure, maybe some people haven't heard it yet. Maybe they will. Maybe they're not going to give a fuck. Maybe, but some people are like, she's not racist. Come on now, this is ridiculous. If you can read those screenshots and still feel that way, and maybe you don't know, and my anger wants to say, you're a fucking idiot, right? But
Right.
maybe they think we're still talking about JB saying the N word on her panel. But that's not what we're talking about anymore. A
Right.
whole new issue has popped up. It's a
Is
whole
there
new issue.
But is there room to grow? Absolutely. Does that mean
Of
I
course.
personally am your gardener? Am I personally responsible for your growth as a human being? No. Do you have the ability, the tools to grow by yourself? Yes, you do. And if you choose not to embrace that, if you choose to deliberately avoid your growth and
Right.
then wonder why other people are not making you thrive, that is your decision.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care
Well,
what she is, whether she is or
and the
not.
thing
Maybe she is, maybe she's not. What the hell does that have to do with me? Has nothing to
the
do with
thing
me.
the thing about that I look at with gatekeeping and social justice warrior and snowflakes and marshmallows is that you can't legislate morality. Some people are going to have more of an empathy, of an understanding, of an open mind to realize that people are being hurt. They're being hurt by words. And now we're just in a place where we have to, you know, I don't know, we're expecting these people to come out and apologize for their own thoughts and their feelings. And while we might find them repulsive and we might find them, hurtful, it's their opinions. But we have the right to speak out against it, because if people didn't start speaking out against injustices, against inequality, against marginalization, then we would still be in the 1800s
Oh,
and
I
even
agree.
before that.
Exactly.
I absolutely agree, but I also think trying to force people to speak out isn't okay either.
Well,
No, it's not. You can't.
inevitably, though, that's the way it's taken every time that we have similar conversations to this, because they
Yeah.
have happened previously, that inevitably the people who like or support that person or that group will push back with a "you're just hating on this person. You don't know them. You don't know what went on that day. You didn't know that their milk went off, so they weren't able to have their Wheaties in the morning." Great. I feel empathy for that. I'm sorry for that. But that doesn't make it okay. You have your freedom of speech to say what you want, but so do I.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, and there's consequences of speech. I get that. But what I'm saying is I do feel like there was a lot of like, and I better hear so and so call this out, and I better see so and so call this out. And I don't think that's fair to put people in those positions for many different reasons. I think, for example, I'll use Queen Bee. I think Queen Bee making a community post saying she's never stood for racism is good enough. I don't think she has to go live and say, "Hey, Clue is a racist." I don't think she has to do that. Many people were saying that, Misty Day. You'd be shocked. Many people were saying that.
Well,
And I don't think that's fair.
a lot of creators have come out saying they got tons of emails saying, why aren't you calling this out? And why aren't you speaking on this and whatnot? And that's up to the creator. That's not up to the subscriber. If you want your favorite creator to say something or whatever, yes, send them the email, but don't force them or don't expect them to draw lines and to call out and to be all that, because things there's a spectrum of humanity, and there are people who like Clue because she's firm on her convictions, and a lot of people think that other people are not firm on their convictions. So there's so many different ways there of perspective of seeing things. My whole point is let's just be better humans, okay? Let's just
Right.
try to be better humans.
Right. That's your point, Grandma, and I appreciate that. But there were, as I said, it was a particular creator with a wrench was saying things like, "Oh, if you don't speak, then you have no morals. If you don't speak, you have no integrity." If you and they themselves haven't even spoken about it, which I found to be quite ironic because believe me, I've checked, and I don't feel like that's fair to say. First off, I've made it clear earlier, but people speak at their own times. People speak in their own ways. They do things all in different ways, and I'm not going to if somebody doesn't feel comfortable speaking, if they don't want to speak, if they just want to make a bold statement, I agree with that. That's fine enough. I don't think we should hold people to call it out how I want to call it out, or therefore you agree with it and you too are a racist. I think that is, or you have no morals, you have no integrity. I think that's ignorant as shit.
Yep. And don't be waiting for somebody else to do it. If you feel passionate about it, you do it. We all have the
Well,
ability here to start
we
our
taught me
own
that today.
channels.
We
Yeah.
put that in perspective for me today when she said, well, 3 years ago, you were hanging out in this person's chat and he said some really crazy things. And I had to reflect back. Well, why wasn't I saying anything? Oh, yeah, that was why. I didn't want to be fucking doxxed. I
Right.
didn't want all
And
this
I'm
to happen.
sorry.
So, no, it brought me some perspective. And a lot of perspective. While I'm on here, I'm arguing with someone in my comments about this very issue that I was asking you guys about. And I had to go back and say, you know what? I am learning some things right now, and I'm going to try to do better.
Yeah,
If
because
I'm standing
like
for one thing, I need to stand for, I need to be clear on where I'm at and what I'm doing. If I'm going to have a big mouth and speak on it, then I need to be clear, right?
Yeah. And
So,
that's good. But I am sorry about maybe the way I phrased it or the way I presented it. I could have probably done a better, nicer job at that. But I hope you understand where I was coming from. It's not from hate, because otherwise I would have made a chasing
no,
hate channel and
100%.
done all the things.
Girl. Who was in my chat saying that to you, Granny?
It wasn't your chat.
If
Well,
you
your
want to.
chat. It was one.
Oh, okay.
It was one commenter, but they always come for me. Was saying things like, and I don't want to hear a particular creator say there's, things like that.
Okay. I didn't know if it was happening in my chat. My chat was moving.
No, your chat was fine. Like I said, I wasn't even going to come in and comment because some of it did feel very personal. And I think for a moment it was because I was on the panel with her. And I think that you guys assumed that I knew what was going on at a time when I didn't, because rightfully so. If you guys have been loud, it's been loud, right? I
Yeah.
did see Jones's first video, I didn't see the second. And then it was like, well, wait a minute. Now I'm hearing comments and this and that. And Gypsy Rose is pregnant. She's officially announced it.
Oh,
yeah. And I
go
do feel
ahead
like
then.
if you guys love and, like Remy said, for creators we really like and we enjoy, I do feel like, because part of me was like, damn, I would think some of you would have known me a little bit better. You know what I mean? And I think I can fairly speak for Queen and even Savage when I say the same thing. I think that some
People are
people
saying she was on Savage's panel today, and I have no idea if that's true or not. And maybe it is. I know that I know this. I can say this with conviction. If the creators who have been talking about this and who have been informed of this give a pass on those screenshots, then I won't be frequenting the chat again. I just can't do that. So
yeah.
that's for me. Doesn't mean that I hate you or anything like that. It just means if you've read them and you saw them and you're still cool to give it a pass, okay, that's where you stand and I stand over here. It doesn't make me better, different, or whatever. It makes me tell you I'm
What your boundary
sorry.
is. Right.
Yeah, my boundary's here and that's where I'm at. That's it. Racist
Penny, thank
juggalos.
Juggalos.
Shut up.
yeah.
We've
I
already went
never
over
hung
that,
out with
Ivy.
racist juggalos, you clown bitch.
Penny, thanks for having me up. I
Thank you
appreciate it.
very much.
We're glad that you came up.
And we talked
Too.
about Benny at the very beginning of this, Ivy.
Yeah, we did go over that. And listen, I know without a doubt, I've heard Savage speak out about racism before. How she decides to approach this situation shouldn't. I don't know.
Right.
It is
It's complicated because then people start to take, whether their allegiances, their friendships, their
right. We don't know the level.
channel, whatever level that is, and then when it becomes their issue, people will want to know, why aren't you supporting me? I'm telling you, this person has done something terrible on this issue, but this is partly why. If you're going to be about it, be about it. And people will complain about today. Oh, snowflakes. Oh, it was like a political correctness meeting. All of the things. The people who were on panel, the people who were in the chat, there will be people with a whole lot to say.
Oh, I'm sure.
And what?
The screenshots are from February.
Hey guys, this is Michelle. I'm going to head out, but before I do, I just wanted to say a couple of important things. Well, they are to me, hopefully to you guys. Try to always give the benefit of the doubt, because you just don't know what that person's going through, or if they said the words wrong, or so benefit of the doubt. That's a big one for me. And like the other person said, curiosity. If you're curious, just learn, educate yourself on things that you're not aware of. And then the last thing is, when we know better, we do better. So, we don't know all the things that might offend somebody. I don't. I could say something, and then somebody is offended by it, but I use that as a learning opportunity. So know better, do better. And
That's right.
thank you, Granny, for having me up. I do appreciate it's my first time up here. But you're one of my favorites. So keep up the good work. You bet. All right.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And to answer somebody who said that they haven't seen any screenshots, it's literally on the screen, and there was one a few seconds before that. Scroll
Yeah, but
back.
that one was just about a condom, about phone.
Yeah, that was nothing.
That was nothing. Yeah. I can't even get back to it. So basically, I'm racist AF then, because I ain't paying you shit for something that happened when I was still in someone's ball sack, which, I've heard plenty of people say similar when it comes to that.
Fuck then, because I ain't paying you.
Oh, Jones is actually reading. I didn't realize that.
I'm like, where Joneson's up here too?
On that
What the hell?
panel. They always go after YouTubers who don't censor themselves because you hurt feelings. Oh, well, rub some dirt on it, which, again, but I mean, to be fair, they complain about being brought here. Let's start a GoFundMe. And again, this is all about black people. At this point, they are literally talking about black people. On your screen here, you know, they should have wired his lips shut too. Hell no. I don't think Jones is playing the original stream. No, to hear
She
what they're
is.
talking. Oh, she is. I just hear her.
This is when they were talking about a
She has
crime
a
committed
pause,
by
but
a black male. I mean, to be fair, they complain about being brought here. Let's start a GoFundMe. Okay, that was number 4.
Well, I can address that. I don't know how anybody came across this. Is it a little odd people went looking for shit? Yeah, I think it is, to be fair. But I do know that JP is a well-known racist and has always been a proud racist womanizer, and that's just what he is. So I think that's what gave people the headlight to go look.
yeah,
It was 5 months
I think so.
right,
Well,
but there's been other things in between as well.
as
Right,
well
I
as
think
that.
when he said the N-word on her panel and that popped off, people started looking at who the hell is this guy, and they came across this.
Flu had said she had only met him once, and then she had said that, you know, she'd only been on panel with him once, and then she said she didn't know who he was. And I think at that point, whoever knew something obviously went digging. So I think that's how that unfolded.
Well, and to be fair, when did any of you even subscribe to Clue? Right? Because she's nowhere in this community. So, of course, this community's seeing these newer things. Just like all of us, I still have my past haunting me, but this is 5 months ago. This wasn't 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And then, like I said, there was the other things in between that made this become a bigger thing. So here's this one. Paige says, Cluminati, they have ruined this country. Everyone has had to dumb down to accommodate their small IQ. Now the ignorant Gen Zs act just as dumb as they, I don't know what that says, as they something. Act is making fun of the way, you know, people speak. And yeah, I mean, that's clearly, again, going back to when black people.
And then she replies with the monkey comment. I'm pretty positive on that
one. If not wanting ignorance and monkey behavior around me or my kids makes me racist, then oh fucking well.
There you go. Okay.
So she's calling black people monkeys or black people have monkey behaviors. I mean, it's a classic racist term.
That is Glue's comment, Liz H. That was literally just read out. Those were her comments. I mean, the whole context, if you go back to that stream, the whole context is very clear of multiple people's comments. That's up to them. But those are her comments.
And then, I mean, the account name here is Daddy Hitler and Little Red. JB is okay. He's oppressed. What do we got here? Definitely not true. I've hung out in the hood, and a lot of racism is not on white folk, which neither here nor there. Like hell, laugh my ass off. People on YouTube hate me. I'm literally the bitch who won't bow down. I have money. YouTube ain't my bread and butter. Which, good enough. Fair enough. I don't think it's, I don't know if it's about bowing down. What do we have here? I don't even know what this is. Is this just Jones in on camera? I think there's one more comment.
And yes, Dan is also correct. Then Julia happens to pop up all in the middle of it, as if it wasn't chaotic and weird enough as it is, where you're like, what is going on here? Who are
And this is before Sebastian went missing.
Yes.
If you watch the stream, the chat is barely moving. It's a small chat. Julia, the dog handler in Sebastian's case, pops into the stream. She's quite enjoying herself as well. So, to me, it made no sense. This is not a stream about Sebastian. It tells you right there, the return of coffee and crime, many stories on the docket. You both end up in this racist.
Jason just disappeared for a moment. She'll be right back.
And then both end the.
There she is. Where is the comment about? Well, I don't blame people for what chat they're in. You know what I mean? I've left that community. She follows Clue and seen upset. Clue was denying now in JB and Clue's comment section. Where is the comment about not like in Hispanic dick because you can't see it in the dark?
Oh Lord.
And the one nonsense said about my Nazi sister. Are they in this? Well, Chasing fell down.
I honestly don't know if they are in this. I don't know if I saw them elsewhere. That's why I'm confused a wee bit, because I have seen them, but I don't know if they're all part of the same thing. But they were equally awful, and it's why that whole comment of Julia and what was taken as a possible Third Reich related symbol on an item, why that was important, because of then it gives rise here with the context of the comments that something weird is afoot. I've never made comments like this, and it's not because I'm better, it's just because I'm
my
not a
Aryan sister.
fucking racist, a Nazi.
Well,
By the
where are
way,
these comments at? Like that, the one
don't
about
know.
Hispanic. I mean, because I've heard them being stated, but I haven't seen them.
Nonsense. Do you know, love? I've seen them, but I can't remember where.
She fell down.
Can I ask the chat, if you haven't already, can you please make sure you give Granny a thumbs up? If you hit the little Ewok in the helmet, give Granny a thumbs down. If you would like to join the membership, you can do so. If you would like to buy memberships for other people so that they are welcome in Granny's kitchen, you can do so. Join all the things, become a proud snowflake. We have to have conversations like this, otherwise we don't get past it. We just don't. We can choose to avoid it if we want, but nothing will change.
No, and again, I do understand why people are like, okay, but do we have to have this many panels about it? I do. Believe me, I understand it. I understand what everybody is saying when they're saying that, which is why I was determined not to turn this into like a huge thing. It did, and I'm glad it did. It was very educational for a lot of people, and a lot of people appreciated it. But I personally don't care to make this personal. It's just for me. This is where I stand. This is how I've always stand. It's literally who I am, and I'm sorry that even if I like the person, I will not support this type of shit.
Right. And that happens a lot, where you see a lot of egregious stuff that happens on these streets, and you have to choose. You're in control of what you do. Other people are in control of what they do. You don't have to be part of it. If you don't want to be part of it, you don't engage in that place. But for people to be like, oh, well, there shouldn't be this many streams. Well, obviously there has to be, because people have no idea what was going on. People still have no idea. They think we're out here raging about something that was minor, a one-off comment that was made. How dare you are clutching your pearls and taking it too far. I'm sorry that you believe that, but please go and check for yourself. Please do that.
Yeah. Thank you, Bodie McBoatface. I love the name.
Trust me, they've been doing it to me for over 18. Well, now on my 18th year. We were never meant to be a melting pot. Okay?
Watch how groups treat their own. Never expect any better treatment from that group. I mean, my Aryan sister. I mean, this is all just literally a racist conversation. This is just,
This is
the
why
reality of this is
This is why I read out that statement earlier that's on Ellis Island, on the Statue of Liberty, all that, yes, you are meant to be a melting pot. Your entire country is founded on being a melting pot. Be a proud American. Own it.
Because after she had him up there and he kept repeatedly using a very offensive term, he made 2 videos where he basically said to Clue, what's your sudden problem? You had no problem with me or the way I spoke before. You have no problem with it because you agree, and you know you agree. And when he made those videos, people were kind of taken back, like, wait, what do you mean? And then, as we acknowledged, she first went from she only one-on-one stream with him, she didn't know him, and now we find out she knew him pretty well. So JB basically put it all out there that, you know, Clue had no problem with him using the N-word repetitively, and that he knew that she agreed with him. And I guess that gave somebody the incentive to go look. I don't know.
1 hour,
1:37.
37 minutes. Mm-hmm. That's what
Jinx, how the hell did we just say that at the same time?
they're saying.
They were taught to hate white people, appropriating hair.
They changed the definition of what racism is.
Oh, they changed it now.
Racism used to just meant someone that hated you because of your race. Now they've added some extra shit. They've said you got to have power added to it. What's up, Rachel? How you doing? Hope you're doing well, beautiful. And so because they changed the meaning to fit an agenda, a lot of times situations like this get completely overlooked.
So
Look at what. Yeah.
This is
Sorry.
That's okay. This is about the woman that literally put her newborn in the oven.
Yeah, Clue wants to know if they heated the oven to 350 or not.
Yeah, let's see that.
She'll say it.
Is this? All I will say is at the end of the day, anyone that's been around, they know the truth. That's why it always seems that people get more racist as they get older. No, you're not racist. You don't get racist as you get older. You become more open to reality. When you're young, when you're young, you believe in a potential paradise of sorts. You believe everything can be fixed. Everything can be worked out. Later on, Demon Dog. Exactly, DC. I understand. That's why I went from the south side of Chicago to essentially the North Georgia mountains. But I will say this.
See that comment from DC?
Anyone that's ever lived with the culture knows that it's cultural. It's very simple. One group of people puts crimes on a pedestal. One group of people does not. I'm not wanting ignorance and monkey behavior around me or my kids make me racist, and oh fucking well, I'm right there with you.
I see somebody saying not all the comments she made were vile, and I never said they were. If that's like, well, if she made 15 comments, only 5 were vile or racist or bigoted, you know, who cares, right?
Right, now who's
right
arguing semantics?
And I'll tell you what, don't ever let these motherfuckers in this audience make you change that. And don't let these motherfuckers ever make you deny that or not say it. Because they will. They'll try to.
And that's why he called her out on it. Because he said you never had a problem till
We'll try
now.
everything in the world to shut you down. Trust me, they've been doing it to me for over 18, well, now on my 18th year. The reality of this is the absolute truth. We were never meant to be a melting pot. Okay? The reality of this is when I was born in 1980, 90% of this country looked like me.
Oh,
currently, in 2024,
in 1980,
only 59% of this country looks like me, but yet people that look like me still pay 85% of the bill. 85% of taxes are paid for by Caucasians.
Who thinks he pays
despite
taxes?
us now being only 59% of the country.
Oh, Lord.
We can go on and on about this.
Oh.
That's called being a realist. What's up, Rachel?
I think he was also on a reality TV show for saying his girls need to call him a king and bow down to him. And
yeah, that was before he beat the fuck out of his wife on live stream on YouTube, and the police came and took her. That was nice.
Very nice. That's who this is.
He was on a talk show.
It's called being a realist.
Yeah, talk show.
Well, I bet you don't bow down. Never bow down. Never bow down. Well, here's what's funny. They can continuously try to take me down. They do take me down. And I still make a living off YouTube and have for almost 2 decades. I've been here since the beginning. Since the very fucking beginning. It's the reality. 2006. So,
I see all like shaky now.
But anyways,
shit.
we're going to keep things moving.
I have so many questions.
We're going to keep things moving.
See,
remember, a lot of you guys
upgrades
didn't see the story because I did it on JB Gunner TV.
Yeah, y'all stop mud sharking us out of existence. You guys know what that means?
Do you know what mud sharking is?
I sure do.
Yes, ma'am.
You go ahead and feel free to educate the audience, Jason, as I think you have the most right to speak on this at this moment.
Mud sharking is when a white person gets with a black person despite their families and they mix their race with them.
Yep. Having
We're the
mixed
mud,
children.
we're out here mud sharking it up.
Mud
So they
sharking
don't
it up.
want that. They want no more mud sharking, please. They don't want that.
No more mixed children. What does that
I
sound
gotta
like?
tell them. I gotta give my kids the bad news. I'm sorry, guys, but
Yeah. That, I
I
mean,
don't know what to do with you now.
and let's never forget, Hitler didn't start off with let's get rid of all the Jewish people, okay? All right.
He was a nice vegetarian man. What are you talking about?
I mean, for real though, Hitler started off going around to places that felt they were left out, they were excluded. He went around, he befriended people, he made them feel good. I mean, if you're unaware of how Hitler became the Hitler we all know, I encourage you all to go educate yourselves, because it is very scary how he climbed to the top, and it's very similar to what I see happening today. And I'll leave it
Right.
at that, because I know many
That's
others
why
will
we
do it.
still learn about it, because how that happened was a whole engagement with people who were poverty stricken, who were starving, who were desperate for work. It became a whole engagement with those people to deliberately then manipulate them into a different way of being. People who did
He
engage with the
brainwashed
thing
them
at
with
one
love.
time. Well, yeah, brainwashing or deliberate sort of bait and switch. There was a whole lot. It didn't just happen like, ta-da, we're here, we're going to kill everybody. That's
No,
not
not
how
at
that
all.
worked.
Right.
Yeah, would you guys be in that chat? Yes or no? You're saying we've got our nerve to keep talking about this, and are we going to beat this into the ground? And you're seeing some of it right now. Would you be in there?
Yeah, some people never
And are
see
you
this.
okay with these comments?
Or the live stream channel. This Sharkeisha baked her fucking newborn, tried to convince you.
Did you hear what he just called her?
Mm-hmm.
Let me slow it down. Hold on.
This story because I did it on JB Gunner TV or the live stream channel. This Sharkeisha.
Yeah, you hear it, right? This Sharkeisha.
Yep.
Her name's
He
Mariah.
soon talks about Sharkeisha's hair, and so does some people in
Gunner
his
TV
chat.
or the live stream channel. This Sharkeisha baked her fucking newborn, tried to convince you that she thought the oven, this goofy motherfucker right here, she put her baby, this fat fuck, thought the baby was a biscuit or something like that.
No, she actually thought the oven was a crib, but that's okay, because, get your true crime information here.
Put the baby in the oven, gets arrested for it.
Meanwhile, they're telling people in the chat how they're great cooks.
Gets arrested for it.
Well, you don't say.
Says that she mistook the oven for a crib.
What a chimpanzee. Check your grocery list. That's 70 IQ at work. What a chimpanzee. Check your grocery list.
The IQ at work, exactly.
I'm going to get fucking angry.
I think we're all getting angry. Well, I am.
Now, we did this
cornbread baby
story the other day, and everybody was like, oh, fuck. Check this shit out. Check this. What's up, Brian? Missouri mom accused of baking her newborn baby to death in oven could be freed after the judge halves her bail to $100,000. Says she only needs to post 10%.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, girl. Hey, I just wanted to pop up, and I'm going to put something in the back chat for you.
Okay. She was hungry and was cooking little Tyrone. She was hungry and cooking little Tyrone.
There's another creator.
That's what they call black people over there, Tyrone and Sharkeisha.
Oh.
Yeah. And it sort of correlates with that conversation we were having earlier about microaggressions. To most people, that is like some sort of created term that is, just something to claim outrage over. There's a creator in this sort of general area whose first name is Matthew. There are people who choose to poke at him in various different ways, whether you particularly enjoy his content or not. They choose to refer to him. He is a person of mixed race. They refer to him as Mathasia. And that is done very deliberately. And it is done repetitively, now not just by that creator, but by multiple other creators and their chat. And that's that sort of level of ignorance growing, where people are okay with it. If you're okay with it, again, own it. Be proud of it. We see you.
And the baby's name was Soraya. Her name was Soraya, not Tyrone.
Of course. So her bond was originally $200,000. I don't even understand why this bitch got a bail. There are literally domestic cases I've had where my bond was $500,000. And that's just me and a significant other fighting.
Just fighting, not
with the significant other saying, hey, no, I mean, he didn't do what y'all thought he did. And they're like, nope, his bail's $500,000.
Remember, this is the guy that beat her live streaming, but yeah.
This bitch cooks her fucking baby. Has a $200,000 bond.
Oh.
Did she take down her money option? Just because, whoa. No, hell no, I didn't post a $500,000 bond. I was in there for 6 months. Why do commenters say that? Just because she has a primary income source doesn't mean, just because YouTube is not her primary income, doesn't mean she should entertain you motherfuckers for free. JB, we got to call that guy. Oh, yeah, you talking about the bond? Yeah, we do. She said she does not need it. Respond to her comments. Well, it's because it's not her income. She has a job or something. She doesn't have to need it. Doing content takes work.
Agreed.
It takes work. And then just to simply watch YouTube. She will. Let me give a shout out to Just a Mom who sent 5. Twice, or maybe, I think twice. Thank you. She'll text me that number here in just a second.
I'm trying not to listen to as much of him as we can.
Did you guys already talk about what he did on a live stream?
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah.
Which part?
Oh,
which
you
one?
did? About how it sounded like he went off and like hit his wife or girlfriend or whoever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Beat the
missed
hell out of her.
most of your live. I'm going to replay Granny.
No,
but-
you're fine. Yeah, we barely touched on it. I just simply said, like, that's the same guy that.
Yeah,
How
I
about
heard
the
that
TV
too.
show?
The what?
He was on like it was like a Jerry Springer, but was it Jerry Springer?
It wasn't Jerry Springer. No, I can't remember the
Like a talk
show
show?
lady's name.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went on.
Jenny Jones,
about,
maybe?
Nope. It's out there. If you Google his name,
You're kidding? No, you're kidding. You're kidding.
where his woman has to call him king, and she's got to do the laundry and do this and do that. It's awful.
Very
It's
misogynistic.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Was he trying to get like a show or something?
Probably.
Because those things, oh my God. I remember those talk shows. You're kidding. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah.
Well, I believe he was probably trying to get some type of like attention. I also believe that's kind of his real feelings.
Yeah, there's some timestamps in the back for you too, but
and
there's
he
a
really doesn't
lovely
care.
comment there.
I just wanted
No, he
to say
doesn't
my
care.
husband came across him during the Idaho 4. So I do believe what people said, that the algorithm maybe pulled him up, like you said, Granny. Because he had him on the TV, and I said, I heard it in the background. I said, who the hell are you listening? Like, who is that? I'm like, this shit's vile. Like, he's banned from my TV. It's bad.
Lisa, let me make myself very clear. I didn't go back and research shit. Okay. This like if you're okay with this, just say that. But you've been in my chat for like an hour. I understand you're defending her. Good on you, I guess. But it's not changing the topic yet. So I think maybe you should change the topic at hand and go somewhere else if you're that unhappy. Meanwhile, I'm gonna look at what Grandpa Buckshot says here, which if I have to pay for YouTube, I better be able to say N-words and talk about the Jews all day.
It's convenient how
He's
those
nice.
two conversations often go hand in hand, isn't it?
Shortly, you'll see Clue's reply to Grandpa Buckshot right after that.
Oh. It's just fantastic.
Oh my gosh, Hakab, I'm so sorry.
Gates telling you still need PayPal. He doesn't need you to buy Starlink, Starlink, whatever the fuck it's called. He don't need you to do it per se, but you still do it.
LOL. Ha ha
Oh, what
ha.
I do? Oh, yeah, was the number right? Yeah, 199. But anyway, yeah, no. That's just my opinion on that shit. You know what I've learned? I've learned that a lot of people. Here's what I've learned. I sent you the PayPal. I'm not sending. Get a clue. So how you just supporting people? I like. Thank you, LS. Thank you, LS. I appreciate you. Look, my take on this is simple, and I'm not going to talk about this for too long.
Hansel and
I just want to say
Gretel.
this. Most of the time, she's on it. She sends me updates during my streams, but she's working.
A baby being put in the oven by his mother reminds them of Hansel and Gretel. Okay.
Yep, and there's a reason that Grimm's fairy tales do not end with a happy ending. Grimm's fairy tales, if you go back and read them, they are literally horror tales for children. They are tales to teach children certain things.
I actually love the Grimm tales, to be honest. I
so
love
did
the
I.
grimminess of it. There's
But you
actually
learn-
a show about it.
The point is, you learn something from it. Like Hansel and Gretel. It's to teach you not to wander off by yourself, unattended. All the things, not to go away with the people that you don't know. All that stuff, all that good practical stuff.
Well,
and yet these people are out here thinking, 1 minute they're searching for missing children, and then the next they're like joking about Hansel and Gretel and putting babies in the oven. Okay,
right. I was going to say, I'm not going to judge you guys if you like fairy tales, Grimm tales.
Right,
But
I'm down.
You ever see that show where they made it into like?
Yes.
I like that a lot. That was good. Before I put my stock in a useless gash. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I did have a feeling that Clue doesn't really like women too much, to be honest. She gets along better with men. She's probably been fucked over. I think a lot of us women have. So she kind of feels more comfortable with the men, and I think I can relate to that. Although I'm not sure about that. Your mother's PUSSY. Put them on drugs, diagnose them with anxiety, give them disability or bipolar, but yeah, now they're disabled and get a check. This is all about Black people. Of course,
don't forget they're getting a check from the 85% of Caucasian people that pay all the bills. Remember all that conversation earlier? That's why they've put this in here. It's a whole diatribe of awful, weird behavior. If you sign up to it, great. Again, but don't have a problem with it whenever we can address it.
And this dude doesn't care if he gets reported. Like if people say they're reporting him, he doesn't care. He'll just make another channel.
That's how
he's got like 10. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was pretty close to harsh reality at one point, but they did get in a fight. 250 mark, I think, is where I'm headed now, or 250 or 240.
And this guy isn't isolated. There are many people like this guy on YouTube. Never mind social media as a whole. This guy isn't just a one-off. And that's why this is important. It's not about taking one person down. It's if you're going to stand up against it, do it. I know I keep repeating the same thing, but I don't think people understand why it's important.
Yeah. They're talking about buying boobs now. I eat tasty cakes specifically for the squatty booty gains. So here is our Julia. And I thought she wasn't named Julia Falatini, but she was. Why did I think she wasn't?
She wasn't. We have the original screenshots. So she went and changed her name again after all this came out, which makes no sense either, because she was Julia A, I think, or Julia V, Jules V
K9.
The K9 CPT is what she is in the screenshots. So I don't know.
Oh, is this a different video? Because would it change her name backwards?
No, it's the same.
If you change your name, it will go back to any stream you've ever commented.
Yes.
And change your name.
You're kidding. Does it really? Okay.
Yeah, where any trolls that way, to be honest. Yeah.
Where it will display differently, though, is if you see the way he has it overlaid in the screen the same way that Jay does hers. If you put your chat on the panel, it will show up as, for example, as Julia Valenti, and then say if she changed her name to Baby Cakes, and she was chatting now under Baby Cakes. If you looked at the side chat that would run parallel to the video, it will show
Yeah.
up as Baby Cakes in there. So it is possible for both to show up.
To
But
Right,
he
because
is
he's
showing what,
basically mirroring his chat from
yes,
yes,
what was
so it would
showing
be
at the
yep,
time.
so it's
Yeah.
real time. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Granny, can you
Thanks
go
for
back to
explaining that.
2:35 and let it play just a bit, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
2
and
minutes 35.
let me Country Brad, are you goody goodies trying to take out Clue today? I'm not, and I honestly didn't want this to become like a huge anti-Clue thing. I just wanted to put my stance against racism. But there were people that have never seen this, and if I'm going to mention what I'm against, I think they deserve to see what it is that I'm talking. People deserve to see it. They don't have
Right.
to take my word for it. What was the
Yeah,
timestamp,
she
Jason?
Take it all
asked.
in.
She asked if people knew about it, and they're like, no, 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 no. So she's
Nobody knew.
showing you.
Miss
So
Mississippi,
we're
if you
goody
could,
goodies because we're not like this? I don't like
yeah.
that. I don't
Yeah,
like
goody goody snowflakes who are just clutching our pearls and various different things. We're doing all the things.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to go after anyone, but look at Julia
Wait,
here.
look at
I
this.
deployed.
Mika, look at
Yeah.
this. Who's soulless ginger? Look at Mika dog. They're talking about dogs in there?
Yes, August 2021. I got Axel. So I guess they were sharing about their dog names, but I deployed Kahandar twice. Kandahar lied about trying to get a job. He was not getting my retirement. I thought she told us she was only deployed to
Germany.
Germany.
Yeah. Just let it play for just a bit, and you'll hear.
Right here, 232.
Yeah, like 2:35 around there. Yeah, and you'll start seeing some comments and shit popping up.
I went back a little too far.
Yes, Bridget.
The pair made several attempts to reconcile, but Anna was ready to move on. Spanish dick.
Oh, Spanish dick. Sorry, I had him a little sped up.
Yeah, nah, man. I ain't doing it. I'm not saying she deserved to die.
Because she
but
had
I'm saying
Spanish.
I do understand why she did. My husband put her.
I'm not saying she deserved to die for dating a Spanish person, but I understand why she did. Okay? That's the conversation right now. That woman deserved to die. Or, sorry, she didn't deserve it. But he understands why she did. Because she dated a Spanish guy.
Well, Julia felt like, did you guys hear about the cyclist who murdered somebody and then went to Costa Rica to change her appearance? And that brings up the Spanish stuff. Mm-hmm.
Julie's also thanking people for their support in the chat,
Yeah.
which is interesting.
Yep, I noticed that too.
And the newspaper got me a divorce by abandonment, even though he knew I was where I was. I did that to my first wife.
Oh.
I don't like Spanish dick. Hard to see at night. You heard about the woman who murdered the cyclist and then fled to Costa Rica? She got played. Oh, yeah.
There's the Spanish dick comment right there. She don't like it because it's hard to see it at night.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like Spanish dick. Hard to see at night. Cleminati. LOL.
Yep, and there are people in the chat who are saying, well, this JB Gunner isn't Clue. Evidently, that is correct. Absolutely.
But
What
Clue's
is
Clue.
right?
In the
And
chat.
Clue is Clue in his chat repeatedly. This was not a one-off. She has also then been on panel with him, and then since then she stated that she didn't even know this guy. She'd only just
She had him on
recently
panel
been
this
on,
same day. After
right?
this stream right here, she brings him on her panel that same night. The
But when
same
people
night. And it's called venting.
when people are confused, this is why it matters. It's not digging into people. This is all stuff that has been on YouTube. We're not like doing a whole like biological research on
I think
people.
this is a shock though to listeners. I just try to put myself in their shoes because, you know, if they supported someone that's in this chat, you know, that it's hard to kind of accept that you've been, you know, kind of duped and it's not what you thought. And I say, you know, let people kind of digest this the way that's just my experience. Like let people digest it the way that they take it in. Not
Well,
everybody's going to instantly see. It's hard
What
for
we're
people to
seeing.
admit that and leave a community too if they feel like they need to.
Right.
So
And that's what I was saying because I kind of felt like I was being like pushed around to respond to this too. And I'm like, well, maybe I'm not, I didn't even see it. I don't even know what's going on. Maybe I'm not ready type of thing. And then I did see it. And honestly, I was debating like, do I even say anything? Do I just say I'm against racism and leave it at that? And which is what I wanted to do. But then many people are like, well, why? Why? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And then of course there were people that were aware and were saying, oh, included this, and others were saying, where can we see it? So here we are. Again, this was not my intent for my stream by any means. I had a totally different intention with it. And for you, Country Brett, instead of saying we're sick, trying to act all righteous.
see,
See,
that's not even a rational response to this, to be
exactly.
honest. But
You
I'm
should
I'm
just say,
sorry
I'm
that you
racist,
felt
I'm
pressured to respond because and I feel you because I think as creators we're expected by our audience like they want your opinion. That's why they come here, Granny. That's why they're
That's what
here
they
every morning when you're live. And yeah,
right.
I said morning.
Morning. You said it just like me. Now
I
I
said
hear it.
morning.
People always say you don't put the ing, and I'm like, what are you
But
talking about?
they want your thoughts and you certainly don't want to be lumped into something that you're not involved in.
Right.
So, if that's the way it goes, that's the way it goes and I appreciate you. Honestly, I do and I think your listeners do as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. It isn't easy for us as creators because unfortunately it does put a target on our backs.
Yeah, and it is hard to show like other creators what they have done, but it's there, it's there.
And I have also said, let's be a little fair in the fact that I don't think, I don't know I don't know if Clue regrets this. I don't know if she's even responded to it. I don't know. But we do know that Truth deleted his channel, Jay.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Is it deleted or is it privated?
Well, you can't search it. It's gone.
Yeah.
So however he did it, he made it unsearchable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I say sayonara. If the bad actors are scattering away, go on.
Right.
Well, it does make me question some things too, and this is just my opinion that if you're going to be about it, if you're up there saying all the things, why hide now?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Oh, take accountability. Maybe even Clue admitted she was wrong. Try to change her behavior and take accountability. Maybe you're saying even if she did, I feel like she still could. I mean, for me, I would take it. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else. I know Jason's like, nah, fuck you. Wee's like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
But if she got in the hype of like the shit she was listening to, and I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
I do think there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that have made unfortunate either statements or behaviors that have gone on for a while, and they do change. We have seen that. That does happen. It's a hard process, though. And the only reason that they change is because they want to do better at some point. If you don't choose to do that, and if you choose to dig down, there is going to be no change. And that has been unfortunately apparent to me. And that might be just bravado at the moment. I hope she does change. I hope she
Well,
does.
she's already responded to it.
Right?
Has she?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
She
Yes.
doubled down.
If you
She
think I'm
doubled down. She
racist,
did
go fuck
respond to it.
yourself.
Oh.
Yeah, she did
Yeah, and
respond
yes,
to it.
lucky lady, I have. I was just responding to somebody in the chat.
This
Lucky
was
lady,
February of
serious
this.
question. I've only been here for a little bit. Have
I
any of
see.
these creators covered African American missing children at all? Yes, many. I have.
Yep.
When people show you who they are, listen to them. It's the best advice I was ever given.
I mean, that is true. That is true. And there's been a few other things. She's threw a few little jabs at me, and then that whole thing about how she's smarter than all of us and she's better at true crime than all of us. It just I feel underappreciated as a supporter. So, that's all. I mean, why keep when she's saying things like that, like I'm smarter than all these creators, and she's clearly insulting all of us as creators. Like, you know what I mean? Like she's directly
Well,
speaking about us.
yeah, I mean, I'm a little taken back. I mean, I don't know her, she doesn't owe me anything, but I
Right.
thought that, that panel, I was pretty fair to let her and her sidekick Truth come up and address Terry Lynn and gangbusters,
Yeah, I thought we were all
Um,
kind of like
but
cordial, like not
I
friends,
heard
but
that she said in the beginning of her stream yesterday, though, that she went on a panel for some bitch she doesn't like and da da da. And it's like, you know what?
Wait, was
Done.
that
I mean,
about you or about
yeah,
Terry?
no,
Like
I
I
think
went on a panel
I
for a
didn't
bitch.
hear it myself, but I was just like, whatever. But I'm done with all of that. I mean, this is just crazy. If all these threats are true, they should be turned into the police and done with and shut up about. I mean, I'm just done with all of it. I really am.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack.
No, you haven't at all. I want to
Same.
hear your opinion. Agatha, no, I won't be going in her chat if she's in another chat. Or to be honest, I stopped going in her chat a little bit ago because, like I said, I didn't feel appreciated, and it sucks because we do share a lot of subscribers and everything, and it was nice to have that, togetherness when it came to Sebastian. But I feel like it got far away from Sebastian. There's a lot of unnecessary things happening, and it didn't. I don't know.
Well, on the topic of what is sadly necessary, can I also please appeal to people that no matter what your opinion is of other folk, if you don't like it, you don't need to go and leave them hateful comments. You don't need to
Right, of
track
course.
down their various social media accounts. You don't need to contact CPS, the police, their granny. You don't need
Yeah,
to
just
do
let it
any of
be.
that.
Let it be.
Yeah, let it all
Mhm.
be. Why? What, Bluebird?
Educate yourself and let it be.
And
Yep.
listen, don't. And like I said, I'm not going to judge any of you based off of where any of you go. So don't think that by any means either. Like I'm certainly not. You guys support who you support. That's fantastic and great. I'm not going to judge you on that. For me, that's just how I felt because it did seem very. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Right, Carrie Moody. No, he's not a nice man at all, Grandma Sherry. Okay, so here's I don't like Spanish dick, hard to see at night.
Yeah.
And just the fact that Julia
It's crazy. Boy says it's crazy. It's crazy how blindly dudes jump into marriages knowing this.
Doesn't anybody find
I've
this
had two
weird
failed
that
marriages,
Julia's
but both
there?
didn't involve kids and went smooth.
I'm very disturbed.
Gut feeling. Said
This
even though
girl
he knew who I
texted
was,
with
he
me
got
for 2
everything, but I
months.
didn't care.
Never
I
mentioned
just went out.
anything.
Well, and that's the thing is, I think.
Well, and doesn't it make you wonder? Oh, Cluminati, you don't like spick and span?
No, she doesn't.
I got to see the response to that without hearing this bigot. And then the fact that why was she emailing them about not coming up on your panel?
What do you mean? I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, remember they said, "Oh, I just got an email from Julia." That
Oh, yeah,
says
when I was live.
Yeah, like I thought
Yeah.
that was a bit weird too. Because why? What was with that? Like, why not email you and say, "Hey, the person she's been cool with for all these months, you treat her so well. Why not email you and say that?"
Exactly. She emailed everybody but me.
Right. Well, she didn't email everybody, but
No.
she emailed Clue and Truth.
Oh, you didn't
Yeah.
get one. That's
No,
right.
I didn't.
No,
Oh,
it
Clue
was
and
only
Truth.
Clue and Truth.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting when you break it down.
Yeah, it was only them too.
And
Yeah, because Julia told me everything, like her whole life story pretty much, and she never mentioned knowing any other creators. As a matter of fact, she told me she was new to YouTube and she was all meek and scared and I don't know how to do this and I don't know how chats work and I don't know what I'm doing. Bullshit.
She left out Act 2, Scene 4. Don't even tell me that. That's terrible.
Yeah. She just acted like she was new to YouTube. We all believe she was new to YouTube, and she wasn't fucking new to YouTube.
Yeah, she definitely lied. Julia lied.
Yeah.
Like a rug.
Shinny to his other channels.
Wait, invites me?
Illuminati.
Granny's like, don't
You'll
put
see
me
the
in this.
comment in
No,
there.
no.
Not you.
What?
Sorry. Yes, you'll see. Mhm. We shut up.
Everybody's asking us
I
why
love you.
Truth left. How do we know?
We don't know. Yeah.
We've
Wow.
all been here for 4,000 years at this point. I'm sorry.
I don't know what Truth did speak this morning. He said, I disagree with these words. But I'm not going to end my friendship with Clue. And that's fair enough. I mean, fine, great. As for deleting, I don't know why. I don't know.
Right. And I'm with Lucky, considering there was a little bit of outrage about why the supposed legit dog handler would be running around doxing Clue. It's funny how this completely disappeared from her explanation at the time. Curious.
Well, all right, so Julia did change her name. So before it wasn't Julia, I got it. Thank you, AMAC. Before it wasn't Julia Valentini, it was Julia K9, whatever. So maybe she didn't remember. For me, though, so I can disconnect the two, to be honest. I find it weird? Yeah, I can disconnect the two. What I find more so weird is the fact that Julia made it like she was brand new to YouTube. Did she
At
come
the
across like that to anybody else?
Deets on the streets just told you why he deleted. Boom.
At the time of the stream, on February 22nd, her username on YouTube chat was Julia Valenti. That was it. That was the name. She then changed it to the canine part.
Wait, are you sure?
Yes, I am 100% sure.
Because when I seen it, it was Julia the canine handler.
No,
wasn't and now it's Valenti.
It's Julia Valenti. And then if you go and look at that same stream now, you will see on the side chat, it shows up with the canine part. She has changed
Oh.
it since that stream.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it was originally.
She's
Okay.
actively changing it?
Well, changed it a few
Yeah.
months. Changed it since
Oh.
February 22nd.
Okay. Before she came on Sebastian's case.
Yes.
Okay. So it was Jules V, the canine CPT.
It was in this chat all the way up until I took screenshots 2 days ago. It was still Jules, parentheses, the canine CPT, all the way
Right.
up until yesterday. And
Right.
now when you're watching it, it's Jules Valente, whatever.
But is
So
that
wait,
what it?
no, it has to be the other way around, because if it's coming up on the screen as Julia Valenti and now it's
Yes.
coming in chat, that means her original name was Julia Valenti. Now she
Yes.
changed it to Jules
Yes.
V, the canine.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's the part I'm
Yes,
trying to get
yes,
from chasing.
yes.
It was
I'm
originally
so sorry.
Julia
Yes.
Valenti. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And there's
Correct,
but
correct, correct.
I think the end part
I
is there
apologize.
has been name changes made. That's all we need to know.
Yeah, there have been name changes.
I feel like Julia lied to us all, acting like, oh, I'm so new to YouTube. How does this work?
So is she trying to delete the canine part from what she's done here?
No, there's no deleting the canine part. When she was on this stream
added it.
on February 22nd, there was no canine part to her name. Because we see her name as it showed up
Right.
on the live
Oh,
chat,
got you.
just the
Okay, I
same
was
way it would with
confused.
yours.
I see now.
The same as if I went to your chat, Jay, and changed my name today from Wee Frosty Ewok to Wee Annoying Irish Person. It'll show up then in future chats as Wee Annoying Irish Person. But
It's all the same
previous,
person.
the video will not change. The side chat will change. The video won't.
Well, I was originally given the excuse that her name wasn't Julia Valentine, so how would she know that it was the same Julia? But it was Julia.
It was.
It was. Yeah. That's weird. Yeah.
Did
and
you
that's
give
what it
up,
was.
Granny? You can't do it anymore. It's too much.
Well, we reached the end of it, to be honest.
That's pretty awful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty awful, is right.
There's a part in there where she tells Clue to come over to she tells Clue to come over to the political channels
You mean JB?
that he has. I believe so. Yeah, he has so he has like camping channels, like outdoor nature channels, whatever, gaming, politics, live streams, drama, like he has all different channels. So Julia, tells him that her and her troops really enjoy his freedom channels too.
Oh. I was trying to type and now something weird just popped up on my shit. You got me all over here typing in caps to you, country brat. Nobody's trying to bring Clue down. Okay? You can't bring Clue down. Nobody's trying. I'm not with that shit. I'm not trying to bring her down. I'm explaining to
Bring her
my
where?
people why I felt how I felt. Right. Jesus, good Lord. Anybody who feels
One
differently, good
of
on you.
JB's mods. Oh, one of JB's mods tell Julia and Clue to come to the political channel like they are a set. I gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like you and your mod come over.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Bone collector hardly. I'm not the godmother of anything anymore. Thank you.
This has me thrown off too. The whole Chris Proudfoot was the one that said Julia was legit K9. I do believe Julia is a legit K9 searcher for sure, but I do think there's way more shadiness to this than any of us fucking realize. I don't trust any of it anymore. I mean, Chris Proud, I'll never forget him saying, I keep saying it, but when he said this is going to be a case they'll study for years to come. Who says that without knowing what the fuck is going on?
Well,
It's
I
weird.
disagree with what Granny said about the legit canine searcher, but again, what my opinion is here is not exactly the pertinent point. The fact that there is a difference in who says what, who does what, that should be a problem for people. It shouldn't be that difficult.
He may have saw fake dogs. Yeah. I just, like I said, this is actually very unfortunate. I think people are thinking like, oh, we wanted to do this and I didn't. I can tell you I
No.
didn't. Yeah, it wasn't really on my agenda of things to do today. So
No.
yeah.
Like who? What?
Right.
Like this is a fun thing. You know the backlash that's gonna come?
Yeah, a
Oh
lot.
yeah.
It's not ever fun. And
And
that's why
that's
a
what
lot of
makes
people
it
stay
hard,
quiet because it's bullshit and it's not fun.
right?
It
And it
sucks.
distracts from everything that if you are like for yourself chasing or for dates or for Granny, anybody that is trying to present subjects or topics to people, the very last thing you want to be doing is going and talking about a particular creator and what they have said in a chat somewhere about somebody else, about a thing that they said last Tuesday at 2:30. That's not what your intention is. You're trying to do something that is slightly more constructive than that. And I think it's easy to dismiss a lot of this by saying, well, it's just one comment. It's just what they said 5 months ago. It's not now. It's not today.
Right.
Okay, you can think that. Absolutely.
Right. And just like Pearl said, those little drops of water. Just keep letting the little drops come.
Yep.
Because it's gonna become a fucking lake, an ocean. And then what? No. It's
Well, like I just said, I wonder if she's going to come out with like a mop and apologize and try to do better. I know for me, I've made it clear. I offer grace. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just, like, I just don't even know anymore. I don't.
I mean, if it was a random comment in a chat about a specific case and that person maybe like you're so mad that the mom did that to the baby and you make this really ugly comment and that's a one-off deal, maybe then you offer grace like, oh yeah, that was a real bad look, girl. But over and over and then inviting the person who's outwardly right there in your face, JB Gunner, racist as all get out, onto your panel that night so that y'all can vent, then having him back up there, and you weren't going to say a word when he was dropping the N-bombs a couple days ago. Savage jumped down. JP proved that. Go to JP. P, not B. P like Peter. he said it several times before he was finally dropped off.
Well,
Come
and he
on.
did.
You push
But
the bound just like kids push boundaries to see how far they can go. Who's going to accept it and who won't?
so I did know that. I knew that when she said, when everybody's like, she ended it immediately. That's not true. It wasn't immediate. It wasn't until the chat, and mainly I assume Savage took issue with it, that it did end. But just so we're clear, he was saying W blank 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 ER.
W?
Yes.
Yeah. As equally the same in my opinion, but just saying that is what he was saying. And I don't know if maybe I don't know if, but I do know that it did go on for quite a while.
I definitely heard the N-word on
Oh, you did?
JP's
I clicked out when I
channel.
heard the first one. So.
100%.
Okay. All right.
On
Not only
JP's
did she
stream.
not
I'm
end
sorry.
immediately, she laughed multiple times at his comments. He was so plastered too that I thought he shouldn't even be on there at all anyway. He did say the
Right?
N-word. Oh shit. He said both. Okay.
Yeah, that yeah,
Oh,
Mummy
yeah.
to an Angel, that's what I remember, that he said both. There was a mixture. There have been several
okay.
of both.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for
All
see. That's
kinds of
how
crazy words.
miscommunication. Because I heard the W and I left and was like, "Skirt, I'm out." I wasn't in there when Savage was up there, and I got on Savage. See, that's what I'm saying. Savage jumped down because she doesn't support that. So give them a chance to digest and say what they're going to say, if anything at all. But you know, obviously, Savage doesn't support that. You know, I don't know.
No,
I know you feel
JP reviewed it. JP reviewed the video. That's what I was saying, Ange.
Yeah,
She
I think that's
reviewed
where
that stream.
that's where people are getting confused with JB, the dude that we were just watching, and then JP, a female who covers, she does a lot of comedy type stuff. You'll see her on Queen Bees the odd time, but she reviewed all of this as well, where she lays it out very clearly, and it's very well done. Yep, go watch it.
Yeah,
right.
Yes, and the Real Housewives of YouTube reviewed JP's video.
Right. Well, and Jeanette R, to be fair, I don't think Chasen wants Clue canceled at all. But I slightly disagree. I don't
No.
think she was calling Seth out from the very beginning. If I'm correct, I believe at one point she was calling Katie out. Just saying. I don't think Clue works for Seth by any means. I think she truly despises the man. I mean, hell, didn't he send her a C&D? I don't think she's working for Seth. But I do think there are people working for Seth trying to work on Clue. I do think that. With the Bloodhound. What does that mean?
Cancel her to where? Like, Jeanette. I mean, no. Her mouth? Cancel her mouth, maybe?
The video,
ways? Sure, yeah.
the video on Sebastian Rogers' channel that shows the dogs, you know, the one that that Julia was then circling and sending to Jay, etc. You know, I see two more dogs. Yes, we saw that too. Great. You don't need to be a dog handler to see that, but well done. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clue called Seth a pedophile? What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't recall
many
that.
times. Many times.
Oh.
That's where, you know, fair's
so she was
fair.
against him in the beginning and for
Yes.
what?
And she was
No.
against Chris and Katie in the beginning.
I gotcha.
I think she even was on Pascal's at one point. She showed like the neighborhood so people can get an idea of it. And I think in daylight and night. Gonna claim they respectable because one of them were right once out of 100 times. When it's their own fault, they lie so much we can't believe the one time they call fire and there really is a fire. Layla, I don't know what you're talking about, but okay, I get it. I'm sorry, Maya. And I think Maya feels how many of us feel, like, you know, like, is that how she really feels about people? Is that how she feels about, you know, Maya as a subscriber? She think you're a monkey, and that's why I personally want to hear from Clue. But You guys said she addressed it. I didn't know she addressed it. I didn't think she addressed it.
She addressed it previous to all of this. She said many times I've been called a racist and a homophobe. If you think I'm that, unsubscribe. I'm never going to apologize for who I am. Happy 4th of July. Let freedom ring and free speech and all of this. So
I'm sorry, Maya. I get that. I get all right, let freedom ring. Does she understand what it took to get that freedom? I mean, respectfully, freedom for slaves too, right? Like freedom for everybody. We did, Erica. We did.
And what's his name?
Jim
JB
Andre.
wants people sent back to wherever because he wants his country. Do you think that your ancestors were born here, buddy? Is that what you think happened?
How dare you,
Like,
Chasing? How dare you? That man has been here since 1980. He knows all of the things.
Well, that is what, since 1980, and we were,
you
know, white people were in masses. There was no black people, and we need to send them back. And then we see the comment from Clue that says, "Let's start a GoFundMe
so weird
to send them back."
Yeah, because they want to go back. That's insane to me. I wasn't ready to read any of that. This is not like.
That's all right,
no, I was shocked.
Yeah, I think people are thinking.
Like, I knew the F word was enough, but, the rest of it was just like, what? Did you really just say that? There's no way. There's no way. But she did.
And I think people are thinking that, like, you guys wanted this to happen. I know personally, and I know, Clue even knew it, but Josen really did support her. And unfortunately, because Josen has had prior incidents with Queen and all that, that became like a more personal driven thing. But again, I don't think many people had seen this. I'll grab you, JP's. Hold on.
Let me give you the other side of
so-
that too. Like whenever we were on that stream with Jay and Terry Lynn showed a lot of her messages with Julia. I had actual respect for Terry Lynn doing that because there's not very many of us. Considering we all talk with people in private where you might have said something as a joke 6 weeks ago and you don't even remember you've said it, but then when you flick through, you're like, what the heck was I talking about? She had at least the guts to do that. I have respect for her for doing that. That was difficult. And she owned it, the good and the bad. A lot of more people need to do that. And I think that's one good thing that could come out of this conversation. The opportunity was missed before in Summer Wells' case for people to do that because people chose to run and hide. Please encourage those creators who who have had contact with Julia to be as transparent as they possibly can. Obviously not doxing other people and all that kind of stuff, but this stuff has to come out for people to understand what happened.
Yeah.
It's not going to find Sebastian, but it's important to this community.
I
it should be important to you.
Jeanette R., I think I have a different threshold than other people. I can see how you would find that to be hurtful. I know many others do, but no, and then this, I know she was dogpiled. I mean, at one point I even said, whoa, wait a minute. You know what I mean? She's very dogpiled. But look what popped up here. I'm the king. My wife will obey me.
We've been talking to the self-proclaimed King JB, who believes women are beneath men. We were put on this earth to serve them. Now that includes his wife, Chrissy. Before we meet her, let's see what she has to say.
You know, the way I feel about JB's controlling ways is, I think they're positive and negative. It's positive for me in some aspects because I am structured. I have a routine I go by, and it's helpful and it's efficient as far as getting things done. What I don't like about JB's controlling ways is when he's name calling, when he's calling me bitch, retard, stupid, especially the ones where he's insulting my intelligence.
That's not exciting.
And you might think, oh, this is funny because it's a talk show or whatever. But if you go to YouTube and search JB Gunner beats wife, you see him talking on a stream. He looks over to her. He swears at her and says something. He kind of puts his head down like he knows what he's getting ready to do if she doesn't do what he wants her to do. He gets up from his chair. You hear some stuff. Then the next shot is him sitting down in the chair and him panning the phone around where the police are trying to get her out of there. And he fully admits that he beat the shit out of her. He's like, I beat the shit out of my wife and you still couldn't get me canceled. Like, he doesn't care.
The fact that he thinks that that's a badge of honor in itself is just...
Yeah, it's wild. I didn't realize this has been 6 long, extremely long hours, and that is insane. I guess I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up.
You're going to be dragged for having a 6-hour stream.
Probably.
You're
I mean,
gonna be
hell,
in a
I'd drag
lot of
somebody for
trouble
a
for that.
6-hour stream too. I didn't even realize it was 6 hours. That was, I mean, there was a lot of good conversation too, though.
There was. I appreciate you having it.
I appreciate
some
you
people
coming
like,
up.
no, don't leave.
I'm sorry. This was so long. I had no idea.
I think,
Oh,
truthfully, Chasing's voice at the moment represents how most of us really should feel. We all need to either go and touch some grass, hug our pets, do something else that's not this for a wee bit. Get some of that horrible stuff out of your head for a wee bit, because otherwise it becomes depressing. It has for me anyway. I don't know about you guys.
It's very heavy.
It was,
It's very heavy.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
But
thank you
thank
for
you,
having me
Granny.
up.
Thank you.
And
I
thanks for the
appreciate you.
perspective today, I appreciate it.
I'm sorry that I was just so like, blah, 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 but I
No.
appreciate you hearing me out. I do.
For
I wish
sure.
I had been able to say it better sooner.
No, I'm glad
So
you
I'm
said
sorry
it at
for
all.
doing it that way. I'm sorry.
No, I
I
appreciate you
appreciate
coming
it.
up at all, and you weren't blah 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 by any means.
No, not at all.
There was quite a lot of voices up here too, so it was nice. It was a nice, perspective
I'm
into
glad
everything, educational.
I'm glad I was in today's headspace and not yesterday's headspace week.
Yeah.
You come at me with that yesterday. I'm like, fuck you, you
I
little
know.
weasel.
Your mother. No, your mother. Yeah, we're not doing that.
All
We're
right,
good.
y'all. All right, have a good day, everybody. I'm sure we'll see you again in somebody else's chat.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I appreciate you, ladies.
Thank you, Granny.
You. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Amber Wright. Thank you all for being here as long as you were. I know that was extremely long time, and a lot of you maintained throughout all of it. Again, in my heart felt I had to speak. Did I want to speak out on it? No. It wasn't my idea, choice of topic. And honestly, like I said, I thought I'd kind of just be like, listen, I don't stand for it. I don't like it, and move along. It took a different turn as it normally does when there's open panels and stuff, but I felt like it was a good panel. I cannot believe it's been 6 hours. I think that's absolutely insane. I think it's the longest I've been on here in literally years. But that's how well it went. And I think it you're going to need to correct some things. You can shoot me an email and tell me what was wrong, because I don't remember much of anything at this point. But I think these type of things do need acknowledgement. And I'm sorry to any of you, again, as subscribers that feel torn. Like I said, I'm not judging you. I'm not putting you guys in a place of pick and choose or any of that. And quite frankly, I'm disappointed, but I'm not angry at Clue. I'm hoping now that this has come to light that she will acknowledge more of it and kind of address it. And at least tell people, does she stand by it? Does she not? Well, I don't know. I don't know. I want to hear something, I guess. Were you not calling them, saying they were attached to an underground ring that was peddling children? Thank you, Linda Leen. Thank you. Me is like torn. I know. I feel horrible. I can't go to work without some asshole lying their ass off on your panel. It never happened. Okay, well, Pearl has a channel. You can address it there, but I don't recall you ever coming up as a topic on my panel before. Yeah, that was a long time. Well, TM, respectfully, actually, if you want to be honest, I do recall you saying shit like that. I do. I honestly recall you saying that Chasen was involved in the peddling of children, and I recall you saying things like Chasen's husband beats her and things like that. I do recall that. That I recall. Oh, thank you, One Shot. I wouldn't have the date on that, to be honest. It was you, Benny. It was a pretty big deal at the time. I felt like it did too. Carl, that's the other person's name. Thank you. I was trying to think of it. Actually, he hit her on a live stream and hit her on a live stream. I'm glad you did, Amy. I'm glad you did. That was a lot. It was a lot of time. How do you want me to fix it? I feel like it happened. Oh, you're trying to get my PayPal. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Thank you, Stephanie. It was educating people as to who people really are. But is that, yeah. All right, fair enough. I was going to say, is that how they really are? Or, I don't know. Thank you, Christine. Oh, thank you, T. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Putting his head in trash can. I remember seeing that, Just Jigsaw. I do remember seeing that. I've been around a very long time, T. As a matter of fact, I was actually in Chasen's chat as it was going down. I remember she was very upset by the allegations of being a PEDO word. I was definitely around. I won't ever. So yeah, I was definitely around. I do recall all of that. Thank you, lucky lady. I thought so, Amber. I mean, you know, I didn't feel like it was much of a a lie being stated there. It was awful, just awful. Frankly, really awful. Why do so many people assume that because it's TM? If it, what, they tripper? Right, Monica. I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe you don't, but I do. Uh-oh. Thank you, Booberry. All right, guys. Thank you, Booberry. Thank you. All right, I am going to go ahead and end this. I guess we'll pick up the topic another time of what I really wanted to go down. I'm glad that we had this, and you guys can, you know, he did, Kim. He did. I don't know why. Hopefully he'll come out, and maybe because he was being lumped into everything, maybe because there was a lot of pressure coming up. I said this the other day, and I know many people don't offer this excuse, or don't, I wouldn't even say it's an excuse. I truly believe in it. When you have a lot of people coming at you at the same time, it can change you. It can make you become very defensive and argumentative. And, you know, I feel like that was happening. I do feel like that was happening with Chloe. And that's why I said to you all, I kind of feel sympathetic towards it. You know, this is new to her. I said the same thing when it was Queen. And, you know, when you first experience it, you're being doxxed, you're being attacked from every angle. And, you know, you do get defensive, you do get angry, and you do say things you normally wouldn't do. And I'm thinking, you know, you get what I'm saying, Carrie Moody, Delilah, you guys understand? Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, maybe you feel like you have to have this angry, tough persona, and you have to be, and I've been there. And that's why I was offering that to Chloe in that moment. And I don't want to add to that piling. I don't want to ever add to that piling. But I needed you all to know where I stand when it comes to that. And just, Sherry, I'm glad I could. I am very glad I could. Thank you, Tracy. All right, guys. I appreciate all of you. Seriously. You know what I mean? Oh, T, that was you. Thank you. I don't think we need to do that. Right, Joe Madre. And I don't want it this like clue, man. I don't want this to become, I don't want to see anybody feel like they're being canceled and attacked from all angles. And I'm not trying to attack her. I'm not. I offer grace. I offer understanding. I just don't want to join a dog pile on anybody ever again. I've been there and I've done it and I've been on the receiving end. And until you've experienced it, it's not something, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Okay, thank you, Monica. TM's, well, she would have said that. We could have cleared that up real fucking quick. TM's argument is she didn't defend Chasen on these allegations. She didn't make the allegations, but she played with the allegations because she was mad at Chasen for not defending her. Wait. She didn't defend Chasen on these. All right. So basically, these allegations are being made by people that she was friends with against Chasen, and she didn't defend Chasen on them because Chasen didn't defend her. We got that? I agree with that, Day Tripper, but I actually personally experienced this situation. Like, I was there for it. You know what I mean? So maybe it is the way Monica was saying it. Maybe it was others around her that were saying it about her, and she just didn't bother to defend her because she was mad at her. Sure, fine. But I do recall the allegations being made. I recall them coming from a particular camp, and I didn't feel like Pearl was lying in that moment, or I would have been like, oh, you're lying. Thank you, Boo Berry. She'll appreciate that. All right. Appreciate you all. This has been entirely too long. I hope you all have a great day. Thank you for spending an entire day with us here. And I'll see you all the next time.